Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Part 2231 Chapter 7. Bond's Rebirth of the Two Sons. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Bond's Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves, the most powerful, largest and oldest of the hidden villages, built upon the foundations of two clans that shunned the ancient war and contempt they had for each other to erect a place where all could call home. Inspired by this, many other villages soon followed in the steps of Konoha, establishing their own hidden villages within each of the great lands. The people of Konoha were among the kindest in the world. They never shunned each other or held hatred amongst themselves, for in their hearts was the will of fire, the ideal, equally as old as the village, an ideal that sprouted from one of the two founding clans of the village, the Senju clan. Many of the villagers adhered to the will of fire. It guided them, nurtured them, gave them hope. But even with this ideal in their hearts, whenever there was light there would be darkness, and the village's darkness took a physical incarnation within its villagers, all of whom directed their anger, guilt and hatred towards one who was damned by his own people for something that was out of his control, a boy, a descendant of the very clan that founded their village, treated as if he didn't exist. In a moment of desperation and danger, the boy had revealed the dark secret that the village's leader had been harboring. So now, the boy, beloved by all, for his kind heart and joyous personality, treated as if a virulent plague had infested the village. The fear of his power was great. To many he was like a bomb ready to detonate within a heartbeat, and ready to take all of them to the next life. Barely a month ago did tragedy strike the village, and fear was rooted within their souls. Fear of the boy, who was currently running around the village with buckets of paint and splotches of the colorful liquid on his clothes, while laughing and giggling to himself as he jumped from roof to roof. Naruto, when your mother hears of this you're in big trouble, yelled a Chunin who was chasing the golden-haired boy around the village. Naruto only laughed more in response. Currently he was wearing a white hooded jacket with orange stripes that was currently wrapped around his waist, with a green shirt underneath with blotches of yellow and red paint. He also wore black pants with sandals, and he had green and blue splashes of paint in his hair and on his cheeks. As he turned around and looked at his handiwork, he had written many funny symbols and words on the walls as the villagers and the shinobi were looking on with clear annoyance etched on his face. He started to run again when he heard what the villagers were saying about him. Nothing but a nuisance. Guess, the apple did fall far from the tree. Can't Hokage-sama see that he's not wanted? What is Tsunade-sama thinking? She knows that's not her son anymore, right? The elders should have more consideration for our well-being. I mean, letting that thing walk around. We all know he's a danger. I mean, those Kumo shinobi died easily, that could be us. It's better if he wasn't born. Naruto then stopped running as he slowed down and stared at the ground with a frown on his face and tears prickling at the corners of his eyes. He didn't understand anything. He couldn't remember what he did to the Kumo ninja that kidnapped him, and even so he didn't know what he had done to earn the people's hatred. People used to laugh at his pranks, now they were an annoyance to all. Why did they talk as if he wasn't a person? Someone that mattered? He wasn't an it, or a thing. He was Naruto Senju, scion of the Senju clan. So why was he treated with such contempt? To him it felt like he had lost everything. His best friend, his village's love, nothing made sense to him anymore, and the more questions he asked himself the more confused he would become. It had been a month since Naruto was kidnapped by Kumo shinobi and the Uchiha clan was slaughtered, and since that time, it's like everyone's attitude took a complete 180. When he tried to remember the incident, the only thing he could remember was being taken to the land of lightning, and everything went black after that, and then he woke up surrounded by blood and bodies. Something no child should ever see in their life. No shops would allow him into their stores. His teachers ignored and punished him for no reason at all. And everywhere he went he was subjected to empty, hate-filled eyes. Those eyes telling him to go away. His own friends stopped playing with him and they avoided him just like all the other villagers. And their parents would tell them to avoid him and not associate with him at all. He just didn't understand it. When he asked his own mother, she would change subjects or ignore the question altogether, and when he asked the Sandaime Hokage he would only give him an excuse as to why he couldn't answer his questions. He hated it. He needed to know why. Gripping his buckets and gritting his teeth did his tears fall. Only a few, but it was enough to relieve some of the pain for now. He was just Naruto Senju, and yet he felt like he was nothing more than a danger. He then felt shadows hover over him as he wiped away his tears as he looked up to see two Chunin with sneers on their faces, and one of them had their arms crossed. Naruto merely turned to face them as he dropped the two buckets to the ground, spilling the paint across the ground while he stared into the ground with near-dead eyes. This was now a routine for him. He then felt the two Chunin grip his shoulders and drag him off somewhere. At the Senju clan compound, Tsunade was staring into the small pond where she would feed the ducks with her son. Naruto's life wasn't the only one that was changing. Tsunade had also felt the effects of the attempted kidnapping in the whole village, discovering that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. When two Chunin spread word around the whole village of what Naruto was. Then did everything change. Before Tsunade knew it, everything was out of her control. She found her son being the village's glorified pariah. She had seen it, she wasn't blind, even when she was with her son walking around the village. The glares, the hateful comments, it tore at her heart that her child was being treated in such a way, but because of Naruto mysteriously killing those Kumo shinobi had only increased the village's fear of Naruto. She could see that her child was suffering and there was little she could do about it. She had questioned many times, why were humans so cruel? Not only was her little boy suffering, but she had lost a close friend in Makoto Uchiha. The two women became close when Naruto and Sasuke quickly befriended each other. And unlike Naruto, Sasuke was alone, no family to look after him. Her thoughts traveled to the young Uchiha and she couldn't help but feel pity for the boy. She then turned her head when she saw a family of ducks fly into her pond, swimming and bathing in the waters as the frogs hopped on the lily pads in the water. She wished Jiraiya or Minato were here so to help her, console her. Because everything was different now. Tsunade also knew that. As an attempt to make people notice him more, Naruto had become even more mischievous, although all it did was anger the villagers, and they wanted nothing more than for Naruto to disappear. Everything was spiraling out of control. The village may be going to war with Kumo for what they did. The village had been weakened because of the Uchiha's clan's massacre and the puzzling death of the Kumo shinobi. She had recently conducted an autopsy on how some of the shinobi died. She was going to speak to the Sandaime about it later today. She then felt a shadow and the small sounding of grass being crushed under feet. She turned her head to the noise and saw her former teacher, the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, walking up to her, smoking on his pipe as he was dressed in his Hokage attire. Honestly, Tsunade expected him to show up sooner rather than later. "Sensei," said the Senju leader as she turned her brown eyes upon the small pond, looking into the water, while her sensei sat down beside her. Where he removed his funny hat from his head as he exhaled a large breath of air in exasperation. Like Tsunade, the Hokage too had felt the effects of what had transpired the month before. The massacre, the kidnapping, and the identity of the Jinchuriki. It had been too much for the Hokage to handle, and now an approaching war with Kumo was about to happen soon. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I wanted to see if you were all right. Given everything that has happened," spoke the old Hokage as he stroked his beard. Tsunade noted that he appeared to have aged a bit, maybe from all the stress that had been wrought upon him. However, the Sandaime was able to see that not everything was right as rain with Tsunade. She had dark circles under her eyes and a near-dead look in her orbs. She had some gray streaks in her hair and her form was downcast and just dull-looking. "You wanted to know about the autopsy," stated Tsunade, to which Hiruzen nodded as he turned his eyes upon the water of the pond as the ducks played happily, blissfully unaware of the unhappy state both parties were in. Tsunade then took out something from her coat's pocket and placed it in her teacher's palm, who raised his eyebrow at it. When he got a good look at it, it was a simple evidence bag, but within the bag was a jagged, silver metal shard with dots of blood on it. He raised his other eyebrow at it again and then looked over to Tsunade, who merely nodded at him. Multiple metal shards were lodged in their bodies and piercing their vital organs. About half of the shinobi had those metal shards in them. It belongs to the metal family, iron. They were so sharp that they even cut apart every evidence bag we placed them in, until we filed down their sharp edges just to put it into that bag, and they were highly durable. Even a grindstone barely filed them down. The Sandaime merely nodded at her, before handing the iron fragment back to Tsunade. And the others? Questioned the Sandame, to which Tsunade looked at him with a dull leer. It's fairly obvious what killed them, branches piercing their bodies, spoke Tsunade, confirming the Sandame's suspicions. But it didn't explain anything. The Hokage had some good guesses, but without proof or confirmation, then it was mere speculation at this point. Also, Tsunade, the elders are holding a meeting regarding the hostilities between Konoha and Kumo. As a member of the elders, you're required to be there. This is an urgent matter that needs tending to, spoke the Sandame, to which Tsunade nodded. But, how are you feeling? Tsunade? Queried the Sandame as he saw some tears trail down Tsunade's cheeks and landing on the back of her hands. He's suffering, and there's nothing I can do. I've never felt this way before, and I don't know what to do. Squeaked Tsunade as she let her tears fell, with the Sandame placing his hand on her shoulder trying to comfort her. Her suffering was nothing compared to her son's, where every day he would come home, with his shoulders slumped and his form downcast. Every night, she would hear him cry out, his eyes in anguish. She couldn't do anything that could help, and when she tried, her son would just brush her off. I wish this never happened, that everything would be just fine. I can't even tell him why he's experiencing this. There's nothing I can do, cried Tsunade as she let her tears flow. She just wanted everything back to the way it was, before everything. Her crying finally finished, she brushed away her tears with the sleeves of her haori and steeled herself for the time being. Then both the Sandame and Tsunade felt a presence, where they turned to see two Chunin holding Naruto by his shoulders with the same look he had on his face every single day since the kidnapping. Getting up, Tsunade walked over to the Chunin, who let go of Naruto, where she embraced her son in a warm hug as he hugged her back. Keep that thing on a shorter leash next time, spat one of the Chunin as Tsunade openly glared at them, where she quickly told her son to wash himself so to get the paint out of his spiky hair. She then turned to the Chunin and threatened them to leave, to which they did so, and quickly, as a pissed-off Tsunade was not something they could contend with. Unfortunately, that was only mild compared to the words of the other villagers. She then held her face in her hand, as her teacher comforted her some more. Later that same day, Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Hiruzen's two advisors Kaharu Utatane and Homura Mitokado were seated around a table, where the four elders were talking about their relations with Kumo and the approaching threat of war. The four had just recently arrived and were now talking about whether or not what course of action they would take in regards to Kumo. The topic had been a heated discussion amongst the villagers for some time. They were mainly enraged at the fact that Kumo attempted to duplicate another Hyuga affair at the moment. Half the village was calling for Kumo's blood, while the other half wished to incriminate the village and leak the attempted underhanded tactic to the other villages. We have every right to wage war with Kumo for attempting to take our Biju and the heir of the Senju clan. They already tried something like this action before with the Hyuga heiress, Hinata. We were able to avert the crisis because of Hizashi Hyuga's sacrifice, spoke Kaharu as she remembered the tumultuous times of the Hyuga affair. The whole thing was a mess from start to finish. Konoha nor Kumo came out of that situation unscathed. Konoha lost an outstanding shinobi and hero that day, while Kumo's reputation was sullied from that day forth, with many other villages and countries becoming untrusting towards them. But unlike that time, where they quickly pinned the blame on us for the violation of the treaty, this time they were caught in the act, and we have all the proof we need to snuff them from the earth. They have no basis to accuse us or to defend themselves. They know what they did, and we also know. They can't deny the accusations, and they know it. Either we go to war or we cripple Kumo with this news, spoke Homura, making Kaharu and Hiruzen nod, as what he said was true. But Hiruzen knew that there must be another way to avert this crisis. A peaceful way where both villages prosper. But even if we commit to going to war, we will be losing shinobi for nothing. We have only just recovered from the Kyuubi attack. We can't afford another war. We simply don't have the manpower. And Kumo is in a tricky situation as it is. No one will support them even if we go to war, spoke Tsunade, trying to be a voice of reason just as her teacher was. We have to do something than sit on our asses. We need compensation for what they did. Perhaps we can set up an alliance between Kumo, one that doesn't require bloodshed or incrimination. We need to a way for Kumo to commit to Konoha without having to force them. Perhaps an arranged marriage, spoke Koharu as she turned to Homura, who nodded at her. An arranged marriage between their villages would cement their ties together. It would have to be individuals coming form the families of the respective cage. I'm sure it's a move Kumo will also agree with. The two villages can build good relations with the joining of the two individuals. And the legacy of their cages would be joined together as a physical embodiment of our new alliance. It may be an old practice, unused since the Warring States, but it's still an effective one. We know Kumo want to avoid war. We want to avoid war. Through this marriage, we will gain a powerful ally. Kumo has very few allies and many of the villages will be looking at them with a careful eye. The benefits of such a union will be great. What do you think of this, Hiruzen? Spoke Homura, making Koharu and Tsunade nod at him, to which the blonde woman was in full agreement. Such a union will surely benefit us greatly. However, the only problem is the candidates. We of course need two candidates, around the same age and both who have strong ties to their respective cages. Tsunade, you may object to this, but as Naruto was the one to be kidnapped, I wish to advocate him as one of the candidates, said Hiruzen, to which he was met with Tsunade's death-dealing glare. Absolutely not. I will not have you practically sell my son to Kumo, and I don't want him to marry some slut Kumo picks off their streets. I wanted my little boy to marry who he wanted, roared Tsunade to her teacher, to which he plugged his fingers into his ears as she roared at him, while Homura and Koharu's ears were ringing from the loud noise. They won't marry right now. Naruto is still far too young, and I doubt Kumo will send some random person off of the street. Let the other candidate become accustomed to Konoha first, and then Naruto and the girl they send will be wed, sealing an alliance with Kumo through blood. And whether you wish to deny it, Naruto has strong ties to 3 of the 4 Hokage, one of which is his own father, spoke Hiruzen, trying to justify his reasons to Tsunade. And there's a way for all of us to get what we all want, and for Naruto to get what he wants, and you will also object to this, Tsunade. Clan Restoration Act. Not a bad idea, Hiruzen. Unfortunately, with the Senju clan's numbers being near the edge of extinction, it would be best to boost their numbers. The same will also apply with the Uchiha clan. What do you think of this, Tsunade? Questioned Homura as he stared at the Senju clan head, who merely bit her lip in anger. What he said was true. Aside from herself and Naruto, they were the only living members of the mighty Senju clan. But to revive the clan had never been one of her goals. Before her son was even born, all she wanted for him was a normal and quiet life. That went down the drain when he became the Jinchuriki, and it was certainly impossible for him now that his status was known to the entire village. However, she also knew that the Shinobi Council of Clan Heads will probably undermine her and Hiruzen's authority and will place Naruto within the act. Therefore there was nothing she could do to stop the CRA. So long as he is happy, then simply put it, I'm happy, spoke Tsunade with a grunt as she rubbed her temples. But we have one more problem, spoke Koharu, gathering everyone's attention while Hiruzen knew what she was going to say, something that was yet unresolved. Kumo attempted to take our Biju. Whether they knew of this or not doesn't matter. We will demand even more compensation for this act. Simply put, we will demand. However, Koharu was silenced from speaking by Antor's voice standing near the door. Another Biju, said the voice, where everyone in the room turned to see Danzo Shimura hobbling on his cane, his stalwart face never moving for a single moment. For Tsunade and Hiruzen, the air in the room had just gotten colder with the arrival of the old war hawk. For trying to take our Biju, we will demand one of their own Biju for compensation, continued Danzo as he stood before all 4 parties of the elders, with Homura and Koharu nodding in agreement at his idea. But Kumo have been possessive of their Biju since my grandfather distributed the Nibi and the Hachibi to them. They won't just hand one of their Biju over on a silver platter, spoke Tsunade, arguing with Danzo that it was a foolish. And unless you have forgotten, one of their Jinchuriki just happens to have attained full control of his tailed beast. The Raikage isn't a fool. He makes foolish choices with severe consequences, yes, but he knows that he can't escape from the situation he has placed himself in. Simply put it, we threatened Kumo with the possibility of war and incrimination. With this in mind, the Raikage has no choice but to hand over one of his Biju or risk his village being destroyed or his village falling into economic ruin. With this, Not only do we gain a powerful ally through Kumo with the arranged marriage but a powerful weapon in the form of another Biju. Spoke Danzo, citing his reasons and making Homura and Kaharu nod in agreement at what he was saying. What Danzo was saying would surely replace the power vacuum left behind by the Uchiha massacre by replacing them with a Biju. This can very well work in our favor, Hiruzen. It would be best to send these terms to Kumo, sue for peace, and with that we gain favorable compensation. Spoke Kaharu, to which Hiruzen exhaled a deep breath of defeat as his advisors nailed him into the ground, with Tsunade shaking her head at the elders, disagreeing with their scheme. We will sue for peace, and demand an arranged marriage and a Biju for compensation. I will send these terms to the Sandaime Reikage, said Hiruzen as he got out of his chair and left the room where he headed for his office to write a message for the Reikage. Tsunade merely retreated back to her compound and the elders went their separate ways for the time being. At Kumogakure, the Sandaime Reikage was reading over a message that had been sent from Konoha, suing for peace and demanding compensation from their village. The Reikage's first instincts would have been to deny any and all accusations of what they had done, but Konoha had the bodies and eyewitnesses, detailing how they had kidnapped the Senju heir. The Reikage couldn't go down the same road that led to the Hyuga affair. The fact is, Konoha had caught them red-handed and now Kumo was in a situation they couldn't claw out of. His next instinct told him to refuse the demands of Konoha. No Kage would ever bend his knee to another outside of the field of battle. It was shameful, and to the Reikage it meant that he was acknowledging weakness, something no true shinobi would ever do. The only time a shinobi would acknowledge weakness was when his hands were bloody, his body stained, and he was spitting his weakness in his enemy's face as a last act of defiance. But Konoha had gotten the upper hand on that area too, as they could instead incriminate his village greatly. No one will hire a village that sought power by using underhanded tactics. Honor had a large influence in the shinobi world after all. The Sandaime Reikage had little else to do. The only thing he could do was give in to Konoha's terms and hope for the best. But he knew that if Danzo Shimura had his way, then things would become bloody real quickly, and the Reikage had lost enough of his shinobi for this mission. Not only that, he also feared the rising might of the Senju heir. The Reikage of course wondered how a young child, not even a shinobi, hell not even a genin, could kill an entire team of some of his finest shinobi, and in such a manner. Konoha was also gracious enough to send autopsy reports of his dead shinobi, and what he had read shocked him. It also informed him of how they were found, and to think a child could do such a thing. Back during the Warring States, children were trained from a young age to kill other shinobi. Even the talented child shinobi were able to best adults with twice their experience on the battlefield. The Reikage knew not to ever underestimate the power of the Senju clan. That family of shinobi were capable of anything, producing some of the greatest ninja to ever live, especially the clan's most famous member, Hashirama Senju, the Shodem Hokage. The man's power, so vast that he was a god of shinobi. And it seemed that his descendant, his great-grandson, Naruto Senju, had inherited the same potential. The Reikage would have to keep his eye on that boy in the future, lest he become a being greater than the Shodem or becoming something else entirely. Quickly calling for his assistant and his advisors, the Reikage waited in his office in the village hidden amongst the clouds. So now, his advisors as well as his son were standing in front of him while he was sitting in his chair. So these are Konoha's terms. This is asking too much. The marriage contract will be of little problem, but a Biju. We can't give Konoha another weapon. They already have the Kyubi. Who knows how much more power they will gain if we hand over another Biju. But unless we agree to these terms, then we won't have a village anymore. The son of the Reikage was merely standing shaking his head. He never expected that Konoha would demand something like this. If they could only deny their involvement in the mess like they did with the Hyuga affair, then they could have gotten out unscathed from the whole mess, and he too felt responsible as he sent his team in and they came out dead. But unlike his father, could see the positives of such a thing. They would gain a powerful ally in Konoha with the arranged marriage along with the power of their own Biju. Then should Kumo ever find itself surrounded by enemies, then Konoha would come. And thus the problem would be solved, and Konoha never abandoned its allies to their enemies. Dad, what should we do? questioned, hoping his father was following along with his train of thought, to which the Raikage didn't respond. He was thinking, the whole problem, over and over again, but there was no way to win unless they surrendered to Konoha's terms. "We'll give them what they want," spoke the Raikage, which made all the advisors in the room fall utterly silent from hearing their leader's words. Never in the history of Kumo has the Sandaime ever been so reasonable. The man was stubborn as a rock, you couldn't make him budge, and here he was just bowing his head to Konoha. But that look in his eye, he was daring all those around him, to challenge him, usurp him. He wanted the people in the room to shout at him, to call him crazy, that would give him the excuse to kill them. So the advisors did what they were meant to do. They advised. "We will hand over one of our tailed beasts to Konoha, the Nibi to be more precise. Yugito is still young, she has much to learn about the world she lives in and the people within it, but I think Konoha would be more of an appropriate environment for her to tame the beast residing in her hide. Konoha has some of the greatest Fuinjutsu masters in the world, and I have the word of the Sandaime Hokage that she will be cared for. And I already have someone in mind, who will be a perfect candidate for this arranged marriage. She's a few years older than the Senju heir, at least 2 years, but she's the great-granddaughter of the Shodaime Raikage and has potential to be a strong kunoichi. She also possesses the powerful Kekki-genkai Naruto storm release. Her name is Mabui, if you didn't already know. The arrangements have already been made. She will marry the Senju heir, Naruto Senju, when he reaches the age of 18, and she will be one of his wives. Seeing as how Konoha has informed me that he was placed within the CRA, and like Yugito I have been promised that she will be cared for." All and the advisors could do was nod their heads at the Raikage's choices. They were pleased that he wasn't handing over the Hachibi to Konoha and settled for the weaker and untrained Nibi, while the choice of Mabui as a bride was wise, considering that Konoha would have wanted someone from a prominent Kage family, so the logical choice would be someone from the Shodaime's lineage rather than the Nadaime or the Sandaime. "Now then, are there any questions?" queried the Raikage, to which everyone in the room just shook their heads, to which the Raikage was pleased about. At the gates of Kumogakure, 2 young girls were being accompanied by a squad of Kumo's Anbu Black Ops. The 2 girls were young, one appeared to be around the age of 10 while the other looked to be 7 or 8 years old. One of the girls was dark-skinned with dark green eyes. She was wearing a high-collared, green shirt with a green skirt that matched her eyes. She had light gray hair that was stylized into a bun, and she wore brown wristbands and brown sandals. At the moment, she was frowning and had a solemn look on her face. She was being forced out of her village to another where she would marry someone she didn't even know. Although her parents had instilled into her that as a shinobi she had to follow the orders of her village, and as a descendant of the Shodaime Raikage she would do just that. The other girl was light-skinned with violet eyes. She was shorter than the other girl, at least a head smaller. She had light, long blonde hair that was tied into a loose ponytail. She was currently wearing a purple jacket with long sleeves, a short red skirt with black shorts underneath, black sandals. However, unlike the other girl Mabui, she was bawling her eyes out at having to leave her parents behind. At the moment she was crying into her mother's shoulder, with her father comforting her as best as he could. Mabui's parents were merely saying that they would miss her. Just then the Sandaime Raikage appeared with his son A and the Hachibi Jinchuriki B, who also said farewell to his fellow Jinchuriki, Yugito. The Sandaime then gave specific orders to the Anbu team that they would head to the border of the Land of Lightning, where they would meet up with a Konoha Anbu team that would take custody of the girls and escort them to Konoha. And with that said, the Kumo Anbu took the hands of Yugito and Mabui, and soon they left the village, with the 2 girls, probably never returning to their homes. At Konoha, the Hokage was waiting by the gate for the new arrivals to his village. With him was Tsunade, who he was speaking to about the girls' living conditions. Tsunade had volunteered to house one of the girls in her home, Yugito. To be more precise, Sarutobi felt it was wise to keep the Jinchuriki in one place so to allow them to bond, as both must have had similar experiences with their Jinchuriki status being known. Mabui would be staying in a nice neighborhood, where all her needs would be met, and she would be watched over by the shinobi who live in the part of the village, giving her company when she needs it. So tell me about the Jinchuriki, Yugito ni, spoke Tsunade, to which Hiruzen nodded as it was a sensible question. Tsunade wanted to know what Yugito was like so Tsunade could cater to her needs and give her a safe environment in the compound. Yugito was Naruto's agent. Since Tsunade was a mother herself, she could shower the girl with all affection the Jinchuriki needed. Plus, Tsunade always wanted a daughter, even though she hadn't adopted Yugito. It would be a nice experience for her. Given the information the Raikage gave me, Yugito is 8 years old, she likes to play the shamisen and she is rather good. Her favorite food is tekadon and milk while she dislikes anything spicy. She is also quite modest, as you will soon see for yourself, and polite, though she has trouble talking about her true feelings, possibly an effect of isolation within her village, and she's sensitive, getting upset a lot, a rather unlucky trait for someone like her. Spoke Hiruzen, to which Tsunade nodded. She deduced while it would take some time for Yugito to adjust to her new home and to talk about her feelings, Tsunade was confident that she could open up her shell. But other than that, Yugito seemed like a pleasant girl, and Tsunade could only hope that Naruto and Yugito got along, since the two of them would be able to understand each other in ways no one else can. And what of the other girl, Naruto's unknowing betrothed? Mabui was it. Continued Tsunade, to which Hiruzen nodded again. Like Yugito, he had been told of Mabui beforehand and her current skills as a shinobi. He was sure that Danzo would be jumping on the spot or frothing at the mouth at the introduction of a new Kekki-genkai within the village. He would actually pay to see that image. For Mabui it would be harder to adjust because she was going to be living alone for a long time. Hiruzen would of course visit her and give her an allowance to support herself. In fact, he had already enrolled her into the academy. Despite joining late, he was certain she could catch up to her peers. The best way to handle Mabui was to give her what she wanted and time to adjust to her new home. Mabui, as you know, is the great-granddaughter of the Shodime Raikage. She is 10 years old and already has training as a shinobi because of Kumo's more militant approach to their shinobi. She likes reading. In fact, she's a reading enthusiast and visits libraries and bookstores regularly, and she likes baking, something which the Raikage told me she's good at. She likes peaches and dried persimmon while she dislikes plums. She's quite friendly and serious at the same time, as well as formal for someone of her upbringing, though takes her shinobi training seriously, though otherwise a formal and nice girl. Spoke the Hokage as he looked up at the bright blue sky, watching the clouds hover over him. To Tsunade, Mabui sounded like a nice girl, and she was pleased that the girl took her training seriously, unlike the recent Kunoichi coming out of the academy getting the horrid nickname, fangirls, or otherwise known as walking idiots. But other than that, Tsunade was glad they had chosen what seemed like a responsible girl. Soon the two parties could see the shadows. Approaching them, Tsunade could make out the silhouette of the Anbu and two smaller silhouettes that Tsunade believed to be the two girls from Kumo. When they finally made it to the gate, the girls seemed a little nervous to see such large gates in front of them. But when they saw the smiling faces of Sarutobi and Senju, some of their nervousness dissipated for now at the moment. Seeing the Hokage and head of the Senju clan in front of them, the two girls bowed down to the old shinobi and the Sannin. However, the two of them merely said it was unneeded. With that said, the Anbu team disappeared into the village, leaving the girls alone with the two elders. Mabui, please come with me, I'll be taking you to your new home, said Hiruzen as he guided Mabui to her new home in the village. Yugito, follow me, you'll be living in the Senju compound with me and my son. And with those words, Tsunade took Yugito's hand and escorted her to the compound where she would be staying. On the way, Yugito saw the sights all around and noted many times that Konoha looked nothing like Kumo. Everyone was smiling with other and wishing each other thanks, while she saw less shinobi on the streets, unlike Kumo where they had shinobi on every single street. But the one thing that stood out from all of it was the fact that no one was whispering hateful things about her or looking at her with hateful eyes. She then looked up at Tsunade, who merely smiled down at the girl. Mabui meanwhile was trailing after the Hokage, and like Yugito, she was inspecting the new world around her, though with a much more discernible eye and less awe. However, this place was much different from her home, and it was an entire new experience for her. She felt like a lamb that had wandered away from the flock and was surrounded by predators. But she had to quell her fears and adjust, just as if she was a lamb trying to return to the flock. She also saw how lax the people were. At Kumo, everyone felt like they were preparing for an attack, but the people felt oddly at ease that it baffled the young girl. Now, Mabui, I have already enrolled you into the academy and you will be starting tomorrow. I have already told the teacher of your enrollment and he seems delighted to meet you. Unfortunately you need to catch up on your studies as our education is different than it is in Kumo, but I believe that won't be a problem. Do you have any questions or worries? Said the Hokage, to which Mabui bit her lip in nervousness at talking to the leader of the village as if he was a friend. No, I have no questions, just, where's the library? Said Mabui as she hefted the bag on her shoulders a little, to which the old Hokage smiled. It's not too far from your new home and the academy is a little further, but you won't have any problems finding it. Said Hiruzen, to which the dark-skinned girl nodded her head a little at the man. They soon arrived at an apartment in a nice part of the village and she was ushered in, where she explored the place a little. The kitchen was fully stocked with food, none of her favorite but enough to get by. The bathroom had all the necessities such as soap and a toothbrush, and she had a nice soft bed with an empty closet. It was a cozy place with a nice warm touch to it, though she did notice that there was an envelope on her dining room table filled with money. That is your allowance. I'll visit every week to hand deliver it to you. Make sure you spend it wisely. If you have any other questions or troubles, you can usually find me in the Hokage Tower, said Hiruzen before he left, leaving Mabui nodding and sorting her clothes in her closet. Tsunade and Yugito meanwhile had made it to the Senju clan compound. She awed a little at the tall gates emblazoned with clan's symbol before Tsunade opened it up. Yugito awed even more at the large scenery. However, she was of course told that there were rooms she couldn't enter, rooms sacred to the clan. When she was told of this, Yugito merely nodded. She also noted that the Senju clan had a large dragon motif, as many paintings were dragons, decorating their walls, and they had a few statues of dragons. But other than that, it was vastly different from her home with her parents in Kumo. She also admired the small pond where Tsunade would spend most of her time in the compound, and Yugito also admired the serene air in the compound. However, her sightseeing was interrupted when she thought she saw something slithering towards her. But the thing is, it was slithering, right, towards her. It was a snowy white snake, yelled Yugito as she ducked behind Tsunade's leg as the snake came slinking towards her. However, she felt Tsunade patting her head as the Senju matriarch lowered herself to the ground and picked up the snake. Tento, you wouldn't happen to know where Naru-chan is? Asked Tsunade, to which the dragon nodded and opened its wings up, flying around the Senju matriarch. Yugito noticed that it wasn't a snake at all, as snakes couldn't fly. She knew this animal anywhere. It was a fearsome creature of deified status, the dragon, a living, breathing dragon. The young Jinchuriki couldn't believe that a dragon was actually alive. She had believed that the last dragon was slain decades before her own birth. At that moment, Tento noticed the newcomer in his lair, and landed atop Yugito on her head, where her head had trouble holding him up as his body was as thick as her neck and long enough to easily wrap himself around her slim neck. Tento then lowered his head to look Yugito in the eye, upside down, where bright blue eyes met violet ones. Tento then licked Yugito's nose, making the girl giggle a little at her nose being tickled. Tento then flew off Yugito and landed on Tsunade's shoulders, where she petted the reptile. He likes you, commented Tsunade, with Yugito nodding at her with a smile. Tsunade felt like this was progress, as Yugito had yet to utter a single word since she first arrived. Most likely she was a little shy at seeing all the new faces, but once she met her son, she expected that to fade away quickly, as he made friends quickly. Tsunade showed Yugito the bathroom, the kitchen, training area and every other room she was allowed in before finally taking her to her own room, where she would be staying. She then left Yugito to her own devices as she settled within her room, while Tsunade went to look for Naruto, and he was probably at the training ground, because that's where Tento flew off to. Tsunade then arrived to see Naruto practicing his shuriken training, and he had improved from the last time she saw him, as he was able to hit the post with 2 shuriken out of 6. That was another thing, as Naruto struggled at the simplest shinobi skill, but she expected it disappear, as Jiraiya suffered from the same thing when he was a kid, until he's now the strongest of the Sannin, as his talent later revealed itself. Naru-chan, called out Tsunade, to which Naruto turned to face his mother with a smile on his face. There's someone I want you to meet. Naruto then ran towards his mother, where she guided him towards a special someone. Tsunade then called out for Yugito, where the blonde-haired girl ran around a corner to see the busty Senju walking towards her with a golden-haired boy with blue eyes and 3 whiskers upon his cheek. Yugito, this is my son, Naruto. Naruto, this is Yugito, she will be staying with us from now on, said Tsunade, where she saw Naruto smile and walking up to Yugito offering his hand. Hi Yugito, I'm Naruto, nice to meet you, said the Senju heir. Yugito then timidly shook his hand. Nice to meet you too, said Yugito as some nervousness was still seen on her face, though was trying to smile a little. Yugito is new here, Naru-chan, and she'll be in your class at the academy, so show her around and be nice to her, alright? I think you two will have more in common than you think, said Tsunade before she wandered off to tend to some things in the compound. Do you wanna do anything, Yugito? Said Naruto, to which Yugito nodded, and the young girl said she would like to train, and Naruto showed her the training ground where they practiced their shuriken for the rest of the day. One thing that developed between the two of them that would certainly last forever was a friendly rivalry. The next day, Naruto and Yugito were heading for the academy. It would be Yugito's first day, and since she didn't know the way, Naruto decided to show her the way. Since their first meeting the day before, Yugito became more relaxed around Naruto from spending time with the Senju heir. However, she was nervous about meeting all her other peers and fellow students. She was from Kumo and they were from Konoha. Those two things combined created enough tension that you could cut it with a knife. She wondered what they were like. Naruto told her that most of the students were in fact clan heirs from various clans all around the village. From what Yugito knew, that the Akamichi, Yamanaka, Nara, Aburame, Inazuka, Hyuga, Uchiha and Senju clans. She didn't know much about the clans of Konoha aside from the Hyuga, Uchiha and Senju clans. She of course knew about the Hyuga clan, so it would be best to be careful around the Hyuga heiress. Naruto, seemingly sensing her nervousness, attempted to calm her mind with some kind words. Don't worry, Yugito, I'm sure you'll make friends in no time, spoke Naruto with a smile on his face, making Yugito also smile at him with a dust of pink on her cheeks. When they made it to class, Yugito could see all the assorted faces, in different rows. Some stood out more than others, such as a boy with tattoos on his cheeks and a puppy on his head. Personally, Yugito hated dogs. I know the irony. There was also a dark blue-haired girl with large white eyes, staring intently at Naruto. Yugito knew immediately what the kind of girl this was. She could also see a brooding boy wearing glasses and a jacket sitting in the corner, playing with bugs presumably. There was also a pink-haired girl that, like the other girl, had her eyes trained on Naruto, but she kept hers more well hidden, but still quite the exotic hair. The two Jinchuriki then sat next to each other by a table near the window where they saw the day go by, with the villagers enjoying their day and lives to their fullest. Just then Yugito and Naruto heard the sound of swooning, where they looked to see many girls giggling, blushing and pointing at a boy who just walked in. Naruto instantly scowled and squinted his eyes in a somewhat comical manner. Yugito only stared ahead at what the girls were staring at, to see a boy with black hair which was spiky at the back with two bangs framing his face. His eyes told the truth as they were dull, seemingly bored with everything around him. He obviously didn't consider anyone in the room his equal, as when the other girl would say hello, he would rudely grunt to them, to which it made them faint. For Yugito, she knew that such behavior in her home village was frowned upon and was always and quickly disposed of. Just then the two Jinchuriki turned their heads to see their teacher, Uruka Yumino, walk through the door with a book under his arm and a smile on his face. Good morning class, today I'm happy to introduce to you a new student. Yugito, do you want to introduce yourself? Spoke Uruka, where he looked toward Yugito, who nodded softly at him before standing up and saying her name and a small hello, before sitting back down again with a smiling and nodding Uruka. Now then class, today we will be practicing our taijutsu with spars and learning more about the history of our village, spoke Uruka, making nearly the entire class groan, especially a specific Nara clan heir who found the whole thing troublesome to begin with. Now then, can any of you tell me the specific details of the Shodaime Hokage's exclusive Kekki-genkai would release? Questioned Uruka as he looked out across his class, who were busy chatting away to their friends. When the teacher cleared his throat to get their attention, he was met with the same result. So unintentionally using his demonic head jutsu, Uruka's head expanded 5 times its size, where he roared at the class. Quiet down you, Neanderthals! Yelled the teacher, where everybody respectively silenced their talking. However, Naruto was gripping his head a little in pain, for what he didn't know. Now then, I will say it again, can any of you tell me the specific details of the Shodime Hokage's exclusive Kekki-genkai would release? And with those words Naruto's head started hurting some more. He saw images that were blurry but still appeared to be discernible. He could recall what happened a month prior. His attempted kidnapping. He could see the Kumo shinobi, screaming, bleeding, the trees in the area seemingly attacked them, and shiny hail were penetrating their bodies and tearing them into pieces. Other than that, he could barely see that his hands were bloodied and his form caked in the red liquid. The images shocked and horrified him. Just how could he ever do such a thing to a person? He almost felt like he was a monster that needed to be killed. Then in a moment, the pain and the memories stopped when Naruto heard a voice breaking him from his stupor. Huh, what was that, Iruka-sensei? Questioned the blonde boy where he saw his teacher looking straight at him, tapping his foot on the ground in relative annoyance at the student. Naruto, you should know about this, more than anyone. What were the specific details and abilities of wood release? Queried Iruka, to which Naruto nodded, flinching a bit, trying not to remember the incident. Why bother asking? It's not like he'll ever be a shinobi. Unless you have talent and skill, you might as well fall on your own kunai, said one of the civilian-born students in the class who was a known bully to Naruto. With that said, Naruto tightened his fist in anger, while Yugito next to him frowned. I dare you to say that again, asshole, said Naruto, standing up and raising his fist slightly in a threatening manner and his aura radiating anger at the bully, who also stood up, meeting Naruto's challenge. I don't have to repeat the truth, said the boy, and Naruto was tempted to just jump over the desks and punch him in the mouth if it wasn't for Iruka restraining Naruto before the blonde did anything drastic. Alright. That's enough out of the both of you, said Iruka as Naruto fumed on the spot while the bully gave him a smug smile before sitting back down and Naruto planting himself firmly in his seat, thinking of ways to outdo everyone's expectations of him. He wasn't a loser, the disgrace of the Senju clan. He would show them, she would show all of them that he had the potential to surpass even his ancestor, Hashirama. He hated being treated in such a way, as if he had no chance to achieve his dreams. He wanted to be Hokage more than anything in the world and get the respect of the people and his comrades once again. He wasn't a thing, nor was he the disgrace of the Senju. He would be the shinobi that all shinobi would aspire to be. He would rebuild his clan, stronger than ever, prouder than before. They would wear their symbol with pride as they roar into combat. His clan would no longer be a joke because of him. He heard the whispers people would say about him, his mother, his clan. He hated it. It was all because of him. From this day, another of his dreams is to rebuild his clan. But first he had to wait a few years. Unaware that he was being watched by a pair of emerald green eyes that belonged to Sakura Haruno, who watched the whole scenario unfold, she couldn't help but be hurt by the words of the bully. She, like everyone else, had watched Naruto struggle to improve himself. It's not to say that he wasn't making progress, it was just slow. She wanted to help him, she really did, but somehow her parents forbade her from talking to him or even being in his presence, as if they feared him for some reason that has yet to be explained to her. Also, she noticed the new girl, Yugito, sitting next to Naruto. Of course, Sakura, being a pre-teen girl, felt a twinge of jealousy at the blonde-haired girl. But she didn't jump to conclusions. She was more level-headed than that, but she did wonder at their relationship, and that certainly made Sakura feel a little bit of hopelessness. Later that day, the entire class was brought out to the sparring yard in the academy where the various children would be judged on their taijutsu prowess and skill. Naturally, the teacher would be the referee and would ensure that nothing too harsh would happen, as many of the civilian children were jealous of the clan heirs, because of their higher amount of experience being trained early on to lead the clan in their parents' absence. Iruka to this day was still surprised at the large amount of clan heirs in his class, and most from prominent and powerful ones to boot, especially the most powerful clans in the village, Uchiha, Hyuga and Senju. Sometimes he would brag about how his students were to the other teachers, but that wasn't important at the moment. And he was also proud at the level of potential his entire class had. Many said that there wouldn't be such a finer generation in the village, not since the end of the Third Shinobi World War. Of course, Iruka had seen many a fine shinobi go through the academy. Konoha produced some of the most powerful ninja to ever walk the earth, including the Hokages. And he felt that this batch showed the most promise. Then the teacher's eyes fell on one Naruto Senju, heir of the Senju clan and unknowing Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Iruka had been informed that Naruto did not know about the fox inside of him, because of the trauma that happened less than a month ago had strained Naruto's mind that he couldn't remember the events because of the trauma. At first, when Iruka had found out that Naruto harbored the beast that killed his parents and made his life harder to live with, Iruka hated Naruto and his entire existence. He just wanted him gone like everybody else in the village. He treated him as nothing more than a pest that should be ignored, and it was also awkward for the teacher to be instructing the boy not only that he was untalented, unskilled, he couldn't do anything right, which was strange as he hailed from the most powerful clan in the world. But Iruka had seen Naruto's trials throughout the month. He could see how much suffering the boy was going through, the amount of hatred the villagers had for him. He knew, but he experienced something similar himself. He understood not growing up with a father, not having the people look at you like a person or even noticing you, resorting to childish antics just to get their attention. That's why he wanted to be strict with the Senju heir, forceful to make his potential flourish, as the teacher hoped that Naruto would overcome this stumbling block of his. And of course he was naturally weary of the mysterious power used by the blonde. When he killed the Kumo shinobi, no one in the village could explain it. How did an academy student, who was barely even a genin, somehow kill an entire squad of Kumo shinobi in such a brutal way? Most shinobi couldn't even do such a thing, and the way they died created much suspicion in the village, as most believed it was the Kyuubi's work and power. However, Iruka had his doubts about the subject. Perhaps there was more than meets in the eye surrounding the blonde Senju heir and Jinchuriki. Okay, now, today we will have you spar against each other in a controlled environment where we can assess your abilities. Now the rules: no extreme harm. This is a spar, not a death battle. Should I judge that the spar has become dangerous, I will step in and break it up. No jutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu are prohibited, and so are dojutsu are also prohibited and will result in immediate cancellation of the spar and a punishment afterwards for breaking the rules. And if you are pushed out of the ring, you lose. Now then, at the beginning of the spar, you make the seal of confrontation to signal engagement, and at the end, the seal of reconciliation to be used to show the two combatants are still comrades after sparring. Spoke Iruka, explaining the rules, to which everyone in the class nodded at their teacher, clearly understanding the rules of the spar. Okay, will anyone like to volunteer? Seeing nobody raising their hand, did Iruka sweat drop at the lack of motivation and enthusiasm. Okay, will Hinata, Hyuga and Yugito ni please step forward? With that said, the two girls walked forward onto the sparring circle where the two faced each other and made the seal of confrontation. Both girls were having their thoughts overcome them. Yugito could only see a girl who lacked self-confidence and was utterly shy with those around her, and this was the heiress of one of the strongest clans in Konoha. Hinata meanwhile was wondering just how strong the new girl Yugito could be. Hinata could tell that the girl she was sparring with had more confidence in her abilities than her, and because of her father's harsh training it left a great lack of confidence. Of course she was trying hard to overcome these flaws, it would still fail her at times. Begin! Yelled Iruka, where the two girls rushed at each other, where Yugito aimed a punch at Hinata, who ducked under it and aimed for a palm strike, which Yugito strafed away and tried an axe kick for Hinata. Making a little squeak, Hinata moved out of the way of the kick. However, she didn't notice that the axe kick was merely a feint and was instead a diversion for Yugito's real attack, where the blonde-haired girl kicked Hinata in the chest that sent her a bit away and near the edge of the ring. Hinata brought her arms up again to block another kick, but where her arms caught the brunt of the attack and the Hyuga girl was pushed out of the ring by the Jinchuriki. Winner! Yugito ni! Yelled Iruka, where Hinata got up off the ground and dusted herself off from all the dirt that was on her clothing. She later joined Yugito in the ring again, where both did the seal of reconciliation with smiles on their faces, presumably enjoying their spar, and Hinata found that Yugito had a similar warmness to somebody else she knew. Okay, now, the next spar will be between Choji Akamichi and Shikamaru Nara. Said clan heirs then walked into the ring, one looking quite nervous while the other with the most unmotivated look on his face. Meanwhile, Naruto was wondering who he would fight against. His landed on Kiba and Akamaru, then on Shino, but he knew fighting Shino would be unlikely since he focused on ranged combat. Perhaps he would fight Ino. Nah, he couldn't hit a girl, could he? Then finally his eyes traveled towards his former best friend and both an angry and pained look spread across his face. He and Sasuke hadn't talked in over a month, they hardly ever saw each other anymore. The Uchiha, just as he said, broke his friendship with the blonde shortly after his clan's massacre. Their friendship meant nothing anymore. Their dream, of erasing the hatred in the world, from everyone's hearts, meant nothing to Sasuke anymore, as hatred had seemingly claimed his own. Sensei, said Choji, raising his hand, grabbing Iruka's attention. The teacher then signaled his student to express his concerns. I don't really want to hurt my friends, said Choji with a downcast voice while staring at his feet. No, it's not like that. These are traditional shinobi sparring exercises. The Hokage of old used this type of training to hone their skills and gain the legendary strength they're known for. Though Iruka didn't notice that while he was talking, Shikamaru was walking out of the ring, unmotivated to even lift a finger. Naruto, Yugito and many of the other students seemed to sweat drop at the scene at the epic laziness of the Nara heir. Sensei. I don't mind losing by going out of bounds, so please move on to the next guy, spoke Shikamaru while Iruka's jaw seemed to drop at his students' words and everyone seemed to face fault. Whether you're training or fighting, once the winner has been decided, the battle's over, so no more excuse to fight, and it's less of a pain to decide straight away than to actually fight to determine the winner. Iruka released a breath of exasperation at his laziest student, and his little motivation to get involved in the lesson. No, seriously, how were Nara men shinobi if they were so lazy and unmotivated to do anything other than watching the clouds go by or watching paint dry? And the thought on everyone's mind was, this guy has no motivation. As they all released an exasperated sigh just as their sensei did. He won't make Chunin even if he lives to be 100, said Kiba to Shino as his partner Akamaru barked in response. No, I wouldn't be so sure. Why? Because 100 years is a long time. All sorts of things could happen, replied Shino, making Kiba rebuke him for overthinking the littlest things. Shikamaru, you idiot. You're the biggest pain here. Plus Choji's got no guts whatsoever, grunted Ino, who was merely annoyed at what she saw. If she was ever stuck with those two on her genin team, then she would rather just jump off a cliff than to listen to them prattle on or gorge themselves on snacks or watching the clouds go by. Next to her, Sakura was questioning the blonde-haired Yamanaka heir on how she knew the two clan heirs. Yeah, sort of, thanks to my parents. I've known them ever since we were young. Well, younger. I also know every other clan heir here off the top of my head, said Ino, to which Sakura nodded, but the Pinket's eyes then returned to another boy in the class, the only one with golden hair. Naruto Senju, heir of the Senju clan and son of the Yondaime Hokage. Her crush. Ever since Naruto saved her from the bullies, she couldn't help but admire the Senju heir. While unlike all the other kids in her class that would bully Naruto, she was one of the few that actually treated him with kindness, and she believed that in order to get his attention, she couldn't be another stereotypical fangirl. His mother was Tsunade Senju after all, the strongest kunoichi in the world, so she felt that the only way for Naruto to notice her was for her to get stronger. That's enough, Shikamaru. Choji, make the seal of reconciliation, said Iruka, reminding Shikamaru, who almost forgot, and walked back into the ring to form the seal with Choji. And both apologized to the other for not fighting, and also because of their closeness they knew exactly what the other was like. Iruka meanwhile smiled at the two of them, and the compassion they showed the other. It was all the proof he needed to know that the will of fire had been successfully passed on to them. Okay, next Naruto Senju, but he was interrupted from speaking further when Naruto pumped his fist in the air ready to fight his challenger. However, he didn't hear the whispers from his fellow peers. My parents say to stay away from him. I just hope I never have to train with him. My parents call him the Yondaime's mistake. Maybe they're right about that. And Sasuke Uchiha. Alright, come here you two. With that said, many girls of the class let out a dreamy Sasuke, but only a few girls did not swoon over the Uchiha's name, 3 of which were looking at Naruto while he sported a noticeable frown on his face, while his opponent did even bother to look at him nor make any facial expression whatsoever, like he was bored with everything around him. However, Naruto wasn't focused on winning or fighting, he was trying to determine what was going through Sasuke's mind at the moment, trying to delve into the thoughts of his former best friend. He wondered why Sasuke had to act so cold and distant to everyone around him when all they wanted was to help him. He wondered how anybody could like someone that wouldn't even look at you and only grunted in response to your words. He wondered if his best friend was still in that hollow shell that was Sasuke. The two then stood before each other in the sparring ring with Iruka looking over them with a smile on his face. The two then made the seal of confrontation with Naruto still sporting his frown and Sasuke with his uncaring look, obviously regarding Naruto as someone not worthy of his time. Okay, we shall now commence the match between Naruto Senju and Sasuke Uchiha begin. Said Iruka where the two clan heirs rushed at each other however, it ended in barely a second, with Sasuke standing over Naruto, gripping his shirt with his right hand and holding his left fist above Naruto's face, looking through him with cold, hate-filled eyes that could rival the pitch blackness of night. Naruto was merely staring into those eyes, but he could feel that those eyes weren't staring at him. They were the same eyes the villagers now had for him, however, he could tell, those eyes weren't staring at him. They were meant for another. Sasuke, your eyes, they are darker than theirs. And there's something else, as if another, thought Naruto as Sasuke got off him as the other children were cheering for the Uchiha. While Naruto stared at him with his large blue eyes while Sasuke stared down at him with his own onyx ones. Naruto could see clearly, that his friend couldn't be seen in those eyes. Many of the other were amazed at Sasuke's skill and how quickly he defeated Naruto, but unlike the blonde, they didn't see the hate filled in the eyes of the last Uchiha. The winner is Sasuke Uchiha. Now the two of you will face each other and form the seal of reconciliation, said Iruka but Sasuke refused to listen to him and instead walked away leaving the defeated Naruto on the ground. Naruto took this as a clear sign of disrespect, even if they weren't friends they were still comrades, the future shinobi of the village. So what, you too proud and mighty to even look at me? Let alone acknowledge me, said Naruto as he got up off the ground and tightened his fist and ground his teeth. To be frank, even before their match, Sasuke was always ahead of him, in skill and power. While it did annoy the blonde at first, Sasuke would always remind him that they were still friends afterwards, but not this time. This time, Sasuke refused to even show any inkling of friendship and camaraderie. Sasuke then turned his head, casting a lone eye on the form of the blonde, an eye that showed annoyance at the actions of the Senju heir. You just going to stand there or say something, damn it? Or am I not worthy of the respect of Sasuke Uchiha? Yelled Naruto as Sasuke's eyes narrowed more in annoyance at his former friend's yelling. Just then Iruka appeared between the two and reminded them that they were practicing a traditional form of shinobi combat. Iruka merely out a frustrated sigh at the two of them. He remembered the time the two of them were practically glued at the hip and now they're like the most bitter of enemies, almost as if they had been at war with the other for centuries. Just as they were about to form the seal of reconciliation, they instead grabbed the collars of their shirts and stared at each other, dead in the eye, and their animosity for each other burning like a fire. You want my respect? Then actually defeat me, you useless dropout, spoke Sasuke as his grip tightened on Naruto's shirt. You can count on me defeating you. As I won't be the loser dogging behind you forever, believe it. Said Naruto as his own gripe tightened. Just as things were about to get too intense, Iruka stepped in between the two of them and broke them apart, their eyes never leaving the other, and their resentment of the other, growing even stronger. God, you're so annoying, Naruto! Shouted Ino at her fellow blonde. Just what's wrong with you? Yelled another student. Not wanting to suffer any more words, Naruto dashed off where he jumped over the fence, leaving the class behind, only offering a glance behind him, aimed at Sasuke who returned the glance with the narrowing of his eyes before looking away. Naruto then continued to run home, not wanting to deal with anyone anymore. Yugito and Sakura meanwhile only had a hurt expressions on their faces as they watched the retreating form of the Senju heir. As Naruto ran through the village, heading back to his compound, he could feel the glares of hatred being aimed at him, the harsh words of the villagers. It's that thing. Still a pest as he's always been. I'm pretty sure if he left, no one would miss him. However, they didn't know that their words were actually striking Naruto as if it was a dagger wound, so he just kept running towards his compound. When he finally made it, he was greeted by Tento and the two later secluded themselves in Naruto's room. Hours later, Naruto heard a knock at his door while he was sitting on his bed, Tento perched on his shoulders. When the person opened the door, it was revealed to be his mother, Tsunade, who had a solemn and downcast look on her face. I was approached by your sensei Iruka today at the hospital. Spoke Tsunade softly towards her son, who merely looked away from her and brought his knees up to his chest. He told me how you almost got into a fight with Sasuke, and how you cut class after your sparring lesson. She then walked up to her son and sat down next to him on the bed and laid a gentle hand on his shoulder. Naruto, please talk to me. You can't keep bottling this up for the rest of your life. Said boy only bit his lip, afraid to tell his mother his thoughts and feelings. What did I do wrong? Questioned Naruto, to which Tsunade frowned sadly, as she knew exactly what he was talking about. I don't remember how I killed those men. I don't know what I did to make everyone hate me. I don't know, spoke Tsunade. Truth is, she did know. She wanted to tell him so much, possibly to reduce the pain he's feeling, but the Sandaime told her extensively not to reveal that certain information until Naruto was old enough to understand. She hated lying to her child. She hated so much that she just wanted to punch anything in her way. Will they ever accept me? Questioned Naruto again, looking his mother in the eye where she could see some stray tears ready to fall from his eyes and flow down his cheeks. It doesn't matter if they accept you, because one day, they will need you, said Tsunade, pulling Naruto into a hug as he also returned the gesture, as his tears began to fall. But one thing that won't change, is my love for you. You are the most precious thing in the world to me. I love you more than anything, Naruto. I love you too, Mom. Believe it, said the Jinchuriki as he felt his mother's warmth, soothing him. 231 Chapter 8, with Blind Eyes Part 1. Rebirth of the Two Sons. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Or any references I make. With Blind Eyes Part 1. Konoha, the village hidden in the leaf, was under attack. Now this wasn't some simple matter of enemies invading their homes, nor was it some civil war that was embroiling the people of the village. For you see, this attack was trivial, random and insulting. Why would this be counted as an attack, you may say? Many would question that very question. For you see, when it came to a certain individual with lackluster abilities, anything he did was regarded as an attack on the forefront of everybody's lives. This was a test, in part as he challenged the preconceptions and views of those around him as he raced through the village, a bucket of red paint in one hand and a large brush in the other that was covered with paint. He wore a black jacket with segmented white stripes running down the sleeves and the symbol of the Senju clan on the back of the jacket, which was currently tied around his waist, with a white shirt underneath that was dotted with splotches of yellow, green and red paint with a similar smudge on his right cheek. He wore black pants and sleek black sandals, while those who saw him race by could only perceive a yellow blur. Naruto Senju had done it again, this time by taking it a step further, by defacing the Hokage monument and every face on it with wacky and silly icons and decals. Naruto himself was grinning at his achievement, proud that he had somehow outwitted the Chunin who were chasing after him. He himself was also questioning if they were shinobi at all, since they couldn't catch one kid who wasn't even a genin yet. Either they were really bad shinobi or he was more awesome than he thought he was. Meanwhile, in his private office was the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, a man of legend and heralded as the strongest Kage of his generation. The one who was proclaimed him as the Shinobi no Kami, god of shinobi, was preparing to paint on a blank canvas, ready to bring a sweet and serene scene that he had cooked up in his mind to life on the canvas. It was to be a thing of beauty, the mountain air blowing against the branches of sakura trees while the music of a waterfall would echo in the background. He had to capture this image before it was erased from his mind, forever. Just as he placed the brush on the canvas and started taking smooth and light strokes, did a Chunin, foolish enough to interrupt this moment of peace, barge into his office, startling the old man, causing the stroke he was making to spin off course and smear across the canvas, ruining it forever. Somehow the old man knew what this was about, his thoughts now clouded with the laughing, obnoxious ball of energy in his mind, erasing the image of his painting and carving it out of the recesses of his mind. Hokage-sama. You won't believe what he's done now, said the Chunin as the Hokage, fuming and enraged, smoke barreling out of his ears and grinding his teeth together. He didn't dare say a word. he knew what it was that had caused this commotion, there was no need to even guess. Naruto, chanted the Hokage in his mind, as if that name belonged to his greatest enemy, one that haunted his dreams and cursed his very existence. Said boy was currently hiding from the shinobi that was chasing after him by holding up a simple rag that was painted with a wooden fence. They passed by him completely, unaware that he was even giggling underneath said rag while they were completely oblivious to his presence. When they had passed, he lowered the sheet and laughed to himself, pleased and proud over his accomplishment. They're either complete idiots or I'm a genius, laughed Naruto, unaware of the shadow looming over him like a great statue, eyes red and flaming with its hands upon its hips in a mighty fashion. Naruto didn't make note of this presence until it was too late, that he was caught by the only person he could find him hidden under a rock. Oh really? Naruto! Roared Iruka like a great beast as Naruto sprung into the air out of pure shock and surprise before twisting around and facing his teacher. Naruto pointed at the academy teacher and accused him of using some kind of jutsu. It was the only thing that was plausible given how easily the Senju boy had evaded his pursuers. What are you doing? You're supposed to be in class with all the other students perfecting your shinobi skills. I would drag you back there myself if it wasn't for the Hokage who desires your presence. Looks like you have to drag me to the Hokage then because I'm not going anywhere, huffed Naruto as he sat on the ground and crossed his legs in pure defiance at his teacher, to which a tick mark appeared on his forehead while his eyes went black and bloodthirsty. I was hoping you'd say that, muttered Iruka with a smirk while Naruto pursed his lips in confusion. It wasn't until that Naruto was right before the old man did he realize what Iruka meant. How he was bound in rope right before the shinobi no kami who was smoking his pipe while he stared at the boy who continued smirking even while his body was encircled with rope. The very image itself brought a headache to the old man. Do you not realize what you have done? You have all but ruined a perfect piece of art that would have been cemented in history as a masterpiece. Bellowed Hiruzen as he pointed at the Senju boy, causing a sweat drop to appear on Iruka's head in exasperation, for he was expecting the old cage to berate the boy upon his defilement on the Hokage monument. How else will the people of the world bask in the glory of what I had created? Now history will never remember my greatest accomplishment, they will never know of the beauty I had brought with sheer art. Oh please, the only art you could have conjured would have been those pervy thoughts you have about hot springs and pretty girls. Spat Naruto, still grinning like a mad idiot, causing Hiruzen to whip out a paper fan and smack Naruto with it again and again while the boy continued to shout how the painting would have been just naked girls in a hot spring. Iruka merely massaged his head in frustration at the scene unfolding before him as the Hokage and Naruto argued back and forth while one was hitting the other with a paper fan. Soon enough the fiasco wrapped and Hiruzen was seated while panting while the young boy before him had a rather large bump on the top of his head. Now onto the matter of the monument, spoke the Hokage, causing Iruka to face fault at how aloof the Sandame's response was. You will clean up every scrap of paint you marked on those monuments after you finish the day at the academy. I will also be informing your mother of what you've done also. Uttered the Sandame while Naruto's face fell in a melancholic expression with a slight pout and insignificant narrowing of the eyes. The Hokage sighed at the sight and waved his hand at Iruka, giving him the signal to release Naruto from his restraints. Said teacher nodded and did so, to which he escorted the now free Naruto out of the office, a hand on his shoulder giving him a tender squeeze. Naruto, I'm at my wit's end. You failed the graduation exam before and the time before that. I'm giving you one last chance to rectify any mistakes. This will be the last time, Naruto. If you don't pass, you can never become a shinobi. Warned Iruka when both he and his student arrived at the door of the academy. And as further punishment for your actions today, everyone will go over the Henge no Jutsu transformation technique. Said Iruka as he and Naruto walked through the door, to which all the students heard their teacher's words and moaned at what had happened. And thus, they all quickly lined up, one after the other, with students showing what they were capable of by perfectly transforming into Iruka. First off was Sasuke, who predictably pulled it off perfectly, which was literally no surprise to anyone. Meanwhile the likes of Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka were berating Naruto on how they had to work more while another said how it was just a waste of time. The Senju heir merely glared at the two of them, before stepping in up and serving some sweet revenge to his teacher. Naruto did the Henge no Jutsu, but what came out was not some copy of Iruka, or the Sandaime or even his father, but rather, a naked woman with whisker marks on her cheeks, long sun-kissed hair that was worn in two pigtails and smoke covering her generous features. When Iruka and Kiba saw these forms, they had the immediate instinct to be launched by nosebleeds so powerful that it sent them spiraling into the roof, to which Naruto giggled and laughed at their reactions, saying how revenge was sweeter than anything. When Iruka regained composure, he roared like a tyrannosaurus at the blond boy, with his head growing in size until it appeared that his shoulders could no longer support him and with tissues stuffed up his nose. The duo later found themselves upon the monument with Naruto scrubbing at the statues while Iruka watched from his high point. "And make sure you have every spot washed off by the time the sun sets," spoke Iruka to Naruto, giving a curt, "whatever." Iruka's face fell into one of contemplation as he stared at the boy's hard work, seeing the boy with dulled red paint on his hands and pouting at this chore he was doing. "You know, Naruto, what would you think if I treated you to ramen tonight? I'm sure your mother wouldn't mind." "Really, Iruka-sensei? You'd do that? That really is some serious motivation," spoke Naruto, looking up in astonishment and awe at his teacher, who felt proud of the admiration that he was shown. While Naruto doubled his work effort, to which Iruka smiled at, he knew, he was one of the few to notice, Naruto wasn't a bad kid, he just made bad choices every once in a while. He wasn't some criminal. Deep down he had a heart of gold. One could even say that he cares for people more than he should. Teacher and student later found themselves at Ichiraku Ramen, with Naruto guzzling down copious amounts of the stuff, with Iruka happily paying for any meal Naruto ordered. "Naruto, why would you do that to the faces of the Hokage? It's disrespectful, especially since you're related to three of them," uttered Iruka, to which Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. He knew he was related to the three of them. There really was no need to remind him. It's not like he would forget it any time soon. "Of course I know. I'm in the history books now. Remember, everyone knows I'm the great-grandson of the Shodaime, a descendant of the Nadaime and son of the Yondaime. Except I would be remembered as nothing more but the Senju no Haji, disgrace of the Senju. An unfortunate title the villagers bestowed on him because he lacked the great strength of those who preceded him. It was nothing more than a mockery, a joke, that the villagers continued to call him, that was like pouring salt on a wound." Iruka questioned why he would do such a thing if he knew he was going to get in trouble. "Because I'm going to surpass all those old men, and show everyone just what I'm truly capable of. Me, Naruto Senju, the next Hokage and Shinobi no Kami. A legend that no one will ever forget," roared Naruto, pumping his fist towards Iruka, so sure that he will be the one that history will remember the most. He could see it now. People would write songs about him. There would be festivals in his honor. There would be biographies, interviews, and the village will undergo a revolution that no one in the entire world will ever predict. He basically drooled at the thought. "Also, Iruka-sensei, could you please, let me try on your headband?" asked Naruto, putting his hands together in a begging sort of manner, to which Iruka replied. "No way. The headbands are passed down from teacher to student. Only once you become a genin, a ninja of the village, are you allowed to wear one." "Man, you're such a killjoy-sensei," pouted Naruto. When the moon was high in the sky and the night hawk swept in, did the Senju decided to traverse his way home, back to his compound where Tsunade, his mother, Yugito and Shizune were waiting. Knowing that the three of them would be asleep by now, the blonde boy decided to use all his stealth skills to their limit so not to wake anyone up. Instead of taking the door like an idiot, he decided to go through a window, yet not implying that he was some kind of burglar. Once inside, the blonde glided through the kitchen before noticing some cake on a platter by the bench of the kitchen. Not being able to resist the greedy slice of pastry, did he take a slice and happily ate it, enjoying its taste as the lights turned on and his body froze like ice. He carefully craned his head backward as if he was an owl to see who had caught him red-handed. Well, it was none other than his mother, in a robe, tapping her foot, and her arms were crossed under her ample bosom while her eyes were narrowed in belied frustration. The younger Senju now knew that the cake was bait for the trap his mother had set, and he fell for it, to the point that he felt played, like a violin. "I was at the hospital today, treating patients, curing sick children, the usual. When a chunin arrives at my door telling me how you defaced public property which just so happened to be our village's greatest statue. Spoke Tsunade hissing as she did so while Naruto only wiped some cake of his cheek with his hand while crumbs fell to the floor like leaves in autumn. Naruto's body deflated, defeated by the older woman while he stared at the ground, glaring at the floor. Naruto, we talked about this. Defacing monuments and property will not get you what you want. If only you spent more time practicing your jutsu and less time with pranks, you might actually be able to graduate. Naruto, I've had enough of these conversations to recognize them off by heart. Would you please for once listen to me? What for? Yelled Naruto, surprising his mother at the volume of his voice and the temper that carried with it. No matter what I do, what good I do, I'm never thanked for, never get a pat on the back or anything. No one even wants to look at me. Let alone be in the same room as me. Why am I the one that gets put down, called names just because I'm not some genius like Sasuke or Tu-chan? You wonder why? Why don't you pay attention more and maybe you would see why? Because I'm left with no other choice. Because it's the only way to make people know I'm here. You say things will get better, but have they actually? Yelled Naruto, causing two pairs of footsteps to descend from the staircase nearby where the forms of Yugito and Shizune in their pajamas, rubbing their tired eyes, descended. What with all this noise? Queried Shizune in a sluggish manner as she yawned in response, her black hair wild and tousled. Naruto didn't say anything other than running past the two and into his room, hoping to not be disturbed for the rest of the night. Yugito gave a puzzled expression as she saw the Senju rush past her without a care. When he made it to his room, he threw off his jacket and sandals before jumping onto his mattress, thinking about tomorrow and wondering if he would finally become a ninja. He looked over to a shelf of his, seeing the photos of his mother and him and one of his father. He remembered the times when times were great. He would no feel this anger or guilt inside of him. He wished for the times when his mother would push him on that swing while he laughed in the process. He looked away and rolled over onto his side, staring into the dark of his room, letting a single tear fall over the bridge of his nose. The very next day was the day. The day that academy students will become genin and thus, ninja. The ninja of the village, protectors of home and family. The reason why shinobi fought was not the question of what you fought for, but what is worth fighting for. For the future genin, the answer to this question was as elusive as the wind. In time they would understand the true meaning of such words, but until then they were content with just passing the graduation and being recognized as shinobi. For Naruto, he sat amongst them all, thinking of what would unfold. Would he pass? Would he fail? He didn't know. For the last 3 years he has poured his blood and tears into this day. He had practiced for so long. He had perfected his skills and now the fruits of his labor were paying off. As now, he was ready. He could transform into another, replace his body with a stone or log, and now he could form clones from nothing, confusing his enemies and creating distractions. There was no way he could fail now, for he is of the Senju clan, the clan of 1,000 hands. He would not be a failure anymore. He watched as student after student raced out of the door, including the clan heirs of some of the most powerful clans. He even saw his friend, Yugito, pass in and come out with a headband. Soon enough it was his turn, standing before his senseis, Mizuki and Iruka, who were giving him kind but keen stares, ready to see what he was truly capable of. Although the slight smirk of Mizuki tickled his curiosity. As per required of the exam, Naruto had to perform a Henge no Jutsu and the Kawarimi no Jutsu along with a standard clone jutsu of any kind, so long as it created copies of himself. He was able to pull off the first two perfectly, sparking just a little pride in Iruka, who was watching while Mizuki adopted some devilish smirk as if this was amusing him more than anything. Naruto, grinning at his victory, didn't notice Mizuki weaving hand seals underneath the table just as Naruto made his own seal for the clone jutsu, casting a genjutsu upon him and Iruka unknowingly. However, when he performed the jutsu ready to become a true ninja, what came out was a floppy, pale imitation of the original. Shock rushing over him and disappointment apparent on Iruka's features did the blonde turn back at his teachers. Wait, let me do it again. I know I can do better next time, pleaded Naruto as he performed the jutsu once again, only to be met with the same result, only, this time, there was two, both just as pathetic as the last one. Uruka wasn't convinced. This only seemed to prove to him that the Senju heir was not ready to be a shinobi, not ready for the responsibility of being a shinobi. I'm sorry, Naruto, but you fail. Again, muttered Uruka as he crossed his arms and stared at the headbands upon the table. Uruka-sensei. His technique is flawed, but you can see that he's poured effort and time into his training. He was able to produce 2 clones in the end, so it's quite obvious that he wants to become a shinobi. Let's be easy on the kid and cut him a break. Let him be a ninja. Discussed Mizuki as Uruka thought about his words, causing the blonde boy to smile in anticipation while Uruka merely shook his head. Mizuki-sensei. Every other student was able to create 3 perfect clones. Naruto couldn't even make 2, and look at them, they're pitiful. No matter what, I can't pass him, spoke Uruka, his words stinging like a thorn from a rose. Naruto didn't protest, didn't plead, only escaped through the door to join the rest of his class. None were surprised that he failed as he passed through the doors without a headband. Hardly anyone cared, with the exception of a few who were giving him sad stares. When it was over, the parents of the many children of his class came to congratulate every last one of them, even the clan heads whose children had graduated. The Senju boy sat on a single swing, with only Yugito being his company. She didn't dare say anything, lest to upset him more, but seeing her best friend and practical roommate in such a state tore at her heart. She tried to ignore the cruel words of the hateful parents who observed them from afar, saying how disastrous it would be if he ever became a shinobi. Tsunade and Shizune later came by to pick the two up, applauding her surrogate daughter on becoming a genin and comforting her son when he couldn't. She was about to say something that would cheer the boy up, but he darted away before she got the chance, a sullen expression pouring over her features. From afar, Uruka and the Hokage were watching. Hiruzen couldn't think of a single word to say to Tsunade, knowing that her son would never be a ninja, while Uruka felt as if he was to blame, how he should have pushed Naruto into trying harder and perfecting his skills. Said teacher was broken from his stupor when the Hokage decided to speak up. Uruka, there is something we must discuss, muttered the Hokage, earning said Chunon's attention. I know how you feel towards him. He's a lot like you in many ways, growing up in similar situations. He doesn't know what the love of a father is like. Jiraiya and I try our best, but no matter what, a void such as that can never be filled, not while you bear the knowledge that your real father was dead before you could walk. The warmth of a complete family. I will tell you more about it tomorrow, but know that perhaps it is best that Naruto never becomes a shinobi. I feel in my heart that for good or ill, Naruto will have a part to play in the many days that is to come. Perhaps he can become a shinobi, but right now, it is best to leave him be, for the moment. Said the wise man as he walked away, back to his office, leaving Uruka to ponder the Kage's words and Naruto's situation. Those words would haunt Uruka, even into his sleep as he remembered the day the great fox attacked, without warning or prior knowledge. All he could remember was a cloud of smoke, a great howl that echoed across the mountains, fire lighting up whatever it could and the great structures of the village falling all around him. The screams of pain and loss and the cries of fear and havoc ringed in his ears, tearing at his mind and delaying his sleep. He was broken from his trance when a resounding knock on his door alerted him. He raced over to see that it was Mizuki, informing him that Naruto had stolen the scroll of seals, containing the most dangerous of kinjutsu known to the village. Now before him, many Chunin and Jonin were gathered before the shinobi no kami, each spouting how Naruto had become a full-blown terror to the village and how the secrets of their village could fall into the hands of their enemies. Uruka was among them and he could not understand why his favorite student had gone and done such a thing. Why would he? Was there some belying reason as to why? These questions would have to come from Naruto himself, and Uruka had to be the first to find him, lest any of the most hateful ninjas go and lose control of themselves. With a wave of his arm, the Hokage commanded the shinobi to search the entire village for the runaway boy and to be brought to him immediately. Once all the ninja had been dispersed, in a spout of smoke stood the head of the Senju clan and mother of Naruto, Tsunade, to which her expression could tell 1,000 words. Where's my son? Snarled Tsunade, to which Hiruzen gave no visible reply. Why would he steal my grandfather's scroll? Why would he do such a thing? Sensei, please tell me, more could be at stake than just some scroll. I have to know he's alright. I have to know that he won't get hurt. He's all I have left. Pleaded Tsunade, to which Hiruzen merely sighed at the distraught but also an angry mother. He knew that Tsunade's love for her son was greater than any love he had seen before, all except one relationship, but that was another story. Naruto's desperation for love and attention seems to have gotten the better of him. I fear that one in the village has misled him into committing a crime of unspeakable horror. I fear that someone had worked up the courage to take action against him and finish what they believe should have unfolded all those years ago. Someone is seeking to kill the Kyuubi, proposed the Hokage, causing Tsunade to adopt a horror-stricken visage as the last few words left his mouth. Killing the fox meant only one thing: the host must die also. Tsunade didn't say anything else except for vanishing into the night in search of her lost child. Visions of her past filled her thoughts, such as when Kumo made an attempt to take her child. She would not let anything like that happen again, she couldn't. The night had blanketed the village and the black was flying in from the east. In the middle of a forest, panting and ragged was said Senju, tired after all the training he had done in one night. He felt proud in a way that he was able to pass the test that Mizuki had told him about, saying that if one was to steal his great-grandfather's scroll and learn one jutsu from it, he would become a shinobi. Just the idea of it made his heart skip a beat. He was one step closer to becoming the Hokage and change the world as he knew it. He was unable to dream of this future further as a shadow blocked the moon and hovered over him. The shadow of his teacher, Iruka. I've got you now, said Iruka with a smirk as he crossed his arms, happy that he was able to find the blonde before anyone else. However, Naruto merely giggled and scratched the back of his head as Iruka became puzzled at Naruto's giggling. Got me already? Took longer than expected, but well, it's safe to say that it's expected that you wouldn't be able to find me for a while. Too bad I was only able to learn one jutsu from Super Gigi's scroll. This new information surprised the academy teacher, a little impressed at how Naruto was able to learn a jutsu that would take years for the average shinobi to learn. It became more apparent as the Chunin found scuff marks and scratches all over the boy's black clothing and dirt upon his cheeks and brow. Alright, so when do I get my headband? I passed the test, so that makes me a ninja now, right? Test? What test? Questioned Iruka, confusing Naruto slightly before the blonde decided to answer. Mizuki-sensei said so if I was able to learn at least one jutsu from this scroll I could become a genin. He showed me where to find it and this place and all that, spoke Naruto, causing a sudden realization to batter Iruka. The teacher didn't have time to dodge the oncoming kunai that flew from the trees, but he was fast enough to push Naruto out of the way. But this, in turn, caused the Chunin's body to be dotted with sharp metal that pierced through his flak jacket and causes several wounds across his torso and an injury on his leg. Too bad you found our little hideaway, Iruka, said a voice in the trees, to which the teacher sneered at the form of Mizuki, who was standing upon a branch of a nearby tree. Naruto, give me the scroll. Iruka is part of the test. Naruto didn't say anything, only reacting in a confused and stunned manner at what had just transpired. He didn't know what to do as he continued clutching the scroll in his hands as both Iruka and Mizuki told him to give up the scroll or run. Seeing the blood over Iruka's body, the boy recounted the last time he had faced the red liquid, when the Kumo shinobi took him from his home and family, and how he had somehow killed each and every one of them. Naruto, you need to run. That scrolls contains kinjutsu that could destroy the village. Do not allow it to fall into Mizuki's hands. Naruto. Iruka is just trying to scare you. He doesn't want a thing like you to have limitless power at the tips of your fingers. He's afraid of what you would do with it, all the chaos and destruction you will create in your path. Stop spouting lies, Mizuki. Don't let him deceive you, Naruto. Just run while you can. However, Mizuki was only amused by this whole spectacle before him. Iwai was utterly laughable at how a man such as Iruka could love a beast such as that boy. Are you sure that I'm not the one lying to you? Said Mizuki, causing Iruka to realize what he was about to do next. The teacher desperately tried to stop Mizuki from speaking further, knowing that it was forbidden to reveal the truth of what happened all those years ago. Everyone has been lying to you. The Hokage, your mother, everyone you know. They've been lying to you your entire life since the decree 12 years ago, the day of your birth, the day of your father's death. continued Mizuki, making Naruto wonder why everyone treated him like dirt, why everyone hated him for no reason. Everyone knows except you, I mean it's hardly a secret at all. Even Iruka is trying to hide it from you even as we speak, he's willing to do anything to keep me quiet. What is this decree? How come I don't know about it? The decree, created by the Sandaime Hokage, is that no one can even speak of the Kyuubi no Yoko in your presence lest you discover the truth. That's right, the Kyuubi no Kitsune is sealed inside your body, you're the human sacrifice. Spoke Mizuki. As the words escaped his mouth, Naruto's world was flipped upside down. This was why he was hated, why no one would even look his way, why everyone loved him at first only to despise him from the moment he was kidnapped by Kumo. He was a monster, it explained everything, his mother dodging every question, to the Sandaime's aloof nature when the subject was broached. It explained everything. The fox spirit that killed the Yondaime Hokage and killed Iruka's parents dwells within your body, you are the Kyuubi no Yoko. You of all people knew how strange it was, how they treated you like dirt, not even giving you the slightest of glances as if they hated you for just being born. To them, you are just some thing that needs to be killed. That's why you will never be accepted or loved by anyone. Even your sensei, even your own mother hates you. As these words continued to pour as if they were scalding hot water, Iruka remembered his conversation with the Sandaime Hokage. Iruka, Naruto doesn't know the love of a father, he doesn't understand what transpired those 12 years ago. I kept the knowledge that he was a Jinchuriki secret from all who didn't need to know. But when the incident with Kumo happened 4 years ago, a piece of the fox's spirit leaked out and soon enough it was all but a raging fire. All in the village knew what Naruto truly was, the pain of losing their loved ones and home was too great and they decided to exact their vengeance and retribution upon him. He doesn't understand what's going on and that causes him pain for him in every waking day, most would rather not look at him or register his exist. How would you feel if everywhere you went you would only receive cold stares from those that hated you? That is why he acts out, why he pulls pranks, no matter the attention be it good or ill, it reminds the people that he is just the same as them. Tsunade does what she can but even for her it is a difficult situation. Human beings don't change overnight. Preconceptions and opinions only wane over long years and even then resentment will follow. It may not show and he may say he might not care, but he yearns for the happy smiles and comfort he once had. It's as if he is being stabbed again and again and the blade only becomes sharper. Die Fox! Yelled Mizuki as he spun a massive shuriken at the boy who stumbled to get out of the way. Iruka called out to Naruto to get down just as the sound of metal shredding flesh echoed across the forest. When Naruto opened his eyes, hearing nothing but the silence of night did he crane his head over his shoulder to see Iruka, shielding him with his own body, a shuriken piercing his back, coughing and wheezing with some of his own blood trickling onto Naruto's cheek. Mizuki was slightly surprised by this but didn't care as he believed Naruto's life was forfeit anyway. Why? Questioned Naruto as Iruka only stared down at him. Because we're one. I lost my parents all those years ago, no one cared, they forgot about me. My skills and grades dropped, I became the class clown, I just wanted them to notice me, to remember that I was there, to remember my name. My skills weren't enough to get their attention so I did crazy things, which I had to pay for dearly. It was near unbearable. I understand because that is how you feel also. You're lonely and isolated and it feels like a knife is stabbing you. I only wish I was there more, that we were all there for you, spoke Iruka as tears fell as if they were a waterfall onto Naruto's face. I let you down, abandoned you like all the rest. I'm truly sorry, no one should live like that. Mizuki merely chuckled at his heart-warming scene between teacher and student. Stop trying to make me vomit, you think Iruka actually cares about you. He was orphaned because the fox killed his parents and that beast now lives inside you. He would say anything to take that scroll from you. Spoke Mizuki, to which Naruto ran, leaving the two men behind and traveling deeper into the forest with Iruka calling out to him. You know he's as stubborn as a rock, now he will use the power of the scroll to take vengeance upon all those who wronged him. He had that look in his eye, the look of a ravenous animal. The teacher of the academy didn't say anything other than removing the shuriken from his back and tossing it at Mizuki, giving him a chance to chase after Naruto himself, with the traitorous Chunin following close behind. When it seemed that Naruto had put enough distance, did he look over his shoulder and spot Iruka, flying in from behind. He called out to the boy, saying that Mizuki was lying and should give him the scroll so he could use it against him. However, the boy merely kicked the Chunin in the face, sending them both hurtling away, with Naruto hitting the trunk of a tree and Iruka's visage fading away into that of Mizuki's, who bore a sneer. Naruto soon vanished as well, revealing that it was Iruka along. "You're a fool, why do you protect that thing? He's the one that destroyed the village and killed your parents," stated Mizuki, but his former friend merely smirked at the traitor. "I don't care what you think. Or what you have to say. You're not going anywhere near that boy. As if someone like you could stop me. Don't you see that Senju boy is just like me, he would do anything for power and for his vengeance, that's just how a demon will act. He will unleash all his rage on everyone and nothing shall be left standing in his wake," argued Mizuki, as it seems that his message had gotten through. "You're right," muttered Iruka, that made Naruto, who was nearby, reel in shock, that his own teacher believed he was a demon just like everyone did. Perhaps he was wrong about everyone, and that people are just meant to hate each other. That is how a demon would act. But Naruto is nothing like that, he's special. One of a kind, works hard, puts his soul into everything he has. Sure, he screws up on a daily basis, but he learns from those mistakes and betters himself from it. But his suffering only makes him stronger, only hardens him like steel. That's what separates him from a demon. Continue saying lies like that, you won't change how I feel about him, and he's nothing like that fox. He is Naruto Senju, the Konoha no Ryuk dragon of Konoha, spoke proud and sure of what he was saying, bringing the boy hiding behind the tree to tears. Mizuki had heard just about enough of hearing Iruka talk, and so decided to end things here and now, by killing Iruka first and Naruto later. However, before the final blow could be struck, Naruto emerged from his hiding place and kicked Mizuki in the chest, creating distance between him and Iruka. "Anyone ever hurts my friends, I'll kill them," warned Naruto, with Mizuki unimpressed by the boy's threat. "Brave words for such a little punk, I can kill you with a single blow," boasted the traitor, to which Naruto was not perturbed by. He only formed his hands into a single unique seal. "Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," whispered Naruto as 100 copies of the boy appeared all around the forest, each one taunting Mizuki, as the sight before him caused the man to stumble and stutter, while Iruka was amazed that a child, not even a genin, could be able to perform such a complex and difficult jutsu. Before long, Mizuki was pummeled into the ground, and what was left was a sloppy pile of flesh, barely recognizable to the eye. If he wasn't moaning in pain, one would think that Mizuki was dead. Naruto himself was standing over the defeated man, stretching his arms and legs as if he had undergone a workout. "You okay, Iruka-sensei?" queried Naruto, which made Iruka chuckle in amazement at what the Senju had just done, truly believing that the blonde had the potential to surpass all the Hokage that came before. "Hey Naruto, come here for a minute, I want to give you something special, and make sure you close your eyes," said Iruka, while Naruto gave him a puzzled look and did as his teacher requested. He felt some kind of fabric being slipped over his head while he kept his eyes closed, slightly confused at what was going on. "Okay, you can open your eyes now," said the teacher, who the Senju noted to be missing one particular piece of clothing, one that was supposed to be over his forehead. And for some reason, the smile he was wearing was growing in size as the sun began to rise over the horizon. "Congratulations, you are now shinobi," said Iruka, stunning Naruto so much that he was at a loss for words, and salty drops began pooling at the corners of his eyes. "And to celebrate, I will take us both out, foe." However, he wasn't able to say anything more as two small arms encircled around his chest, to which he looked down to see Naruto crying tears of happiness with a small grin marring his features. Iruka did nothing but hug him back, enjoying the sound of sniffles. "Now I thought shinobi can't cry, it's one of the rules." "I'm pretty sure you can cry if you're happy," rebuked Naruto as the two of them laughed it out. As they made their way to the Hokage office, Chunin and Jonin confronted them, but the Hokage himself quelled their fears, saying that the scroll was safe, the traitor was apprehended and Naruto had returned safely. Naruto himself merely laughed it all off, but just as they were about to receive a debriefing from the Hokage, Tsunade came running out of nowhere and quickly embraced her son in a hug. "Naru-chan, are you alright? You aren't hurt. What happened? Where have you been?" said Tsunade in a worried fashion as Naruto stayed quiet towards her questions. He didn't look her in the eye, only holding this melancholic expression as his mother was off-put by this distant attitude. It wasn't look until he looked at her before uttering two words. "You knew." It had been 2 weeks after the incident with Mizuki and his exaggerated dreams of grandeur. For Naruto, well, things were different, to say the least. Knowing why people were instinctively afraid of him helped ease the pain of the stares, but of course, it still stung and the wounds were still festering. Ever since Iruka had given his own headband to Naruto, the blonde hadn't worn it, for very good reason. It was, well, to say the least, precious to him in every way. It was a sign of a promised future, the ideal future he wants. Until then it would be stored safely in his room. But if there was one thing that had changed tremendously after discovering he was a Jinchuriki was the relationship between the boy and his mother. After learning the truth, this great anger and resentment towards the woman had grown like a thorn on the stem of a rose. Naruto refused to even look at her or talk to her, some kind of spite towards her that he would repay in full. Did he have a reason to be angry? When you discover that your own loved ones, your own mother was lying to you, right to your face, it was hard to prevent the infection from spreading. They had talked little, with Tsunade trying to justify herself, but Naruto stubbornly refused to listen, refused to see it from her point of view. With the way things seemed to be right now, both of them were one bad conversation away from shattering whatever bond they had. Was he being bratty? It would seem so, but anger such as that was never justifiable but understandable. Naruto even went out of his way to avoid her by leaving through the window of his room, thus having to avoid breakfast and the woman entirely. Even the Sandaime Hokage could see how much pain this new rift has caused. He knew that while it was self-destructive behavior on Naruto's part, he was hoping that the two could mend the bridge and let things return to the way they were. Unfortunately, at this very moment, such thoughts would have to be set aside. As the Hokage was nursing a headache that only seemed to worsen with each second as the chuckling Senju boy in front seemed to be enjoying his latest handiwork. He had taken a photo of himself, his face and hands decorated with kabuki markings. How the photographer even allowed such a thing was even beyond the Hokage, and looking at it, he was reminded of a similar stunt Jiraiya had pulled when he took his official photograph. But even still, just looking at it made the Hokage's eye twitch in annoyance and exasperation. Of course, Naruto would do such a thing. He was more like Jiraiya than his mother. No, Hiruzen figured that Naruto was more like his great-grandfather than anything else. At first, I couldn't figure out what I was going to do, but then it came to me, something completely original and new, unique and all that. It took me like 3 hours to get the makeup right, but of course, it came out awesome, a piece of art only on my face. Only much cooler. Spoke Naruto, cutting the silence and causing his grandfather figure to stare at him with an impassive face while the blonde only continued to chuckle to himself. Take it again. We can't accept this photo, muttered Hiruzen, causing the Senju boy to face fault at what the older man had said. Doesn't he understand how long it took to get all that makeup in the right place, all the effort to make it look perfect for this special event? Making him do it again was basically an insult of the highest degree. Too bad, I'm not doing it again, rebuked Naruto, crossing his arms, a habit he had picked up from his mother. Both the Hokage and the Hokage hopeful gave each other a stare down that seemed to darken the entire room. Old versus young, handsome versus wrinkly, wisdom versus foolishness. It got to the point that such a stare down was not going to solve any matter, so Naruto made the seal of the Henge no Jutsu, and soon the boy was replaced with a beautiful young girl with blonde pigtails and whiskers and nothing but smoke covering her features. Upon seeing such a sight, the blood in the Hokage's body rushed up through his nose, creating a nosebleed of gargantuan size that spurted out like a trumpet. The sheer force of the nosebleed was enough to send the old man spiraling onto the ground, to which Naruto reverted back to his base form and did the obnoxious thing of laughing at the respected shinobi. While at the very door of the room, neither of them were aware of the shadow, ready to strike within a moment's notice. It didn't take long for Hiruzen to be seated in his original position, wiping some of the blood off his nose with a handkerchief and warning Naruto that a tricky jutsu like that should not ever be used again. "Where is your headband, Naruto? You're a shinobi now, and as a shinobi you're supposed to be wearing it," questioned the Hokage, to which Naruto merely said that he didn't want to scratch it all up. "I see, you want to keep your headband nice and shiny, but your photo, which is supposed to identify you, makes you look like a clown. I mean, look at this, you can hardly tell who this is." "That's not true. That's clearly my gold hair and blue eyes. Your eyesight must be waning in your old age," rebuked the younger ninja, to which Hiruzen's right eyebrow twitched in annoyance. And at that very moment, the shadow which was hiding by the door emerged, swiftly approaching the older man, who didn't look intimidated in the slightest. "Old man, I'm challenging you. Once I defeat you, I shall become the Godime Hokage," yelled the boy, tripping over his own scarf and landing face first onto the hard wooden ground, making Naruto and the Hokage sweat drop at that pathetic sneak attack. This, in turn, caused Hiruzen to complain internally how he was sure he was getting a migraine later on. The two only continued to watch as the small child curled into a ball and cried slightly into his hands. Unfortunately, the Hokage could never be rid of this boy for the remainder of his life. His own grandson, Konohamaru Sarutobi, who similar to Naruto only caused headaches and pestilence wherever he went. Following close behind was the boy's mentor, Ebisu, a Jonin with an ego and arrogance matched only by his blind devotion and loyalty to the Hokage's family. "Something tripped me," complained Konohamaru as he picked himself up off the ground, rubbing his nose as he looked around the room, trying to find something that he could lay the blame on. Ebisu, the glorified servant, only stated how there was nothing in the room to trip on, the floor being so flat and all. Naruto merely glared at the boy, trying to determine how clumsy he was and, of course, questioning the child's own identity. Once Ebisu laid eyes upon the Senju heir, he gasped in surprise, only to internally declare the boy to be the Kyuubi itself and how he was the worst sort of troublemaker and nuisance. Konohamaru, without even thinking before he acted, proclaimed Naruto to be the one who tripped him over, something which the young Senju would not abide by. "You tripped me over, for that you shall pay," spoke the runt, to which Naruto grabbed him by the collar of his blue scarf and lifting him slightly off the ground while grinding his teeth together. "Maybe if you weren't so clumsy you wouldn't have tripped in the first place," runt accused Naruto, as the two boys then turned to have a glaring contest as flames flickered off their forms. "Take your hands off him, he's the honorable grandson of the honorable Sandaime Hokage. A delinquent such as yourself should be privileged to even be in his presence," said Ebisu, making Naruto pause for just a second, to which he stared at Ebisu, then at the Sandaime, who was rubbing the sides of his temples in trying to keep whatever anger he had boiling inside him in check, then back at Konohamaru, who had a smug grin on his features. "Yeah, that's right. Now that he knows who I am, he wouldn't even dare lay a finger on me," thought the young boy before deciding to go ahead and continue his spoiled act. "What's the matter? Go ahead and punch me, scared that the Sandaime Hokage is my grandfather." However, what he expected would be quite different, as he would soon learn. Naruto had little respect for those who flaunted their social rank, which would be perfectly showcased in the next second. "I don't care if he's your sister," runt yelled Naruto as he gave a powerful punch to the top of Konohamaru's skull, knocking him straight into the floor, which in turn caused Ebisu to scream in utter horror at what the Senju just did and for the older Sarutobi to sigh at the scene that unfolded. The next few minutes passed and Konohamaru was standing before the Jonin ready to be lectured upon by the elite ninja. "Listen carefully, you are the honorable grandson of the honorable Sandaime Hokage. You mustn't associate yourself with a delinquent such as that, draw you into a fight even though he deserves it. You must see that he's far below you, cannot stoop to his level. As your mentor I am never wrong, and that means I am always right. I am far above even the most elite of Jonin, so heed each and every word. Your goal is to become the next Hokage, and I can help you achieve such a dream. Indeed, due to my great skill I can take you quickly and easily to the very pinnacle, but you must always heed my teachings," blubbered Ebisu, never finding an opportunity to stroke his own ego. When he turned to look back at Konohamaru, he found the boy to be notably absent, worrying the man and questioning where he went, with the Hokage stating that he chased after Naruto and soon enough Ebisu was in hot pursuit. As he walked through the streets, hands in his pockets and his eyebrow ticking, did the blonde shinobi feel the presence of the Hokage's grandson, trailing behind him like a shadow, trying to stay out of sight. The Senju heir knew for a while that the runt was following him, though for what the new ninja didn't know, it was at the tip of his tongue, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. He then whipped around and pointed his finger at the boy, who pulled a drape up to cover himself so to hide amongst a nearby wooden fence. Pitifully, the drape was sideways and looked unnatural compared to the fence. Even Naruto thought it was pathetic. "Huh, the rumors they sow about you are true, you're good," spoke Konohamaru, causing Naruto to squint his eyes in confusion. "There were rumors about him. All right, you'll be my master and I'll be your apprentice," proclaimed Konohamaru, causing a giant yellow question mark to appear atop Naruto's head, an obvious sign of the older boy's confusion. "And you can start by showing me that awesome jutsu you used on Gigi. This must be a joke or some reality TV prank show that no one has yet to tell me about. No, really, I need a teacher, boss." "Boss? Yeah, you're totally the boss. Huh, that does sound pretty awesome. Alright, I know the perfect training spot." For the Sandaime, he was awaiting a special guest of his atop his own office as he stared at the four faces of the Hokage. This person has accompanied him through countless missions and journeys, a person he could say that he loved like his own child. He knew that she had arrived when the wind's breeze changed from east to west, carrying the leaves off as they danced upon the gale. He craned his head over his shoulder to catch a glimpse of this person, one of his former students. Tsunade Senju, mother of Naruto, the head of the Senju clan. For the Sandaime, seeing the two being torn apart by lies was torturous itself, so being the father figure he was, he would offer his own sage-like wisdom to his surrogate child. "Tsunade, I know what troubles you more than anything. I know this is true, for it gnaws at your heart and decays your will," spoke the Hokage, never taking his eyes off the statue of the Yondaime, Naruto's father. "Through all my years I have learned that just merely talking can solve more problems than you might think," continued the Sandaime as Tsunade said nothing, only appearing wistful as she occasionally ducked her eyes and focused upon the ground she was standing upon. "He's vindictive. He refuses to see me, or even talk to me, and when we do talk, his words are harsh, they sting and they only become worse. He'd rather not register my existence at all. I don't know what to do or how to make things better. For the both of us," spoke Tsunade as she gritted her teeth together as a single tear trailed down her cheek at the thought of her child hating her for the rest of his life. "He's been lied to his entire life. He trusted you and loved you more than anyone and anything. You made him feel safe. It is the only pure love he has ever known, and he feels betrayed, used, even that even his own mother hid the root of his suffering from him. He does these things because deep down he wants you to understand the pain he has felt up to this point. How would you feel if the one you trusted and loved most betrayed that trust and lied right to your face, and to know the suffering he had felt because of that lie?" said Sarutobi, making Tsunade gasp slightly and whipping her head to stare at his back. "Naruto doesn't hate you. He's hurting on the inside, and because that pain can manifest itself in different ways, it has created this rift between you two. He is not angry at you, he's angry with himself. He may not act like, but he hates himself for what he has done and said to you, but that anger has also twisted his vision and made him believe that you deserve all the pain he has endured, so you understand what he has truly felt in all these years. Give it time, and soon enough that anger and rage will wash away and become sorrow and despair, and you must be there for him, to comfort him when that time comes. He can't hate you for the rest of his life, he's practically incapable of it." With each word that drifted from the Hokage's lips did Tsunade understand this predicament. It truly surprised her, how much wisdom the Sandaime possessed and how he was able to see the truth of things through many eyes. "But there's no way to ease the suffering he feels, because of the villagers," spoke Tsunade as the Sandaime sighed, rubbing his goatee in thought. "I fear that Naruto's dream may be impossible," spoke the Hokage, surprising Tsunade with this turn of events. When Minato died, sealing the spirit of the fox into Naruto, his dying wish was that Naruto is treated as a hero, as his body serves as the jail to the demon, Even today the only ones who know of what Naruto truly is are those who fought the Biju all those years ago, the civilians that witnessed the devastation that the fox could reap and the children whose first memories were of the village on fire. I knew that people don't forgive easily when everything they know is taken from them. So I myself passed down a law in the village, that anyone who would even speak of the fox would be punished to the absolute severity of the law, a law that I still reinforce to this day. Even now with the Nibi in our midst, that very same law also applies to Yugito, but unlike Naruto, very few are even aware that she is a Jinchuriki and thus has lived a fairly happy life in a village that is alien to her. This law was created so that the children of the village would not think either of them as monsters or demons, they remain blissfully unaware of what the two really are. However, they inherited their parents' fears and now they too fear him, but of the unknown. They don't know why they fear Naruto, and that only burns greater fear in them. This because of their hatred and fear, they look at him with frighteningly cold, blind eyes and my greatest fear. That Naruto will hate them more than they hate him. Continued the Hokage as Tsunade could only feel this broken glass within her. No, no more curves and bigger everything. Yelled Naruto as Konohamaru nodded and kept transforming into hideous versions of women. It got to the point where Naruto was beginning to question certain things of his life, so they decided to take a break. They went to a nearby vending machine and ordered some soda before sitting down by a log, to which Naruto felt it was prudent to ask that question. So what's this obsession you have with defeating your grandfather? Questioned Naruto, to which Konohamaru decided to tell him, since everybody knew the truth. Gigi named me Konohamaru, after the name of the village, so it should be easy to remember. But not a single person ever calls me that name, only honorable grandson of the Sandaime Hokage. When they look at me they don't see Konohamaru Sarutobi, they only see the bratty grandchild of an important old man. No one even knows who I am. I can't stand it. It feels like I'm invisible, like I don't exist to be anything other than the honorable grandson. That's why I want the Hokage title, so people know who I am. Spoke Konohamaru, telling his story, and Naruto found it eerily familiar. Before anyone knew what he was treated the same way, either as the son of the Yondaime or son of Tsunade, heir to the Senju clan. You know, I understand what you're going through. A long time ago, I was treated like a prince, they gave me everything and denied me nothing. All because I was born to two of the most powerful ninja in the world. But when it turned out that I wasn't like either of them, they just ignored me, called me a disgrace to my name and my clan. So I completely understand, replied Naruto, surprising his younger companion slightly, who was not aware of who he really was. Just who are you? Queried Konohamaru, to which Naruto's face expression soured and saddened. I'm Naruto Senju, son of the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze and Tsunade Senju, heir to the most powerful and respected clan in the entire world and the last legacy of the Shodaime. Muttered Naruto, which Konohamaru was caught by surprise. This was someone who was born with even more influence and status than even he. To his shock somehow, he could slightly understand his boss's problems. They were two troubled children of two illustrious Kage, and both of them could understand what it was like to be ignored. Konohamaru didn't say anything, he just continued to write down this information in his mind. But you should give up, you really think that people will accept a runt like you? A child just can't become Hokage when he feels like it. Things are never that simple. You keep saying Hokage, Hokage as if you rightfully deserve the title. To be a true Hokage you know what you have to do first. What? Spit it out. You have to defeat me in battle first. Stated Naruto, giving a confident stare into Konohamaru's eyes. They were interrupted when a shadow, standing upon a branch, appeared from above, to which the Hokage hopeful spun around to face Ebisu, who was giving Naruto that cold stare that was typical of those who hated him. Naruto gritted his teeth at the man, knowing that he hated that stare more than anything. Get lost, closet pervert. Konohamaru doesn't want to train with a stuck-up like you. I don't know how you can even walk with that 10-foot stick up your ass. Oh, the vulgarity. I am not a pervert. Another word from you and you shall regret it. Come, honorable grandson, we must attend to your training once more, retorted Ebisu, to which Konohamaru decided to join with Naruto against his tutor. No way. I'm training under Naruto so I can defeat my grandfather and become the Hokage, now don't get in my way. responded Konohamaru, but his words fell on deaf ears as Ebisu only approached further, unconcerned with the boy's wishes and wants. A Hokage is more than just a fighter. He must be wise, righteous and possess honor one can never find in the average shinobi, and he must know 1,000 jutsu. You barely know one jutsu. However, his words only served to aggravate the younger Sarutobi, who puts his hands together to form a seal, to which the tutor stopped in his tracks and waited for what was to come. What it was nothing more than a naked woman with smoke covering her important features. Ebisu himself was shocked to see such vulgarity, and although stunned and bewildered by what he saw, he was not defeated by some common nosebleed. What kind of scandalous techniques is that? That boy has corrupted you. We must quickly rectify this before it is too late. Such tasteless profanity can never influence me. Naruto is turning you into delinquent. Only I can put you on the track to becoming Hokage. Roared Ebisu, utterly embarrassed by what he had just witnessed. It got to the point that Ebisu knew that he must drag Konohamaru by his scarf if need be. Naruto, however, could never let such a thing happen, so he created cage buncheons to surround Ebisu, who looked hardly intimidated by the display. While Ebisu expected a fight, he didn't expect the mass amount of Narutos to transform into nude female versions of himself. They quickly surrounded, rubbing their assets against his limbs and form, which resulted in a chronic nosebleed that sent him hurtling away, to which both Naruto and Konohamaru were laughing at the defeated Jonin, being duped so easily by such a perverted technique. That was awesome. You defeated my tutor, yelled Konohamaru in pure awe of Naruto's abilities. I really want a name people can acknowledge me by, but yet I still can't be Hokage. You really think it will be that easy? To be the Hokage you must be the greatest of all shinobi. Defeating a single opponent, no matter how strong, will never get you what you want. You have to prove yourself to everyone so that they know you will be a leader they can follow through any danger. I mean, just look at me. I've already been through a lot. I've been ignored, pushed away and treated like dirt, but yet even after all that I found people who believe in me. To find those people I had to persevere through so many trials and tribulations. If you ever want to be Hokage, say it when you're ready. Until then, just keep fighting until you reach the end of that road. And by the way, there are no shortcuts on the road to Hokage. Spoke Naruto, inspiring Konohamaru, teaching him ways to be a shinobi that no one else could. Huh. I don't need your lectures, you don't know everything. You're not my boss anymore. From today, we're rivals. Proclaimed Konohamaru as he pumped out his fist towards the blonde shinobi, giving him a grin, to which Naruto returned it in full force. Well, it's not like I could be your trainer anyways. For tomorrow, I'll be taking my first step as a shinobi, and be ever close to becoming Hokage. But one day I promise, I will fight you over the Hokage title. Until that day, grow stronger and learn everything you can, for I will be waiting. Konohamaru, said Naruto before turning leave, not noticing Konohamaru's large smile or the Sandaime Hokage watching form his crystal ball, pleased with how things were turning out. For the Sage of Six Paths, watching from his mystical surface of the water in a plane unreachable by ninja, he couldn't help but hold back a smile of his own. Knowing that Asura had started down the path once more, as Naruto, and that his son's wisdom and love for all things would one day blossom into a symbol, the Will of Fire. 231 Chapter 9, With Blind Eyes Part 2. Rebirth of the Two Sons. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Or any references I make. Today was the day everyone had been waiting for. While this was a day like no other, for some this was the day that they take their first steps as shinobi, defenders of the village, the hand of the Hokage. It really was a momentous day, also given the fact that so many clan heirs from the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Aburama, Inuzuka, Akamichi, Yamanaka, Nara, Haruno and Ni. All these names each had an individual that would be graduating, each one was a clan heir holding high status within the village. These individuals were Naruto Senju, Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Choji Akamichi, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Sakura Haruno and Yugito Ni. Each one had strived for this day, trained hard, perfected their skills. But they couldn't simply believe that it would be that easy. For the Senju heir, the streams of sunlight flying through the gaps in his blinds from his window signaled the coming day. One stream fell into his right eye, to which the blonde heir huffed and grunted as the light filled every corner of his dark vision. He held up one hand to block with light as he lifted himself up from his bed, cracking his neck, stretching his arms and yawning loudly. Attempting to overcome the sleep that was still clinging to him, he groggily headed over to his cabinet, to which his clothes and shinobi gear were strung up by hangers and hooks. He slipped into his black and white attire, struggling somewhat as he did so since his eyes were half closed. Because it was such an important day for him, he decided to celebrate early by heading over to Ichiraku Ramen. Just a single bowl of those heavenly noodles and broth would brighten any bad day. He quickly slipped his gear on, shuriken holsters, knapsacks with kunais, smoke bombs and scrolls. He was just about to walk out of his room until something shiny on one of his desks glistened intently, catching his eye. It was the Hitai 8 that Iruka had given to him, a gift for graduating and becoming genin. He giggled as he slipped it on, over his forehead tightening and loosening it so it would fit like a glove. He was just about to leave when a knock on his door resonated throughout his room. Without warning or any permission to enter, the door swung open to reveal Yugito, his surrogate sister, and unknowing fellow Jinchuriki. Yugito had dirty blonde hair with violet eyes, her hair was done up in a taut ponytail that was wrapped in bandages, she wore a purple shirt to which her clan symbol was noticeable on its back which took the appearance of a lotus flower with tight black pants with a red sash around her waist and bandages over her arms. Huh. Yugito, don't come in without permission, I could have been naked for all you knew. Yelled Naruto, which Yugito waved him off, unconcerned in the slightest. It's nothing that I haven't seen already, commented the girl, to which Naruto's face went bright red, remembering the time he jumped out of the shower only to find the girl brushing her teeth. Let's just say some punches and bruises were involved afterwards. Anyway, Tsunade said that you graduated after some kind of makeup test or something. Yeah, long story, but at least I graduated right. Now I'm one step closer to being Hokage. Shouted Naruto, pumping his fist in the air with utter joy, the sight of which caused the girl to giggle at this hyperactive gesture, something which went unnoticed by the Senju heir. But hey, since we both graduated we should head to Ichiraku Ramen together. Don't worry, the bill, it's on me, said Naruto with a glint, his eye flashing a thumbs up. Yugito happily sighed at this before nodding slightly, to which Naruto grabbed her by the wrist and they jumped out of his now open window. Doors are too cliché anyway. For Yugito, she was certain that without a doubt moving to Konoha was the best thing to happen to her. She wasn't discriminated against or spat on when she would go on some walk around the town, taking in the sights, breathing fresh air. While some of the villagers did have trust issues because she came from a foreign village that was basically the worst of it, not a single person other than a select few knew she was a Jinchuriki. Only the Hokage, the clan council and Tsunade knew, and everything was better because of it. And she also knew Naruto was also a Jinchuriki. How could she not know when she understood why people stared at him like that, why they hated his very presence when he crossed their paths? She was going to do it, she was going to reveal that she was like him, she understood his pain more than anyone else. The two quickly raced through the village, jumping across buildings and walls to reach their destination, with the smell of ramen filling their noses. It was if they were dogs on a trail, they instinctively knew where they were going and just decided to let their feet guide them. When they arrived they were treated to already fresh bowls of ramen from the kind owner of the bar, to which they hungrily dug in. For Yugito this was a momentous day for her. All her life she was told that she would be a weapon of Kumo, to destroy their enemies and bring victory at any cost, but now she was here, in Konoha, living a normal life, becoming a normal ninja. It was a dream. A dream that she refused to wake up from. And Naruto, although she would refuse to admit it, he had, well, caught her heart. Whether this was intentional was anyone's guess. Of course, she was adamant that she never reveal such a fondness to anyone on the planet, even if it was her last breath. But the thought of Naruto and her, together, holding hands and other stuff. Even the thought of it made her red and burn like an oven. Of course, the tailed beast within her wasn't making things any easier as the Nibi encouraged her to flip him onto the bar and have her way with him right now. No strings attached, no cares or worries, which of course made her inadvertently blush more. She was sure her male companion didn't know, he was as dense as a rock, nothing got through him, Plus the fact that he was slurping up ramen as if it was going to be his last meal on planet Earth and wasn't paying attention to anything around him. She just watched him, fantasizing about a future together with the golden-haired shinobi. This little fantasy of hers didn't last long as she was soon snapped from her stupor when the sound of a banging bowl hit the wood of the ramen bar, with Naruto announcing that he was done, full, he couldn't eat anymore. All right, thanks, old man Kyuki for the ramen, said Naruto with utter glee, to which the chef merely gave him a thumbs up and telling him how the food was free, a present for the blonde for graduating to Genin. Something which didn't go thankless as the two Jinchuriki left the bar and started making their way towards the academy where they would be sorted into teams. Naruto was really the only person in there she ever interacted with. Although she had ample opportunity to play with all the other children, it was really Naruto that she clung to. To be separated from him would be uncomfortable. It's not like she relied on his presence, but some comfort could go a long way in the grand scheme of things. She pursed her lips together as they walked to the academy, keeping her hands tightly wound together, her fingers looping together in hesitance. She wanted to blurt it out right there and now, and this was possibly her only chance, since there was the probability that they wouldn't be a team. She had to do it now. She had no other choice. Hey, Naruto, before we head over to the academy, I want to tell you something. Something that I only want you to know, spoke Yugito, kicking the dirt under her sandals gingerly, to which Naruto merely squinted his eyes in curiosity. He had never seen Yugito act this way before. She was headstrong, stubborn, blunt even. But whatever it was, it seemed to be important, so he followed Yugito to a nearby alleyway. Alright kitten, you have him where you want him. Rip off those pants of his and have your way with him. Give him something first so that he's in the mood when the real work begins, spoke the sultry voice of the sex-driven perverted Nibi, to which Yugito mentally told the giant flaming cat to shut up and to stop sending her naughty images that only served to embarrass her further. So what did you want to talk about, Yugi-chan? I mean, if you're worried we won't be on the same team, then it shouldn't. I mean, we see each other basically every day, said Naruto, trying to guess what was on the young girl's mind. Damn it. He just made things harder. The girl liked it when the boy was curious and considerate to her feelings, which only caused her to stumble in her mind. It created a warm fuzzy feeling inside of her chest too. She mentally cursed herself. Because of him, that fuzzy feeling was caught in her throat, stopping her from muttering even a single word. She swallowed it down, worried that Naruto might hate her for what she was, just like everyone else in her home village. Well, Naruto. She had to do it, take the plunge, go straight ahead and never look back. That part of her life was over, this new one was just beginning, and she was determined to not let the truth ruin it for her. Imagine change anything between us, squeaked Yugito, to which Naruto stared at her impassively, lips pursed together, trying understanding what the girl said despite it being a jumbled mess. Yugito jumped a little when the blonde boy grabbed her by the shoulder, a smile that stretched from ear to ear and as big could be. I knew it, I knew there was a reason I was attracted to you, spoke Naruto gleefully, causing Yugito's face to burn a new shade of scarlet at the close proximity of the clan heir in his words. He was attracted to her, as in, he liked her. I mean, such a thing made her happy beyond belief, even though she misunderstood his words. He actually meant that he was attracted to her in a strange psychic sort of way. It was because of the connection between their biju. I mean, I have the Kyubi no Yoko in me, but it's awesome that you have a biju too. Upon hearing this, Yugito wanted to face fault as she understood the true meaning of his words before shaking her head in exasperation. Some things never changed. They later made their way to the academy to await their new sensei and teams. For Sakura Haruno, heir to the low-standing Haruno clan, today was also a big day. Her clan has scraped by, after suffering many blows throughout the shinobi world wars. But today she was determined to change that, to change everything. For that was one of the reasons she wanted to become a shinobi, the other reason being to one day properly thank the one who defended her so many years ago. He stood up for her when no one else would, even as something as small and minuscule as that can mean a difference at the very end of it. The pink-haired girl heard her mother call out to her, which she responded with earnest as she soon left her home and for the academy. She was going over who would be her teammates. Well, she hated Ino's guts, so anyone but her really. Yugito was nice, she could definitely foresee a lasting friendship there, maybe Hinata, although would they actually start a conversation? You know, being so shy and stuff like that. Although she wouldn't mind being with Naruto, given that he was the one she wanted to thank, while many saw his failures and shortcomings, she was one of the few to see his compassion, his determination to go against the odds and prove to those who look down on him that he is not some failure like many believe. Her thoughts were broken when she passed by the Yamanaka flower shop, and her nemesis, Ino Yamanaka, emerged from the store. The two of them traded ice glares at one another and noticeable frowns that seemed to raise the temperature of the entire street. Sakura. Ino. Other than that simple exchange of words, Sakura went on her merry way, attempting to pay Ino no peace of mind. Said blonde girl didn't mind in the slightest, it was just a thing that Sakura used on those who earned her ire. For now, the both of them were willing to walk in utter silence, not even offer the simplest of glances to the other. As they walked side by side, both staring at the path before them, did Ino think of the perfect idea of aggravating the pink-haired girl. So they actually let you graduate, what a joke. Just make sure you don't fall on your kunai and kill yourself, the only that will be remembered about is that forehead of yours. Taunted Ino, to which she was successful in this little endeavor of hers as Sakura's left eye twitched ever so slightly, a clear sign that Ino's jab had stung her rival, just a bit. Oh please, you're going to have to come up with better material than that. We are both shinobi, equals. But don't expect me to lose to you anymore, I hope you get acquainted with my shadow, you'll be staring at it soon enough. Spoke Sakura as she moved 2 paces ahead of her rival, to which Ino did the same, only moving 4 paces. This went on as the two had a heated match to see who could get to the academy first. As for Naruto and Yugito, they were already seated amongst the other students, talking about what kind of senseis they'll have in the new jutsu they were going to learn. Some students in the class were a little confused as to why the Senju heir was among them, despite the fact that he had failed the graduation exam. Something which Shikamaru Nara decided to probe when he saw Naruto's presence among the other students. What are you doing here, Naruto? This isn't for no good dropouts, you can't be here unless you graduate, stated the Nara heir. This statement was returned in full by the blonde, who merely pointed to his headband. Open your eyes, Shikamaru, this is a hit I ate. Meaning I'm a shinobi just like you. We're gonna be training together, so you might as well get used to it. Spoke Naruto, to which Shikamaru merely sighed, troublesome, before finding a seat at the very back of the class. Unknown to the Senju heir, a pair of pearly white eyes staring at him from the corner of the room, belonging to Hinata Hyuga, contested heiress of the Hyuga clan, currently the strongest clan in Konoha. After the void left behind by the Uchiha and the Senju clans, the Hyuga quickly stepped up and filled that void, a title they've held since the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Hinata, who is training her eyes upon the blonde, could only be happy for the heir, with whom she has an affection for. Soon enough the thundering sound of a stampede of what could only be described as hulking rhinos burst through the doors, arms spread out wide as each proclaimed themselves to be the winner. It was Sakura and Ino, tired and sore from all that running, taking sharp intakes of breath while still glaring at the other. Before Naruto even had the time to notice, Ino was trying to pull the blonde away so she could grab a seat next to the love of their life. Although Ino was struggling to get the Senju out of the chair, Naruto wouldn't budge. It got to the point that many more girls who were infatuated with Sasuke decided to join Ino in trying to remove Naruto from the seat. This whole situation was spiraling out of control when 3 girls tried to pull the Uchiha survivor from his seat in an attempt to make him sit with them. It quickly escalated into a congealed mass of bodies, each trying to push and pull the heirs just so a single girl could sit next to the guy that thinks them to be idiots if nothing else. Naruto and Sasuke quickly lost their footing from all the tugging and shoving and found no flat surface to stand on. Then, there was silence. Not a pin drop could be heard, not a single whisper. Events had unfolded so quickly that barely anyone had the time to understand what had occurred in a single second. Those who watched it happen, those who were clamoring for the Uchiha heir, were struck with shock and sorrow. For upon the floor was Sasuke, locking lips with Naruto, the Uchiha's body resting upon the Senju's as both were wide-eyed and scarred by what had just transpired and the horrible truth they would live with for the rest of their lives. They were each other's first kiss. Naruto quickly pushed Sasuke off him and both gasped for air and spat out the taste of each other's lips, saying how their mouths were rotting or how they would kill each other. Naruto even felt like taking a kunai and scraping Sasuke's taste off his tongue. Quickly enough the Senju heir could sense danger as the many girls in the class who were in love with Sasuke quickly took out their frustrations upon the blonde, even though it was their fault such a thing happened. Before long Iruka finally arrived and looked over all his students and especially took note of the ones who he believed would succeed the most. Unfortunately for Naruto, who was a steaming mess, he could do nothing but whimper as Yugito patted his back while he nursed his large bumps and bruises. She couldn't try and help her best friend since all the other girls had gotten in the way when that incident occurred. Alright, class. As of today, you are now shinobi. To reach this point you faced many trials, but that's nothing to what you face ahead of you. What comes next for all of you will be far more difficult. Now you are an only genin, ninjas in training. As you may know, all genin will be grouped into teams of 3, however, there will be one group of 4 that have been put together by special order of the Hokage. Spoke Iruka, sparking interest in everyone as they quickly began whispering among themselves, trying to determine who are the 4-man team. Now each team will be led by a chosen jonin who will train you in the art of shinobi combat and deception. Continued Iruka, causing thoughts to run wild over who will be on their team. Sakura, well, she was happy with anyone but Ino. Yugito and Hinata just wanted to be on teams with Naruto and Naruto himself, anyone but his former best friend Sasuke. Each team has a balance of strengths and weaknesses, that is how we have always set them up. And the teams are. It didn't take long for Iruka to fly through the names of each team, though he was not aware of who their jonin teachers were. That decision and information were left to the Hokage and the appointed ninja. Team 7, Naruto Senju, said Iruka, causing Naruto's ears to perk up in response and wait in anticipation of who is his teammates. Yugito ni. Both Jinchuriki cheered internally at the thought that they would be among familiar faces. Sakura Haruno, said the girl was pleased to hear that total strangers were not on her team, and given how Naruto was among them it would give her a perfect opportunity to thank him for what he did those years ago. And Sasuke Uchiha. This is the special 4-man team the Hokage specifically ordered. Upon hearing this, Hinata was disheartened that the Senju heir was not going to be on her team. She believed that she would end up with Naruto and was disappointed to learn that wasn't the case. Team 8 is Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka. Ino was enraged upon learning that she was not with her love, and was even more infuriated to learn that Sakura and Yugito were on the team with Sasuke, mistakenly believing that the two of them were after Sasuke, which wasn't the case. I don't get what you even see in a punk like him, muttered Shikamaru, which in turn earned Ino's ire as she rounded on him like an angry bull. You must be clueless, don't you get why? No, I don't, because I'm not a girl and I don't swing that way. You are just full of yourself. Jealousy is a terrible thing. I'd hate to be on your team. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamichi, stated Iruka as Ino internally wept at this news. She was on the same team as Shikamaru and Choji, food boy and the lazy ass. She later started banging her head against the table upon seeing Shikamaru's smug smile, which only served as fuel for the fire. Iruka-sensei. Why does a completely awesome ninja like me have to be on the same team as a slug like Sasuke? Roared Naruto as he pointed at his former best friend, who remained impassive, Naruto's insult not even registering in his mind that nor he didn't particularly care either. The blonde was nothing more than a blip on his map, the crumbs from his food, simply put he didn't care. Sasuke had the best grades overall. Naruto, you had the worst grades, the dead last, to put it simply. To create a balanced team we put the best student with the worst student, responded Iruka, causing Naruto to grit his teeth in admonishment as he glared at the Uchiha, who seemingly still continued his attitude of his. Just make sure you don't get in my way, loser. Iruka could see that a fight was going to break out at any moment between the two. He sighed slightly as he observed Naruto throw death threats at Sasuke. After lunch you will meet your jonin teachers, meet them back here when you're ready, until then class dismissed. Spoke Iruka as the forms of the many students rushed out of the room. each one talking and saying how they were going to be the greatest shinobi in history and that they'll be in the history books, after all is said and done. Naruto and Yugito swiftly left, deciding to eat their lunch together in private away from prying eyes and insulting words. The two Jinchuriki found themselves eating rice and drinking water, letting time fly by them until Yugito decided to broach the topic of Naruto and Sasuke. So why do you hate Sasuke so much? I know that you two were like best friends a long time ago, but what happened between you two? Questioned Yugito as Naruto frowned at the question, bitter over what happened on that day, the day that Sasuke said they were no longer friends, only obstacles in each other's paths. They abandoned their dream of erasing the hatred of all men and women and instead desired to walk their own paths. Well, other than him being a selfish prick, there's nothing much to say, rebuked Naruto, willing to eat his lunch in perpetual silence just to strafe away from the topic of his former best friend. They then sat together in silence, letting it rain over them until they returned to their classroom to await their sensei. Meanwhile, in a small room of wood with a single paper window was the Hokage and his childhood friends and advisors. Koharu Utatane and Homura Mitokado, the two of them were staunch believers in the will of fire, but their insistence on Konoha taking a more militaristic approach to their shinobi forces. After the Kyuubi attack decimated most of those forces years ago, the three advisors of the Hokage have pushed for a more aggressive response to any threat of turmoil, a show of strength so to keep their enemies at bay and their people safe. They were gathered here today because of specific worries they had with the formation of the special four-man team that the Hokage personally put together. I spent most of the morning and afternoon briefing Kakashi on his new team. He reacted with any such news in his usual aloof manner, but even I knew that he had worries. Specifically with three of the four, spoke Hiruzen smoking on his pipe, taking in the fumes and letting it cleanse his soul if only temporarily until his afternoon headache started to seep in. His two former teammates didn't share his hopeful views on the team. If anything, they were more worried about it than anyone else, judging from their furrowed brows, frowns and grimaces. You placed Naruto and Yugito on the same team with Sasuke Uchiha and of course, Kakashi as their sensei, stated Koharu in a frustrated manner, which only meant that she disagreed with something that her friend had done. Yes, I believe Kakashi is a good fit. Being a student of Minato, he knows how to respond to certain situations that arise. He also knows about the seals on Naruto and Yugito and how to respond to them should something go awry. He also has much in common with Sasuke, so he would be a good mentor towards the last Uchiha. As for Sakura, I can see him turning her into at the very least a decent shinobi. Continued Hiruzen as he leaned back in his chair, awaiting the verbal onslaught from the two old bats that continued to screech. It doesn't matter whether he is the right sensei for them or not. What do you plan to do if Naruto and Yugito are on missions and those things inside them suddenly goes wild and attacks? Rebuked Koharu as Hiruzen only sighed while staring up at the wooden roof as a migraine suddenly started settling into the crevices of his mind. That is not the only concern. Two Jinchuriki running around in the open, ripe for the pickings. Any village would drool at the chance to gain two more bijus added to their roster. It's as if you're serving them up on a silver platter. The wisest course of action is to keep them both confined to the village, under 24/7 hour watch by an Anbu team. We also question your choice of putting them together with Sasuke. Spoke Homura, adding his own thoughts to the matter. While he didn't necessarily care for the Jinchuriki, the power they brought to the village was a deterrence, a message to other villages that their power would not be trifled with. All the while, Danzo Shimura, the shinobi no kami, was listening through the wooden door. He mistakenly believed that by putting Naruto and Yugito on the same team as Sasuke, it obviously meant that the Uchiha would be able to control those beasts and this make the village even stronger. For someone who claimed to know Hiruzen well, he couldn't begin to grasp the nature of that man's mind. Now the team of four was back at the classroom. The air was thick with annoyance at the fact that their Jonin sensei so unceremoniously late. Now it's not like the fashionably late, it's really late, to the point of just being rude. All the other students were swept away by their senseis, but Team 7 was stuck in the same place for 3 hours now with high nor low of any badass shinobi walking through that door. Okay, that's it, shouted Naruto as he grabbed a chalk eraser and a stool and placing the eraser in between the doors. Yugito and Sasuke, who were observing, weren't impressed. Their teacher was among the elite as if they would fall for something so juvenile. The only one that went along with this little scheme of Naruto's was Sakura, who fully endorsed the prank. Right on cue and out of nowhere a hand gripped the door and pulled it aside, to which the eraser predictably fell onto the Jonin's head, spraying chalk dust over his hair and clothes. The entire room, which only consisted of the four of them, stood still, comprehending the sheer sight before them. A trained elite ninja falling for a prank that was neither the most cunning nor spectacular. Yugito and Sasuke also wondered if this man was even a Jonin. Then came the loud laugh of the blonde Senju, proud of his achievement against his new teacher. "I got him, he totally fell for it," giggled Naruto as Sakura too suppressed some chuckles of her own at the sight, even though she was slightly afraid that she would get in trouble over such a stupid prank. Kakashi picked up the eraser from the ground, not bothering to wipe out the dust from his hair as he held the cleaning tool in his hand. How can I put this in a way that won't hurt your feelings? My first impression of this team is," said Kakashi as he held his chin in his hand, contemplating all the great questions of the universe. "I hate you all," muttered Kakashi, causing the four genin to face fault at his words. The team later found themselves upon the roof of the academy, sitting upon the staircase while their sensei leaned against the railing nearby. "Now why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves?" "Well, what do you want to know?" queried Yugito as she sat cross-legged on the staircase, next to Naruto. "Well, your likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams of the future, all that stuff that isn't important," deadpanned Kakashi, causing the team to frown slightly at his words. It almost seemed that he didn't care about any of them, rather he was treating them as if they were flies buzzing around his face. The typical annoyances. "Why don't you do it first? We know nothing about you," uttered Naruto, to which Kakashi nodded slightly at the reasoning of the blonde genin. "Me? Well, I'm Kakashi Hatake, head of the Hatake clan. Things I like and things I hate. I don't feel like telling you that. Dreams for the future, never really thought about it. As for hobbies, I have lots of hobbies." Each one of the genin frowned at the Jonin, their eyes narrowing in annoyance while their bodies slumped in irritation. The only thing he did tell them was his name and position in his clan, basically useless information. "Okay, now it's your turn, you on the right. My name is Naruto Senju. I like ramen, red bean soup and training with Tento. I dislike vegetables and the time it takes to cook ramen. My hobbies are pulling pranks and watering plants. And my dream, to surpass the Hokage and have the village acknowledge me as a person, someone they can look up to," roared Naruto, to which Kakashi only raised a single eyebrow at the air. Everything from the way he shouted, his own appearance, even his habits and hobbies. Also similar to a former teammate of his. He's grown up in an interesting way, and Tento, that's his pet dragon, huh? Alright, next, said the teacher as Yugito decided to speak up this time. My name is Yugito Ni. I like Tekadon and milk along with learning new songs. I dislike anything spicy and people who are assholes. My hobbies are playing the shamisen and my dream for the future. Well, it's hard to explain, said Yugito, to which Kakashi merely nodded, his single eye scanning the Nibi Jinchuriki from her body language, the words she used, even the movement in her eyes. Kakashi could tell what her dream was: to keep her life in Konoha alive, not a bad dream really. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like dumplings, umeboshi and reading about history. I dislike those who make fun of my forehead and Ino. My hobbies are memorizing complex puzzles and trivia games, and my dream for the future is to be admired by everyone as a strong kunoichi. Kakashi merely nodded his head at this. At least she didn't think about boys constantly in her mind. She might just shape up to be a decent kunoichi one day. So long as childish fantasies don't get in the way. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I hate a lot of things and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream, for it will become reality. I will restore the power of the Uchiha and kill a certain someone, spoke Sasuke in such a dark fashion that the sunlight grew dimmer with his words. Naruto and Kakashi knew who he wanted to kill. The picture of that person appeared instantly in their minds. While Yugito and Sakura were a little intimidated by the Uchiha's words, frightened even by what he said. Good, each one of you is unique and your own ideas and philosophies are interesting. We will have our first mission tomorrow. It's a task that the five of us will do together. It's a survival exercise, continued Kakashi, disappointing some of the genin in his presence. But sensei, we learned all about this in the academy, that's how we were able to get here in the first place, responded Sakura, finding faults in Kakashi's words. Naruto only huffed. More training, a badass ninja like him should be going on missions, finding treasure, beating up bad guys, that sort of thing. So what kind of training is it? Questioned the blonde, to which the others nodded, wanting to know just as much as the Senju heir. They frowned some more as they observed Kakashi chuckling to himself. Hey, what's funny, it was just a normal question. If I tell you the answer, you're not going to like it. Of the 28 graduates that reached this point, only 9 will actually be accepted as genin, the failures will be weeded out and sent back to the academy. Basically, this is a make it or break it, pass or fail test, and the chance that you fail is at least 66%. Continued the Jonin, causing all the genin to grit their teeth in anxiousness and clenching their fists with fear. See, didn't I tell you that you wouldn't like it? Oh come on, we broke bones just to get it this far. If we fail anyway, what's the point of graduating in the first place? Yelled Naruto, clenching his fist as a vein on his forehead bulged in irregular intervals. Oh, that was just to select those who show the attributes of ninja, basically to select those who do become genin and seeing if they are really worth the time and effort. That's how it is, I decide whether you pass or fail. Anyway, tomorrow you have to show your skills at the appointed training ground at 5 a.m. And bring as much shinobi weapons and gear as you want, you'll need it. Oh, and skip breakfast, you might throw up, warned Kakashi as he disappeared in a gale of leaves, leaving behind the genin to ponder his words, each with determined looks in their eyes. They would not be weaklings or the failures that went back to the academy. I won't fail, there's too much on my shoulders for me to fail, I won't be the disgrace to my clan any longer, asserted Naruto in his mind, grinding his teeth together as the others either clenched their fists or narrowed their eyes. When the morning came, the 4 genin were groggily heading towards the training ground, eyes half closed and looked ready to fall at any moment and just sleep until noon came. They huddled under a tree, waiting there for 6 hours for their sensei to arrive. However, the much more experienced shinobi was nowhere in sight, no high or low of the masked man. They even wondered if Kakashi would show up today, or was he eaten by a bear? Swallowed by a black hole? Or literally got lost? They kept formulating the answers in their minds, each one entertaining them as the hours went by. Hey guys, good morning, called out Kakashi as he finally arrived as Naruto, Yugito and Sakura all jumped to their feet and pointed at the lazy jonin screaming at the top of their lungs. You're late. Well, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way round, sorry about that, said Kakashi, smiling with a happy tune in his voice, seemingly taking pleasure from the genin's discomfort. Well, now that you're all here, let's get started. The silver-haired ninja merely set down his bag on the ground and pulled out a large clock from within its pouches before setting it down on top of an old log and pulled some bells out of his pocket, the iconic jingling catching the genin's ears. This is how it works. This clock is set for noon, the assignment is very simple. You just have to take these 2 bells from me before time runs out. That's all there is to it. If you can't get them by noon, you go without lunch. You will be tied to those posts and watch as I eat my lunch in front of you. At the mention of food, all the genin's stomachs growled as if they were hungry beasts, understanding why Kakashi told them not to have breakfast. You only have to get a single bell to pass, of course, since there are only 2 of you will definitely be tied to those stumps. And the person who doesn't take a bell will be sent back to the academy. Then again, all 4 of you can fail and still be sent to the academy. You can use any ninja tools at your disposal, be it swords, kunai, shuriken, senbon or anything, so long as they are recognized tools, and you won't succeed unless you come at me with the intention to kill, otherwise you won't be able to take a bell. Man, this will be easy. You couldn't dodge an eraser. You're definitely going to die, spoke Naruto with his hands behind his head, chuckling, to which Kakashi decided to bring him down a peg or 2. In the real world, those with no talent bark the loudest, they are the weakest links in the chain, you can safely ignore them, lowest scores, losers, dead lasts. Naruto, so enraged by his sensei's words, whipped out a kunai from his pouch and charged at the masked man, hoping to at least make him regret his words. Before the Senju boy could even get close, a fast shadow moved in from behind. If one was to blink they would miss it, and if they didn't blink they would still miss it. Kakashi, gripping Naruto's hand that held the kunai, was pointing it at the back of his skull, ready to end it all with one swift push. Don't be in such a hurry, I didn't say start yet. And it seems that you finally have the intent to kill me, meaning you've acknowledged me, how kind of you. It's tough to say but I'm actually beginning to like you guys. Prepare yourselves. Start. Commanded Kakashi, and the four genin quickly took to cover, hiding among the trees and bushes, watching Kakashi as if they were hawks, scanning for weaknesses or wounds. Shinobi must know how to conceal their movements and hide themselves from danger. Well, they understand that much, they must not be complete idiots after. Right there standing in front of him was Naruto, boasting how he was going to defeat him in Mortal Kombat or something along those lines. Compared to the others, you're a little weird. The only thing weird here is your haircut, said the Senju as he directly charged at the Jonin, making sure to run in a zigzag formation, piquing the older ninja's interest. Kakashi merely reached into his knapsack, ready to pull something out within a moment's notice. Shinobi Battle Techniques Lesson 1 Taijutsu, spoke Kakashi, causing Naruto to stop in his stride and prepare himself for what he was going to pull out: a kunai. Shuriken. It was Ika Ika Paradise, one of Jiraiya's pervy novels. This caused Naruto and all those who were watching to face fault at the sight of the book, not only because it was a book, but a smutty book at that. This only served to infuriate Sakura and Yugito, who were watching, causing them to growl like tigers and for fire to consume their forms. What are you waiting for, tough guy? Weren't you going to attack? Why? Why? Said Naruto, his eyes overshadowed by his hair, as if he was just insulted by his worst enemy, something which was not too far off. Why would you read such trash? Why, to find out what happens in the story, of course. Don't let it bother you, with your weak attacks it doesn't matter if I'm reading or whatever. Said Kakashi impassively, to which Naruto's ears were bustling at smoke in pure anger. This guy was a fan. Naruto then leapt towards Kakashi so to punch him in the cheek, which was blocked easily by the more experienced shinobi. This was swiftly followed by a kick across the face, which Kakashi dodged by squatting. The blonde then let loose another punch, to which Kakashi disappeared before his very eyes, unaware that the Jonin was right behind him. A ninja should never let the enemy get behind him, said Kakashi, forming his hands into a seal, ready to unleash a jutsu upon the blonde. Sakura called out for Naruto to get out of there, but it was far too late. Too late, said Kakashi with a glint in his eye, thrusting his fingers forward and right into Naruto's rear. Kanahagakure Hiden Taijutsu Ogi, Senin Garashi Kanahagakure Secret Taijutsu Technique, 1000 Years of Death. Roared Kakashi as he performed the technique. Only upon his fingers making contact did the Naruto before him burst into a log, signifying the use of the Kawarimi no Jutsu replacement technique, surprising Kakashi. Before the more experienced ninja had time to react, he was suddenly grabbed from behind by two other Narutos. The move causing everyone who was watching to be surprised and shocked. While Kakashi was restrained by the two other Narutos, the log below him burst into smoke once more, revealing Naruto again, who used the Kawarimi once again to replace himself with the log as he lunged forward and touched one of the bells. Just the sight of this amazed Sakura, Yugito and impressed Sasuke, who were all watching. Two of them never even expected that Naruto would use such a clever plan to get one of the bells. However, with Kakashi's greater speed and reflexes, he was able to throw one of the clones of Naruto onto the one that just touched the bells, causing the two of them to disperse into plumes of smoke before throwing the other one away into the river nearby, which he guessed was the real Naruto. He sent of his clones out as a distraction, and waited for the perfect chance to strike, which he would then replace the clone with a log, as two more clones restrained me from behind, where he replaced himself once again with the log so to get close to the bells, taking advantage of that small gap of time, and he touched one of the bells. I seriously underestimated him. Next time I won't be so careless, because this one is tricky, and the rumors were true, he can use Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. But what will he do next? Spoke Kakashi internally, never guessing such deception from the blonde ninja. It seemed like something that even he and the Yondaime would think of. A clever plan, but will his next move be any better? Right on schedule as a volley of shuriken and kunai exploded from the water, flying right towards the silver-haired ninja who easily caught and deflected some of the weapons, slightly disappointed at the attempt. What he didn't expect was the weapons themselves to turn into multiple Narutos who each fired, even more, weapons at the shinobi. Kakashi, surprised by this, quickly evaded these weapons as multiple Narutos engaged him in taijutsu until both combatants became nothing more than tangled limbs. He then saw a blur heading right for the bells, touching them once again as Naruto could just only grasp the metal in his hands. What came next was a shock to everyone as the Naruto who was reaching for the bells accidentally pulled down the pants of another Naruto, revealing the ramen-themed underpants. All the Narutos gave a silent scream at the sight while everyone watching merely blushed or regarded the scene as juvenile. When the commotion had ended, the Senju heir released all the clones until only he was standing in the field of grass, alone. He was unable to react when a rope suddenly encircled around his chest, sweeping him off his feet and tying him to a nearby tree. Nice try there, you were able to touch them once again. Disguising your clones as weapons and revealing themselves once they got close enough, that actually worked. But you failed to foresee your opponent's own abilities that he could use against you. That's why you're bell-less and tied to a tree. You must be able to see what's underneath, to anticipate what your enemies will do after they have done it. If you don't, it could cost the life of one of your teammates and friends. Spoke Kakashi, to which the Senju heir pouted but otherwise, surprised. Kakashi was teaching him how to be a better shinobi than what he is now. Naruto then widened his eyes as kunai and shuriken burst from a nearby bush and stabbed Kakashi in the sides and face, shocking the blonde and revealing who it was, the best in the group when it comes to weapons, Sasuke. Naruto's shock waned after seeing Kakashi burst into a log, the weapons embedded into the wood. Sasuke, after seeing this, quickly abandoned his hiding spot, knowing that his sensei had discovered his location and was now barreling towards him. He lowered his guard on purpose so to discover my location and I fell for it. Naruto, still tied to the tree, was shifting and twitching against the rope. He tried to pull his hands together so to form the seal for the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Though successful, he only made one clone who threw shuriken against the bindings of the rope, cutting it in several places. The now freed Naruto then quickly maneuvered in mid-air, placing his feet against the trunk of the tree and pushing himself off, jumping a fair distance away. The reason to this was because of Kakashi's words. The Jonin seemed like the type to place a trap underneath another trap so he would be caught again when he tried to escape. With his shadow clone in tow, the Narutos rushed into the forest after their sensei. Sasuke, after hearing a scream of utter despair, only turned his head from side to side, trying to ascertain the source of said scream and the sound of muffled protest. That one confused him, but otherwise he would not allow such distractions to sway him from his path. He figured that Kakashi had already eliminated Sakura and Yugito. He wondered what he deployed against them: traps. Weapons. Shinobi battle techniques. Number 2, Genjutsu. Sakura, being proficient in Genjutsu, was able to counter some of the illusions I conjured, if only for a while. She's now walking around the forest, dazed, confused and scared, sans the screams. I'm not like any of them, claimed Sasuke as Kakashi leaned against a tree, his focus completely on the book and nothing else. In fact, he shrugged off the Uchiha's words as if he had heard them countless times before. Well, I know that whatever type of Genjutsu probably won't work on someone as great as you, and to be honest, I don't want to either. Yugito tried to set traps for me using her own weapons and ninja tools. She's currently tied up and gagged, probably swearing to cut off pieces of me, slowly. Naruto has shown the most promise out of all of you, at least in the deception part. He was able to touch the bells twice. You're definitely different from them. 1. You don't fall for the same tricks as Sakura. 2. You, at least, foresee further actions of mine, unlike Yugito. 3. You haven't touched a single bell. That's the biggest difference. Naruto just seems better than you. Surprisingly, he, at least, understands the true ways of the shinobi. So go ahead, take a bell. Sasuke-kun. Taunted Kakashi, knowing that comparing Sasuke to the failures and achievements of his teammates would aggravate the Uchiha, catching him off his guard. Sasuke quickly ducked his hands into his knapsack before launching several kunai and shuriken at the much more experienced shinobi who predictably dodged them all, something which Sasuke wanted as he then lobbed a kunai at a string of rope, releasing the trap he had set for the Jonin. Kakashi then dodged the barrage of kunai that flew at him before piercing a tree. The silver-haired man soon enough had to defend himself from the attacks of Sasuke who had engaged him in taijutsu, aiming a kick at his head which the Hatake had grabbed easily, before grasping a fist from the younger shinobi, which was followed with an inverted axe kick which Kakashi also blocked and leaving him without limbs to defend himself as Sasuke barely touched one of the bells attached to Kakashi's hip. Once realizing this, the two quickly separated from the other, putting some distance between the others to await their next move. Sasuke merely turned around on the spot, flowing through hand seals before releasing a large ball of fire at Kakashi, the Gokaku no Jutsu Great Fireball technique, which while surprising Kakashi at the amount of chakra Sasuke possessed, the Jonin was to easily dodge the barrage of fire. After the flames had died out, the Uchiha heir searched around the small field for his opponent, finding high nor low of his sensei, until something clasped itself around his foot in a vice-like grip which quickly pulled him under the ground, leaving nothing but his head exposed to the air. The fresh genin could only struggle and squirm in the earth as Kakashi appeared before him, giving him an eye smile at the boy's misfortune. Shinobi Battle Techniques Number 3 Ninjutsu. You have talent and you were right. You were different from all the others. You were able to touch the bells once, though, but Naruto still touched them twice. Guess that's what makes you different from him, and different isn't always best. They say the nail that sticks out is the one that gets hammered down. Elsewhere, the heir of the Senju clan was sitting by the memorial stone, where the names of heroes of Konoha were engraved on its form, each giving their lives for the future of their village and loved ones. The blonde had discovered where Kakashi had hidden the lunches, and with his stomach pushing him onward an evil idea came to mind. Eating the lunches before time runs out was nowhere in the rules, so the Senju decided to engorge himself on the food before the clock runs out, unaware of the shadow hanging over him like a cloud. They had failed, each and every one of them. Not a single one could take a bell from the crafty shinobi. Two of them were tied to posts and stripped of their lunch, those two being Naruto and Sakura. Why would the blonde be tied up if he did so well in deceiving the Jonin? Well, he tried to have lunch before the clock expired, thus while he didn't break any rules, his devilish mind found himself in more trouble than it was worth. And Sakura was just there by default. Each of their stomachs growled like beasts as Kakashi watched on, amused by the scene. Stomachs growling, you four really must be hungry. Oh, and by the way about this simple exercise. Well, I have decided, I won't send any of you back to the academy, stated Kakashi-sensei, causing the four genin to adopt expressions of confusion and relief. Then that means all four of us. Yes, all four of you should just quit as shinobi. Spoke Kakashi. A harrowing echo of silence surged from the four of them, the cheers dying down in favor of gasps and cold sweat. All of you are just punks who don't deserve to be ninja. One of you is better off collecting groceries than ninja tools. Continued Kakashi as Sasuke sprung into action, anger and resentment blinding him as he charged at the Jonin, who was destroying his ambitions and goals. He promised himself that he would avenge his clan, all those that died on that night. Within a flash, Sasuke was pinned to the ground, a boot on his head and his arm in a lock. You think this is just some game? That's what makes you punks, losers. You don't know what it means to be ninja. Are you underestimating those who came before? Why do we divide genin into groups? Did any of you consider that question for the slightest moment? Sakura spoke up, voicing her confusion over the subject matter. What I mean is, you never realized the true purpose of this entire exercise. However, he was only met with Naruto's befuddled question, to which the answer was so blatant, so obvious even a small child would guess the answer. Yes, the answer that helps you pass this test, the one that determines whether you are true ninja or not. Use your heads, usually 3 people on a single team. Why do you think we would do such a thing? Teamwork. If all 4 of you worked together as a single cohesive group, you might have taken the bells. What do you mean by teamwork? There are only 2 bells. Even if we worked together, 2 of us would have been sent back to the academy no matter what. By giving us 2 bells, you just caused infighting and selfishness. shouted Yugito, growing angrier and angrier with each word Kakashi spoke. Why would he set them up as a team with two bells when he knew that such a thing would divide them in the first place? That's the whole point. It was created to cause infighting and instability. The true purpose was to see if you would set aside your own selfish ambitions and successfully work together as a team to take the bells. Yet all four of you, Yugito, you decided to rely on your mind. You formulated several strategies and traps, but never did you take your teammates into account. Sakura, instead of helping any of your comrades, you decided to look out for yourself. Not once did you ever lift a finger to help your friends who were in need. Naruto, you attacked head-on, and among the four you were the most successful. However, you handled things by yourself, believing you could take the bells with your own wit and skills. You thought you could do everything on your own. Sasuke, you just assumed everyone else was so far beneath you that they were worthless, that they would get in your way. Pure arrogance from each of you. Shinobi missions assigned by the Hokage are carried out by teams. Of course, individual skill is paramount also, but teamwork is the most essential element. Every person that dares call themselves shinobi understands this. When individuals put themselves above the team, their actions could lead to failure and the death of a comrade. For example, Yugito kills Sakura in front of Naruto, or Sasuke dies. Said Kakashi as he whipped out a kunai and held it towards Sasuke's neck, the cold metal of the blade barely touching the Uchiha's neck. Yugito, Naruto and Sakura all responded with typical shock and fear at what the sensei had commanded them to do. You see, that's what happens when on a mission, continued Kakashi as he removed the blade from Sasuke's neck, twirling it around upon his index finger. The enemy takes a hostage and they leaves with you an impossible choice to make, and someone ends up dead. On every mission your life is on the line, you would be risking the duties that you uphold as shinobi of Konoha. Spoke Kakashi as he hefted himself off Sasuke and approached the intricately carved stone monument that bore the names of heroes of old. Look at this stone, the numerous names engraved upon it. They are all ninja who were recognized and honored as heroes to the village, with some of the names dating back to the very beginning of the hidden villages. This memorial, my best friend's name, is also carved upon it. He gave his life for his team, to save them rather than save himself. I come here and honor his sacrifice. Every day. I will give you all one more chance, but I'm going to make it much harder on all of you. Each of you will have 3 hours to get a bell. Eat your lunch now to build up your strength, but do not under any condition give Naruto and Sakura any. It's your punishment for breaking the rules. And if anyone tries to feed them, they will immediately fail. I make the rules, you obey. Simple, said Kakashi as he disappeared in a plume of smoke. The minutes passed and the growling of empty stomachs continued to ring across the field, which only grew worse upon sighting the food before them. When it became apparent that the two would only be weaker without food, did Sasuke, scanning over his shoulders, decide to take a plunge and offer the two their food. Here, take it quickly, said Sasuke as he hovered his food near Naruto. As the other three became dismayed at this unselfish attitude, it was going against Kakashi's rules and thus Sasuke could be caught at any moment. Kakashi's gone, we need to take those bells as a team. If Sakura and Naruto are hungry, they will be weak and ineffective. That will hurt the team in the end and jeopardize the mission. Following his example, Yugito fed Sakura some of her food while Sasuke fed Naruto some of his own. Considering that they couldn't move their arms, they would need to be hand-fed like babies in order to regain their strength. Just then a violent gale of smoke and leaves appeared as Kakashi came bursting from out of nowhere, his single eye wide enraged at what he had just witnessed. You four. Pass, said Kakashi, eyes smiling at the last minute as they genin were awestruck before settling into complacency as the seconds passed by. Congratulations, you are the first under my watch to pass, you should be proud. Everyone else just did as I commanded and they fell like dominoes. They were quite literally morons. A shinobi must see underneath the underneath. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. The sensei gave a thumbs up, proud of what he had seen. Perhaps a team could be molded as if they were clay to be the best they could be. That ends the training. Our first mission as Team 7 starts tomorrow. Watching from the waters of his dimension, the sage could only watch, smile, laugh and clap for his sons. They had cooperated with each other, Just the sight of it brought back memories to the sage, of their youths, their juvenile fights and ultimately their love for one another, which only seemed as strong as ever. However, fate had brought them together, but the fate they choose would ultimately lead to their destiny. And the old sage would be their witness. 231 Chapter 10, Windmill. Rebirth of the Two Sons. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Or any references I make. Now sorry to all the guys I have kept waiting, been very busy and I apologize. So we are entering the Wave Mission arc. Apologies to the story sticking close to canon for the moment, but it will change in the next chapter, I promise, and when we hit Shippuden things will really be changed up. Now unto the story. Windmill. Not a sound could be heard, not the rustling of leaves from the wind or the chirping of birds. Everything within the forest had grown dead silent, as if the branches and critters had decided against making a sound. Perhaps this was the deadly creature roaming through the woods, its ferocity, and might known to all and not easily forgotten. This creature, this beast of pure carnage and chaos had terrorized these woods from the very beginning of Konoha. It was an elusive creature, so much so that the shinobi of the village continue to chase after it to this day. It was the bane of genin and a sore reminder to the jonin, forcing them to remember the painful days of their youth and the scars they carry to this day. Now the creature has returned, baring its fangs and unsheathing its claws, ready to attack within a moment's notice. To the genin who continued to chase after it, they severely underestimated the overwhelming power of this beast, but in the ninja world, those who deceive are those who live the longest. They questioned why they had to pursue such a creature, why were they stuck with such chores that they questioned why no one else but them should undergo such a mission. The four were listening to the orders of the jonin teacher, who would give the word at any moment, right about now. Hearing the order, the four fresh genin pounced from their hiding positions and were quick to swarm the devil cat. Once the feral beast had seen them, it gave a mighty hiss before disappearing into some nearby shrubs, hoping to confuse the genin in order to escape. However, their shinobi's tenacity was commendable and they swiftly chased after the cat, taking whatever twists and turns they could in order to surround it. However, the small beast was too focused on the freshly grown ninja that it failed to register the soaring shadow through the air. Its entire body blocked out the sun and its wings created strong gusts of wind that fluttered the leaves about. Before the cat could even protest, the great claw came down from above, to which the feline barely dodged as it ducked into a log, the great claw scratching the inside of the wood, hoping to slice the kitty apart. It made the mistake of once again coming out into the open as the serpentine monster followed after it. Just as the cat jumped over a pair of rocks, the jaws of the beast clamped down around it with only its tail dangling from its jaws. The creature happily slurped the tail like a noodle, finding the small pet delicious and succulent. Oh my god! Tentoki spit him out! Yelled Naruto as he finally caught up to find his pet dragon, Tentoki happily swallowing the cat. Years ago the Senju had found the near-extinct creature in the woods. What was once a small mystical beast no bigger than a hand had grown to be half the size of Kakashi in height and even longer in length. The white dragon merely looked dejected as it was scolded by his master, and soon enough the rest of Team 7 quickly approached, finding the situation slightly funny. Tentoki merely shook his head as he disobeyed Naruto's demands as the blonde began fuming red at the disobedience of the creature. It was only from a single glare did the dragon decide to regurgitate the cat, who was now covered in saliva and smelled like a dumpster, all the while the feline seemed to have experienced a living hell. Now they were standing before the Hokage and his assisting ninja, taking perverse pleasure from the cat that was being smothered by its owner. Tentoki was sent back home because of his disobedience, and the Hokage could only shake his head slightly when they reported the story to him. With that much said and done, the owner of the devil cat and wife of the fire daimyo left and ensured to give a hefty amount of money to Konoha for their service. Sasuke was the most irked out of all of them. For weeks now they had been doing these chores and errands that did nothing to further his skills. How could he improve his jutsu when he was shopping for groceries for some fat man? The only one who even rivaled his own annoyance was Naruto, who possessed a similar string of thought. Now then, there are more missions available for Team 7, babysitting a clan head's 3-year-old, buying groceries or farming potatoes. However, he was stopped from speaking further by none other than Sasuke. Having grown tired of the constant errand running and the unspoken insults towards his own set of skills. I didn't become a shinobi just to watch some brat pick his own nose. At least challenge our strength and let us develop our abilities outside of doing chores. At least find us a mission worth our time, spoke Sasuke, earning a nod from Naruto, Yugito and Sakura, all of whom possessed the same mindset as the Uchiha. If they were to become respectable shinobi, then developing their skills on a mission would ensure that they would be ready for whatever task would come. Kakashi only prepared himself for the eventual scolding from the Hokage. How dare you? You're just a rookie. One of us starts out with simple missions so to strengthen your position within your team. Yelled Iruka at his greatest student, who merely narrowed his eyes and frowned at the older ninja. Yeah, as if I'll become a great shinobi just from catching cats, spoke Sasuke snidely as he huffed at Iruka's words. Sasuke, it seems you do not comprehend how our economy works and how the tasks you are given weigh heavily upon the future prosperity of our home. Listen well, many different kinds of requests flood through our village, everything from babysitting to assassination. These requests are carefully examined, recorded and analyzed, then ranked upon their difficulty. The ninja of our village are also assorted into similar ranks, starting with the highest, the Hokage, myself, then the Jonin, Chunin and Genin such as yourselves. Missions are then assigned to appropriate ninja with the necessary skill and abilities, and of course if the mission is successful we receive a fee and further funding which supports everything from trade to common basic necessities in the village. You all are untrained genin, starting upon the path of shinobi, which means that you have room to grow and develop your abilities. D-rank missions serve the purpose of strengthening your bond with your teammates as well as furthering your cooperation, which will be essential to any and all missions you shall be assigned to the future. But we're not brats anymore, we've done dozens of these missions now and we are ready for a challenge. Stop treating us like your grandchildren and start fostering us as your ninja. Doing these chores is just a waste of our potential. Yelled Naruto, to which Kakashi sighed, believing that a further scolding would come out of this because of Sasuke and Naruto's impatience. The Hokage just smiled at this along with Iruka. Perhaps it was time to allow the birds to leave the nest and stretch their wings. Naruto and Sasuke want to prove to us that they aren't just bratty children anymore, that they are now former bratty children and they want a real mission. So be it, spoke the Hokage, surprising the genin and their teacher slightly at the old man's words. Since your students are so determined, Kakashi, I shall reward them with a C-rank mission worthy of their skills. You shall be protection on an escort mission. Let's introduce your client. Send in Tazuna, ordered the Sandame. With those words the door slid open, revealing a drunken old man with carrying a bag with a rounded hat upon his head. He didn't say anything else aside from downing the bottle in his hand. You could literally smell the alcohol on him. What's this? A couple of punks pretending to be shinobi, spoke the drunk as he leaned against the door, face flushed as he stared at the group of five. You really expect me to believe that these kids are ninja? Continued the man, earning glares from Naruto, Yugito and Sasuke. Already their first legitimate mission and they were already being insulted. Typical. I am Tazuna, a master bridge builder, and I must return to my country. I'm constructing a bridge that will save my land and I expect you to get me there safely even if it means offering up your own lives, spoke the architect seriously, to which the five only stared blankly at the man. What he was saying wasn't too far off from their duties, but he didn't have to say it so dramatically. So now the group of six stood before the gates of Konoha, their home. For some, it will be the first time leaving these walls and exploring the outside world. For others, it's not their first but would otherwise like to forget those horrible events that occurred so long ago. Naruto himself had to unconsciously examine his surroundings. The last time he left the village was when he was being kidnapped by Kumo and forced into chains. Am I supposed to be safe on the road with a bunch of runts hanging over me? Spoke Tazuna, drunkenly questioning his escort, which Kakashi merely laughed off. Don't worry, I'm a jonin and nothing should happen that will endanger you, spoke Kakashi as the four genin only glared at the bridge builder. Worst client ever, stated Yugito as she crossed her arms as veins bulged against her forehead. You're the one that said it, not me. And can he stop drinking? He smells like an alley outside of a bar, a very cheap bar, responded Sakura as she too felt that very same annoyance that ebbed at her teammate. It's not wise to insult ninja, especially not one that will be Hokage. Yelled Naruto, having grown irritated by the man's endless insults. Hokage are powerful and wise, you're pathetic and foolish, the day you become Hokage I'll sprout wings and fly. Continued Tazuna, infuriating the blonde shinobi some more as he clenched his fists and ground his teeth together. He just might kill the old man on the road right now before they even reach this land he speaks of. As if a brat like you could even become Hokage. You could become a cage 10 times over and to me, you will always be a loser. No matter what you do no one will acknowledge you, spoke the man as he pulled out his bottle of sake and continued to drown it as if it was water. So the group went down the road, with each step they grew closer to the land that Tazuna hails from, watching while the sun went down and white puffy clouds littered the sky. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. The land of waves, Tazuna comes from that place so don't they have ninja there? Questioned Yugito generally curious if there were ninjas in every country of the world, not just the Great Five to which the mightiest villages belong to. No ninja resides in the land of waves, but in plenty of other countries, there are hidden villages, such as our own, each with its own culture, customs and clans. To the people of this land, the existence of shinobi villages symbolize strength, military strength. It's through the villages that shinobi are able to maintain the balance of power while also keeping an advantage over others. Throughout history, ninja villages have risen and fallen, perhaps destroyed by others, or they were unable to preserve or manage their village because of a lack of economy or growth. But the villages don't rule the countries they reside in, they act independently from the main body of the land while also providing protection to their benefactors. A small country such as the Land of Waves cannot house a village, nor could they create one of their own with ease. Thus the country doesn't receive much interference from other larger, more powerful countries and is left to their own devices. Among the hidden villages are the 5 great nations. Leaf, Sand, Stone, Mist and Cloud. These are the most powerful ninja villages and are the only villages whose leaders are bequeathed the title of Kage. The 5 Kage, Hokage, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, Kazekage and Raikage govern these nations. They are recognized as the most powerful of all ninja and their power and influence decide the fate of millions of lives. The first to ever hold the title of Kage was Hashirama Senju, the Shodaime Hokage, one of the 2 founders of our village, the most powerful shinobi of all time and Naruto's great-grandfather. Our current Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is said to be not only the strongest of his time but still the strongest Kage at this very moment, spoke Kakashi, sating Yugito's curiosity. That old man was knocked out cold by my Oroku no Jutsu. He can't be that powerful, thought Naruto, recounting that humorous time. That senile old man is as powerful as he is. Doesn't seem that tough, wondered Sakura, believing that such an old man could be a big deal. Were you two just doubting Hokage-sama? Questioned Kakashi as Naruto and Sakura shook their heads vigorously from side to side. Kakashi just smiled at them, knowing that it probably didn't matter anyway. But don't worry, there are no conflicts on AC rank mission. So you can all just relax, spoke the Jonin as Tazuna shifted his eyes slightly to the left, something which the blonde heir of Senju picked up on but went unnoticed by everyone else. The group continued on down the line, in silence as they let nature be their music. They even passed by a puddle that Naruto and Kakashi noticed out of the corner of their eyes. Though as soon as their backs were turned to the puddle, 2 ninja rose out of it as if they were ghosts and quickly took to the field as a chain broke loose from their gauntlets and surrounded Kakashi in a sharp hold. The genin didn't have time to react as they saw their teacher being shredded apart and left as a bloody stain on the ground. Naruto could barely form his hands together as soon enough the chain was entangled around his body, ready for him to end up in a similar state just like his teacher. However, Naruto was able to form his hands together to create the tiger seal, something which didn't bother the 2 nin that wound him up in sharpened chains. They should have taken his move a little more seriously if it wasn't for all the kunai and shuriken that came flying out from the trees and piercing their bodies. Yugito quickly took advantage of this and did a split kick between the 2 shinobi's faces before kicking their feet out from under them, causing them to trip. Sasuke followed close behind. Only did he see the chain loosen around Naruto did he whip out a kunai and shuriken and pin the chain against a nearby tree, halting the shinobi's movements. As they got up they found the young clan heir kicking them in the faces. The enemy ninja detached themselves from the chain and were running for Yugito and Tazuna, baring their claws, ready to strike. Sakura defended the bridge builder with Sasuke as her backup. And Yugito looked ready to confront the enemy ninja barreling towards her. But it was all for naught as Kakashi made his presence known, defeating the two shinobi in a quick blur, both knocked out. "Hey everyone," said the silver-haired Jonin who had replaced himself earlier with a log when the two ninja had attacked. "Sorry for not stepping in earlier but all of you did good, especially you Naruto. Creating shadow clones and having them create the Reiko Fuin lightning flash seal in every leaf on our way here was clever, softened them up nicely," praised Kakashi as Sasuke merely stared at his former friend, not understanding how he did it. For those who are slightly confused, the Reiko Fuin unleashes a multitude of weapons at a specific foe. They are usually etched around the environment for ambushes, though I don't know how you did it specifically Naruto. Tazuna was acting sketchy earlier so I created some shadow clones and used my Fuinjutsu knowledge to set a trap should we run into any trouble, spoke Naruto as the clone made its presence known before dissipating into smoke as Kakashi looked down in the original a big grin on his face to which Kakashi replied with an eye smile. "Good job, all of you, you acted as shinobi should. Guess there's some hope for you after all," stated Kakashi causing Naruto, Yugito and Sakura's faces to fall into a slightly insulted, dumbfounded expression while Sasuke remained impassive. The Jonin, however, knew that this was no longer an ordinary mission. Of course, he had suspicions but he needed confirmation, and the appearance of the two assassins was all the evidence he needs. Craning his head, the masked shinobi whispered a few choice words to Tazuna, about the nature of the mission. Later the two Chunin had been tied firmly around the tree. Yugito and Sasuke both had kunai in their hands, ready to use them should the two enemies become a little too rowdy for their liking. They are missing Nin from Kurigakure. They are the demon brothers, Gozu and Maizu. They specialize in relentless surprise attack. They fight like berserkers, despite injury and would sacrifice everything so their prey will fall. One of the brothers questioned Kakashi and the blonde-haired genin about their ambush. Rather than let them suffer a clueless fate for the rest of their life, Kakashi decided to answer. "Your disguise, a puddle of water in the middle of the road on a cloudless day, when it hasn't rained for weeks. Yeah, you're dumb and dumber. Only idiots would fall for that," shouted Naruto pointing a finger at the two Chunin who glared angrily, if somewhat comically, at the cocky young ninja, while the three other members of Team 7 blushed in embarrassment. "If you knew that, why the hell would you leave it to the runts to do the fighting?" queried Tazuna, confused over the fact that a powerful shinobi such as Kakashi would let his students fight the two assassins. "Deception is a shinobi's greatest weapon and there are 6 of us. I could have taken them out from the beginning but then I would have learned nothing. I had to know who their target was," said Kakashi narrowing his sole visible eye at the bridge builder. To be honest, he thought the original targets were Yugito and Naruto, for obvious reasons, and if they weren't the shinobi's ire then he could only have guessed that it was Sasuke, but that wasn't the case either. "I wanted to know if they were after us or you. Whether this was just a case of ninja attacking ninja, or they were after you, the master bridge builder. When you filed your request for shinobi escort, you asked for standard protection, a full team of Chunin, for protection from bandits, robbers and highwaymen. You made no mention that enemy ninja were hunting you down. If we knew this, it would have been a B-rank mission. One that couldn't be accomplished by a team of untrained genin. If I knew we would be fielding attacks from enemy ninja I would have cancelled the mission altogether and restaffed the escort and of course charged for the cost of a B-rank mission. I can only assume that you have your reasons, but if there is one thing I hate, it's being lied to. We are now beyond the scope of this mission and as the captain of this team, I have the full authority to drag you and my team back to Konoha. We're just genin, no matter how strong we are. The weak die and the strong thrive, it's a brutish philosophy but a law of nature also," stated Yugito, crossing her arms as Sasuke gave a curt nod, agreeing with his teammate. However, Naruto only grit his teeth in frustration. "No way, I'm not going back to the village knowing that I haven't accomplished anything. I worked hard to get to where I am and I'm not letting all the time and effort I've put into go to waste. I will never give up and let someone else rescue me. I won't run when my friends need me most, and I won't lose to anyone. I make this pledge. Now if any of you want to run back to Konoha with tails between your legs, go and help yourselves. I will see this mission to its end or my end. Single quote. Well, when someone says something cool like that, I guess we have no choice but to continue for the moment, spoke Kakashi, bringing a large grin to Naruto's face, a smirk to Sasuke's, and a grins to Yugito and Sakura. With all that said and done, the six restarted their trek toward the land of waves, intent on finishing the bridge. Elsewhere in a forest of mist and twilight was a hidden lodge nestled into the branches of trees. You failed. You failed me, stated a voice, one that belonged to a small stature and fizzled hair, flanked by two wannabe samurais, both impassive while their master was all but blowing fumes from his ears in pure anger. When I give someone money to get something done, I expect results on my table, not failure. I didn't hire amateurs, I hired certain kill assassins. Shut up. And quit your whining, whispered the gruff voice of a man, seated on the other side of the room, his torso with the exception of his arms cloaked in the falling shadow of the sun. A single second went by and the small man found an enormous cleaver-like sword in his face, the sight of which caused him to sweat on the spot and clatter his teeth together in fear. This time, I'll go personally. And the sight of his own blood will be the last thing he ever sees. You sure about that? Spoke the midget with a hint of nervousness in his voice despite the tough facade he was showing. Apparently, he has some top-level ninja as protection. And since your first attempt failed, they'll be expecting you this time. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I am the Kurigakure no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi. The mist was dense and heavy, echoing the emotions running through the group that traversed the fog, hiding them within its blankets. It made the group all but invisible, but also blind if they didn't know where they were going. They were dead silent, not making a single sound as the boat they were seated in rode into the land of waves. Soon enough the sight of a bridge came into view, grand and large, stretching from the land to the continent. They continued on in silence. While all of them would have preferred to arrive in the country via the bridge, because of the danger they had to be smuggled in by a friend of Tezuna's, they didn't know who to trust in such a land gripped by fear and dread. Which is why it was for the best that their presence go unnoticed. Tezuna, whispered Kakashi, grabbing his client's attention as they rode against the soft waves. Before we make land and step one foot onto your country's ground, I must ask this of you. The men who are after you, I doubt a humble bridge builder like yourself could have earned the ire of an angered cage. If you don't tell us, I'm afraid that we will have to end this mission once we drop you ashore, much to Naruto's frustration. I now find that I have little choice but to tell you. No, I want each of you to know the truth. Like you said, Kakashi, this is far beyond the scope of a regular genin team and the original mission. The one who seeks my death is known throughout the world and criminal underworld, a short man who casts a long shadow. His name is Gato. He is a powerful man with troves of wealth, that is true, but behind that smirk in his posters is his true business: contraband, drugs, weapons, anything that can be classed as illegal. Gato has his grubby hands in and money in his pockets. It was a year ago that Gato set his eyes upon the land of waves. He came to our island and used his wealth and influence to slowly choke our economy and trade. Anyone who stood in his way were butchered in their own homes. In an island nation, a man who controls the ships and trade controls the country. But there is one thing that he fears, one that will disrupt his plans: the bridge. When it is complete, new trade opportunities will flourish. We would no longer rely on shipping to receive food, medicine, and other such qualities of life. I am the architect of the bridge. I die, then all plans and hopes for this country will die with me. So basically, the guys in the forest were thugs hired by Gato to forever halt the progress of the bridge, spoke Yugito, to which Tezuna gave a nod while Kakashi was still unsure of some ulterior motives of their client. If you knew he was dangerous and you were aware that he would send ninja to silence you, why would you hide that from us? Questioned Kakashi as Tezuna's face fell. My land is not a rich or prosperous one. Before Gato we were entirely comfortable with our obscurity. Even our nobles and leaders had very little money. We couldn't afford a mission higher than AC rank. The people who are building the bridge are commoners, they do it out of hope. If you end the mission now, there will be no bridge, and my country will wither and die. That's the truth and fact. But none of you should feel bad about that. Of course, my sweet little grandson will be upset, he will cry himself to sleep every night and my daughter would condemn the ninja of Konohagakure, denouncing and blaming you for abandoning her father and living her life in sorrow. Ah well, it's not your fault. Just forget it and leave me behind, spoke Tazuna with a happy tune in his voice while he made the ninja comically guilt-ridden with the very thought of the prospect. Guess they had no choice but to continue guarding the man, to which the builder only smiled outwardly and inwardly at his triumph over the ninja. The group then entered through the pier and they were beyond fortunate that no one had noticed them. Even a whisper could break empires if it was allowed to fester. They were soon beholden to the sight of mangrove forests and shabby huts and houses. As soon as they stepped onto the pier, Tazuna led them forward towards his home, where they would rest for the night and guard the architect better. However, Kakashi was weary of his surroundings. Gato's initial attack failed, so this time, he wouldn't be sending run-of-the-mill Chunin but a highly experienced and strong Jonin. Kakashi could only sigh at the prospect. As they journeyed through the forests, all was well and quiet, birds were tweeting and nesting and the wind rustled the leaves. Comically, however, Naruto and Sasuke were power-walking their way there, always trying to keep one foot in front of the others. They glared at each other as each quickened their pace and were all but rubbing shoulders against the other. They flinched, stopped, unsheathed their kunais and chucked them at a nearby tree when they heard the sound of rustling. This shocked just about everyone before Kakashi hit them both over their heads for their recklessness before they got scolded by both Sakura and Yugito while Tazuna yelled at the both of them. Kakashi meanwhile investigated the sound of the noise while both boys were getting scolded. He found a pure white rabbit, scared half to death from nearly being killed by two closely grouped kunai knives. Kakashi knew something was off, however, and knew that both boys' instincts had acted up at the precise moment of danger. That rabbit had pure white fur, except this particular species only had such fur during the winter months. He deduced that this kind of rabbit was raised in captivity, away from the light where its fur couldn't change. Which meant that it only had one purpose. With only seconds to react, Kakashi called out to his group to hit the ground and avoid the giant cleaver that was soaring through the trees, cutting apart branches and the very air itself before it lodged itself into a nearby tree. A pair of legs planted themselves firmly on the giant weapon as this new figure radiated powerful chakra that instilled fear in the lesser shinobi. Kakashi instantly recognized the figure, one who renowned throughout the world for an attempted assassination of a cage. Zabuza Momochi, there was little doubt about it. Well, Zabuza Momochi, you look well, greeted Kakashi as the genin all held looks of nervousness as their frames shook in response to the swordsman's chakra. Naruto and Yugito launched themselves forward, ready to do battle with the Jonin only to be stopped in their stride by their sensei, who simply stated that they were in the way. He's not like the previous shinobi we encountered before, no, this one is in a whole other league. If he's our opponent, I'm going to need you all to step back, said Kakashi as he brought a hand up to his Hitai 8. Ah, Kakashi of the Sharingan. Did I get that right? I'm a little flattered, spoke Zabuza as Sasuke recoiled in surprise. Sharingan. His clan's Kekki-genkai, the eye that made them famous throughout the world as one of the strongest of eyes, his eye. It's too bad that I will have to end this quickly, but I need you to hand over the old man. Everyone fall into a manji formation, protect the bridge builder and no matter what, stay out of this fight. I taught you teamwork, put it to use and trust in your sensei. As he lifted his headband and opened his left eye revealing the blood-red eyes that seemed to stab your very soul with knives. The powerful eye of the Uchiha clan, able to see and comprehend almost anything it sees to perfect accuracy. Zabuza was honored to be graced with the now rare dojutsu. Soon enough the entire clearing was filled with heavy mist as the genin team responded by flanking the old man on every side, back, front, left and right, each with a kunai at the ready. In response, Zabuza pulled his cleaver from the tree and landed in the very middle of a lake, forming hand seals to create an ever thicker mist for him to operate in. The rogue ninja knew how to fight the Sharingan, especially if you were able to block the user's vision, nullifying most of its effects. Then everything went silent, the swordsman had disappeared and only a single leaf fell from a tree. 8 points. Whispered the voice of Zabuza through the mist, his voice like a sword cutting through wood. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Now which will be my kill point? Questioned the assassin as ice ran up the spines of the genin, all of them overcome with fear. Kakashi formed a seal and with a gust of wind expelled the mist, giving everyone a clear view of their surroundings. Sasuke could feel the very thirst for blood and the intent to kill in the very air. It felt as if any move, a flicker of the eye, a single breath could mean instant death. It's almost as if he was going insane from the sheer power of such a presence. He could almost feel the clash of metal and bone. It was as if his blood was freezing in his veins, losing his own life in the fog. He couldn't bear it. The will to take his own life was far more pleasant than what he was experiencing. Sasuke. Remain calm, I will protect each and every one of you with my life. I will never allow my friends to die, replied Kakashi, offering up an eye smile as Zabuza suddenly appeared in the middle of the formation, questioning his opponent's will. Before a leaf could even fall to the ground, with such astonishing speed Kakashi traversed the gap between the group and himself and stabbed the swordsman in the gut with a kunai. However, blood didn't leak from the wound, only water as it dripped from the body, splashing onto the ground. A water clone. The real Zabuza appeared from the mist, right behind the Jonin sensei and sliced him in half with a single blow from his cleaver. But no blood was thrown about, only a large amount of water as Kakashi's body dissipated into water. Zabuza widened his eyes in surprise at what had transpired. Kakashi had successfully copied his own jutsu and used it against him with little effort. He then found the sharp, cold metal of a kunai against his neck. So you are full surprises after all, Kakashi. You already copied my water clone when you were making your little speech. Very skillfully executed, you made your clone say those words to draw my attention. While you hid in the mist waiting for me to make my move. Nice try, spoke Zabuza as a second clone appeared behind the real Kakashi, taking the Jonin by surprise. But I'm not that easy to fool. The reappearance of this new Zabuza took the genin by surprise as he swung his cleaver, which Kakashi narrowly dodged, having some threads of his hair being shaved off. However, Zabuza followed up this attack by kicking Kakashi away and onto the lake, with the swordsman following closely behind, dodging the caltrops that the Sharingan wielder had placed on the ground only to then jump into the lake. The Konoha Jonin resurfaced quickly but noticed the water he was surrounded by was more dense and heavy than that of regular water. He couldn't react in time as his opponent appeared behind him and captured him in a prison of stronger than steel water. This prison may be made of water, but it will take a long time before you're able to break free. Enjoy the show, Kakashi, it will be the last thing you ever see. Spoke Zabuza as he made another clone from the water, all the while staring at the dismayed genin, which only amused Zabuza. You think wearing a Hitai 8 makes you shinobi, you don't know the first thing about the lives we live. When you have hovered between life and death so many times that you've lost count, that it doesn't faze you. Then you may be called ninja when you become so deadly that your profile will be entered into the bingo book, only then will you earn the title of shinobi. But to call pups like you ninja, is nothing but a joke. Naruto and Sasuke were caught off guard as 2 feet planted themselves into their faces, knocking off Naruto's headband and sending the both of them skidding across the ground. You're just babes, too weak to eve walk, spoke the clone who was standing on Naruto's headband. Quickly, take Tazuna and run. You can't win this fight. He's using all his strength to keep me in this prison, so he can only fight you with his clone. But the clone can't travel far from his real body. If you run he can't follow, now go. Yelled Kakashi inside the prison, his voice slightly muffled by the sound of the waves. Sasuke considered such a thing not only an insult but also an impossibility. No matter how fast they would run or how far, the clown will run them down or the real body would just track them down. They couldn't try a manji defense formation because of its one notable weakness. Each and every one of them realized that the only way they would walk away from this alive is if they freed their teacher from his prison. Sasuke and Yugito rushed forward while Sakura stayed behind to guard Tazuna as Naruto was still too dazed from the kick to even stand. The 2 genin unleashed a volley of shuriken which flew right at the clone, who only drew his sword and knocked away all the surging weapons. Sasuke jumped into the air, with a kunai ready to stab Zabuza in the skull, and Yugito got behind the swordsman's back with rows of shuriken in between her fingers. This was all for naught as the clone kicked Yugito away and grabbed Sasuke by the throat before throwing him away. Naruto, seeing his friends in danger and remembering his own vow to himself, rushed at Zabuza only to get kicked away. Said blonde was lying on the ground and in response Sakura only picked him up from the ground, widening her eyes upon seeing his Hitai-8 in his hand which was previously under Zabuza's foot, and a devilish smirk gracing his features. Sakura, I need you to stay here and guard Tazuna, Yugi-chan, Sasuke. I have a plan, it will work, trust me, but the timing and precision must be exact. Huh, do you actually think that anything your four can do will actually work on someone like me? You have guts, I won't deny that, but talk can only get you so far in this world. Replied the enemy as Kakashi grew more and more distraught with every word. You brats haven't learned anything in these past few minutes, have you? Still playing your little game, pretending to be ninja. When I was your age, this hand of mine had crushed many opponents. You see, the village I hail from had a special graduation ceremony. To graduate you had to take the life of one of your classmates in order to prove your strength and loyalty. Just imagine, young ninja like you eating and training together, then comes the final exam only to change the rules. Kill or be killed. You couldn't stop while your opponent still breathed. He was your friend, you shared your dreams together. Spoke Zabuza, causing Naruto and Sasuke to glance at the other. Now it's him or you. One day a young boy approached the graduating class and slaughtered every one of the students. And it felt so good. Sasuke and was then elbowed in the stomach so hard he almost spat up whatever food was in his stomach, only to be elbowed once again while he was still lying on the ground. Only this time, he spat up blood. He then felt the entire weight of the man press against his chest, making it hard to see let alone breath as he recoiled in pain. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Yelled Naruto as he made over 50 clones, each bearing kunai and shuriken. The Zabuza clone, however, was impressed that Genin could use the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and to create so many. His amusement was cut short as the clones of the Senju air dog piled onto the swordsman's clone, hoping to stab and rescue Kakashi quickly. But with a single slice of his sword, the former Kiri Nin threw all the clones off him as they tumbled to the ground. The real one who was sliding across the ground ducked his hand into his backpack, pulling out 2 Fuma shuriken and throwing them to Yugito and Sasuke. The swordsman only raised a single eyebrow, unimpressed that 2 of the runts had gotten weapons. It still meant nothing however if they couldn't use them. Both Yugito and Sasuke threw their respective shuriken at the original Zabuza, the one that was incapacitating Kakashi. Effortlessly Zabuza caught one shuriken and jumped over the other, never releasing his hand from the water prison. All 3 smirked however, there was no need to use the shadow shuriken jutsu, since both shuriken then exploded into a puff of smoke revealing 2 Narutos both with their kunai drawn. The one that Zabuza had caught quickly had his left arm vertically cut by one of the clones while another threw multiple kunai and shuriken at the swordsman. With nowhere to dodge and having been wounded by one of the clones, Zabuza released his grip on the water prison so to dodge the rain of metal that was flying at him. He was able to escape with only a small scratch below his eye, but at the cost of his water clone that was pierced by the metal. Momochi then threw the Naruto that had wounded his arm right at the one that appeared behind him and both blew up in a puff of smoke. The Kurigakure grown ninja then grunted in pain at a sharp sensation penetrating his side. He found a kunai with Kakashi's hand stabbing him in the side and suffering a glare so sharp that it would have killed him if such a thing was possible. Naruto, that was an excellent plan. Hard to believe that you could think up something like this on the fly, but credit where credit is due after all. Complimented Kakashi to the real Naruto who was on the bank, grinning like a madman. The plan was never to defeat the clone but separate the real one from the prison. 2 of his clones turned into Fuma shuriken while both Sasuke and Yugito would throw them in sync, creating just the smallest window of opportunity, and he was able to hurt the swordsman in the process by cutting up his left arm. Sakura herself was amazed at the level of teamwork that was displayed. They didn't utter a single word and both knew what to do exactly to the point. It was less amazing for Naruto and Yugito since they lived and trained together at the Senju compound, but Naruto and Sasuke, they acted like they hated each other, but they were a perfect match between strength and skill, planning and improvisation. It was amazing to her. Huh, the little blonde one has piqued my interest. Distracting me for a moment and actually harming me.
I haven't had my blood spilt like that in years. Commented Zabuza, impressed that a genin was able to scratch him, but also slightly insulted. Don't flatter yourself. You purposely let go in order to save your own skin. Naruto is trained in medical ninjutsu, so he knew exactly where to fire the perfect kunai. Rebuked Kakashi, angering Zabuza with his words. And now, things won't be so easy from here on out. The rest of Team 7 then gathered around Tazuna. Their part was done, now they had to rely on their teacher to finish the job. The copycat ninja then let go of the kunai in Zabuza's side, to which the swordsman yanked it out, ignoring the pain as the two put distance between each other. When they landed, they each blazed through many hand seals for a particularly powerful jutsu, with Kakashi copying Zabuza's every move with his Sharingan. Suiryuden no Jutsu, Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet. They said at the exact same time as two huge dragons made of water burst from the lake and did battle with the other, while Kakashi and Zabuza engaged in close quarters combat. The force of the impact, as well as the amount of water being chucked around, was enough for the rest of the team to brace themselves and hold on, as they were almost swept off their feet from the knee-height water. As the Jonin traded swings and blows, Zabuza was under the impression that something wasn't exactly right. It's true the Sharingan copied ninjutsu and taijutsu, but both activated their jutsu at the same time. Testing out his theory, Zabuza and Kakashi jumped back, running in circles with the exact same motion. He would even move his arms and legs around in a strange fashion, which Kakashi mirrored exactly and to the point. It's as if he knew exactly what he was going to do next. Just staring into the blood-red eye filled the swordsman with rage, which only further aggravated him as he saw Kakashi copy him like some circus monkey. Both then flew through hand seals once again, with Kakashi perfectly copying them with little effort. Only this time, Zabuza was momentarily distracted by strange images of himself standing next to Kakashi, and this distraction allowed the copy ninja to finish the jutsu and unleashed a torrent of water so powerful that it swept the Kiri nin off his feet and dislodged several trees from their roots. The defeated criminal was pinned against a tree as the waves died and he regained his breath, his body soaked and heavy and his muscles all but screamed at him. A hail of kunai then pierced his arms and legs as blood dripped from his wounds. The copying monkey ninja was about to finish off his enemy if it wasn't for Tsusenbon stabbing him in the neck and killing him, blood flying from the points of impact. That's when the sensei spun his head around to see a masked man standing on a nearby branch, wearing the mask of the hunter nin of Kurigakure, who was also observing the lifeless body of Zabuza fall to the ground in a heap. So you can see into the future, this was his last battle. And not the one he will be remembered for, spoke the new arrival with a distinctly feminine voice. Kakashi, out of his curiosity and thorough nature, checked the pulse of the swordsman only to find none, not a single beat. He was dead. The Sharingan wielder then cast his eyes onto the hunter, who bowed in gratitude at the Jonin. Thank you, I've been tracking Zabuza for many years. Waiting for the right moment to strike. Now I can return to my village in victory. However, Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the boy. From his size and voice, he must have been in his early teens, if only a few years older than his own students, but to be a member of Kiri's hunter nin spoke volumes of his skill. The Jonin had to be weary from now on. Disappearing in a whirl of wind, the hunter hefted the body of Zabuza, saying how the valuable information of Kiri must be kept a secret before disappearing once again into the wind. Tazuna said how they could rest at his home, which wasn't far now. However, the entire team recoiled in shock as Kakashi suddenly fainted, falling face first into the ground. Bruised, battered and drained, Kakashi could barely lift himself up into a seating position as he laid on the ground with nothing but a futon and a blanket, the eager looks of his 4 students surrounding every corner of his vision. He had to smile upon seeing that they were mostly unharmed and okay, although he would prefer that their faces wouldn't be the first thing he would see upon waking. Glad to see you're okay, sensei, stated Naruto, earning another smile from his teacher. Well, I will be out of commission for at least a week. I'm not an Uchiha, therefore I can't use the Sharingan properly, it's incredibly draining. But at the very least Zabuza is dead and it will be some time until any more assassins make their move. So we're safe, for the moment. And I'm pretty sure you 4 can handle anything that comes around, provided you don't wake up a dragon or there are no flying whales in the sky. You can joke all you like. But what about the hunter Nin? Shouldn't you be worried they might believe that Zabuza told us some secret of Kiri? You know, hypothetically. Queried Yugito while Kakashi sighed in his lying position. I don't know. Hunter Nin track down rogue shinobi, end them and dispose of the corpse. A shinobi's corpse even while dead, is full of valuable secrets, secrets which can prove to be a pivotal weakness to our village. For instance, if I were to die at the hands of an enemy, he would try to analyze my Sharingan and try to uncover the valuable intel that very few know of. Certain secrets, that if known by others, can be used against us our village. Spoke Kakashi as he stared at Yugito, who just from that stare knew exactly what he was talking about. The Nibi. It is the sacred duty of our shinobi trackers to prevent this. To keep our secrets safe, at all costs, continued the Jonin as he replayed his memories over and over again, a feeling of uncertainty grew inside him like a cancer. Hunter Nin were meant to dispose of the body immediately after death, so to prevent any enemies from discovering it or gaining access to its secrets. Not only that, the weapons they used, Senbon, hardly a fatal weapon unless used in an expert's hands, but, if they were in an expert's hands they could hit the pressure points of the body, possibly putting them into a death-like state. Single quote. Here's the truth. Zabuza is still alive. With those words, Tazuna, Sakura and Naruto all silently screaming as their eyes went wide and their jaws hit the floor in utter shock. I know his heart stopped, but it was just a temporary state, a simulation of death. Senbon can pierce skin deeply but hardly fatally, especially in the neck. Hunter Nin are taught every part of human anatomy, which points in the body are vital, which can cause the most pain, and what types of weapons they use. Even putting someone into a death-like state is child's play for them. That hunter dragged Zabuza's body away when he should have destroyed it on the spot. From these two factors we can conclude that the tracker wasn't trying to kill Zabuza but immobilize him so he could recover from the wounds he suffered. When encountering suspicion a shinobi prepares quickly. Naruto exemplified this when we encountered the demon brothers, he didn't outright attack but prepared traps in case of such an attack when we both saw the puddle. Hesitation leads to disaster and death. Every shinobi knows of this. Spoke Kakashi while Sakura decided to make her thoughts known throughout. You said that we must prepare, but how? You're in no condition to fight and we are just genin. Well, that's why I'm your teacher, it's time to learn some ninjutsu and how to control your power. Spoke Kakashi, eyes smiling causing Yugito, Sasuke and Naruto to smirk. Wait. There's no way some last-minute training can prepare us for Zabuza. I mean you could barely defeat him even with your Sharingan. Rebuked Sakura, terrified of facing that demon again. Sakura. Why was I able to defeat Zabuza in the first place? Because you all helped me. In such little time, you all have grown to not only trust each other but be able to work as a single cohesive unit. Yugito, you no longer hesitate and rely solely on strategy, you are now able to think in the heat of the moment. Sasuke, you have learned to rely on others rather than your own power. Sakura, you no longer think of yourself and instead are the support the others can depend on. And Naruto, you have grown the most. You think and act when it's appropriate. You know how to counter enemies and analyze the situation in a heartbeat and you take charge of the team when things seem hopeless. Even the most experienced of Chunin and Jonin couldn't come up with such a plan like yours. Out of the four of you, you are the leader this team needs and the one who carries it with your perseverance and confidence. Those are traits all of you should be proud of. You have learned more from each other together than an entire lifetime of being a shinobi. But, I will be honest, it's not enough. Of course, it's not enough, and it never will be enough. Squeaked a new voice to which everyone turned their heads on the spot to see a boy glaring at all of them with the exception of his family. Inari, you apologize to these ninja right now. They risked their lives to bring your grandfather safely home to us. Spoke Tsunami harshly to her son for his rude attitude. But Ka-chan, don't you see that these people will die? They can't stand up to Gato, he'll kill them all. I'm stronger than I look, you little brat. Show some respect. Yelled Naruto baring his fists with notable veins bulging on his hand. Listen, you know who I am. I'm gonna be the ninja to become the Hokage. This Gato pig is no match for any ninja. Especially me. There's no such thing as a hero. You're just full of stupid ideas. admonished Inari as several of the other ninja grew annoyed with this child's petulance. Especially Yugito, who fully supported Naruto's dream and of course grew insulted when someone would insult him over it. "That's it, I'm gonna kill you," yelled Naruto as he was restrained by Sakura as he tried to get his hands on the kid, possibly strange him comically or something along those lines. "If you don't wanna die, go back where you came from," spat the kid as he saw himself out of the room while Sasuke and the others glared at his retreating form. "Please forgive him. Things have been hard on him these past few months," spoke Tazuna as Naruto simply fumed on his spot. A few hours passed and Naruto's boiling point had reached its limit. So he quietly went to his assigned room, passing Inari's as he heard sobbing emanating from behind the door. He opened the door just a bit so he could glance inside, only to see the boy crying on a photo of an older man. The Senju heir didn't say anything else other than make his way back downstairs, his intention to talk to the kid having dissipated. Morning came and with the promise of a new day the team of four stood in the middle of a forest, well rested, prepared, and with Kakashi eyeing them intently, searching for weakness among the four. To his delight, he found none and decided to begin the day's training and what it promised. "Alright, training starts now. First, we will deduce your chakra natures. With this, we can discover what affinity you have for a certain element and what jutsu you can learn from it. Then we will move on to chakra control exercises so you can better control your jutsu," spoke Kakashi as he pulled out 4 slips of paper from one of his knapsacks and presented it to the 4 genin. Only Naruto didn't take one as he knew his affinity already, wind. But the others were unaware of it and decided to discover what theirs were. Now this paper is made from a special tree that is grown with chakra. Just channel your chakra into it and it will tell you what element you have a certain affinity for. Fire, the paper will burn and turn into ash. Water, it will become soggy and wet. Lightning, it will crumple. For earth, it will crumble into dust, and wind, it will tear in two. Go ahead, try it, spoke the sensei as the 3 genin poured their chakra into the paper. Sasuke's paper crumpled in his hand, showing that despite being an Uchiha he had a lightning affinity. Yugito's burnt in her hand, showing that her nature was fire, common in the land of fire but moderate in Kumo, her home village, and Sakura's became wet and soggy. Alright, Sasuke, you are lightning. It's a perfect all-rounder offensive nature that can electrocute and shatter opponents. Yugito, your nature is fire. Fire is well known for its mid to long range fighting style but has very limited defense capabilities. Sakura, your nature is water. Water is versatile, perfect for offense and defense, a support nature, you can defend your allies while crushing your enemies. And Naruto, as you already know, yours is wind, close to mid-range. Wind is the ultimate battle nature, you can shred and tear opponents while giving others some protection.
Now I will give you all a jutsu that you can practice on, spoke Kakashi as he pulled 4 scrolls from his pouch and handed each one to the genin who examined it in their hands. Now I don't need to explain the concept and use of chakra, but now we will learn how to control it and use it to better our techniques. Each jutsu requires different types of chakra in different proportions. You must select and combine them in exactly the right way. Up till now most of you have just guessed at the proportions, hoping they would come out right. Even if you can produce tremendous amounts of chakra, unless you balance it correctly it will either explode in your face or outright fail. You waste so much energy and thus you become drained and weak, allowing enemies to kill you. You all must train hard to master it until it becomes second nature to you. Watch and learn. Kakashi wasted little time in approaching a tree and channeling chakra to the soles of his feet. And what amazed the genin was how he could walk up the tree as if he was walking down a road. He was then standing upside down from a branch staring down at the genin and their stunned expressions. Well, you get the idea anyway. Focus your chakra towards the soles of your feet and use it to connect to the tree. When you have mastery over your chakra, this is the kind of things you are able to do and more. This is the entire point of this training. You will need to adjust your chakra output and levels so to stick to the tree. Not enough chakra and you will fall off. Too much and you will be blasted off. To use no more than what is necessary but to also maximize its effectiveness in where and how it is applied. The most subtle control is the most critical aspect of any jutsu. It's also the most difficult skill even for Jonin. The type of tree climbing we are doing requires the most delicate application of chakra imaginable. Especially since the bottom of the foot is an area where it is the most difficult to manage one's energy. In simple words, if you master this type of exercise, no jutsu should be beyond your control. The secondary objective is to build enough stamina necessary to complete your task. This will not only increase your control over your chakra but deepen its reserves also. In battle, circumstances and situations are always changing, and a true shinobi must be able to manipulate their own chakra on the fly so to adjust to what is going on around them. Now enough talk, time for action, said Kakashi as he pulled out 4 kunais and threw them at the feet of each of his students. Use those kunai to mark your progress. Slash the trunk when you reach a new point. It's a reminder of what you are capable of. I don't expect any of you to make it to the top of the tree immediately. But a running start will give you enough momentum for a first effort though. As a leaf fell to the ground, the young ninja rushed towards their respective trees. Despite appearances, Naruto has been taught basic chakra control and was able to get halfway up the tree. However, he didn't apply enough chakra and lost his grip and marked the spot. Unfortunately, he was also the lowest of the 4, but that was not a deterrence in any way. It was a drive. Sasuke poured too much chakra in his steps and was repelled off the trunk of the tree. Yugito was able to get up fairly high, not exactly reaching the highest point but was higher than both Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi was slightly impressed by this given Jinchuriki's high amounts of chakra. Sakura was effortlessly able to climb the tree without any problems, impressing her sensei the most, who then ordered her to help her teammates and try to understand what they were doing wrong and how they could correct it. Although Kakashi knew that both Naruto and Sasuke had massive reserves for genin, especially Naruto since he descended from a clan known to have Biju-level chakra reserves, and that's not counting his own Biju. Hours passed and there was already progress being made. Yugito was able to climb to the top of the tree although with some effort, so she practiced more until it became second nature. However, Naruto and Sasuke were beginning to make strides. The blonde was quickly catching up to his rival and were 2/3 up the tree. Whenever they marked a new point on the tree, the two of them would glance at the other, either offering a glare or a dismissive glance, but both had determination in their eyes and would go back to what they were doing. Sometimes a rivalry just pushed people onward. It wasn't until nightfall did Yugito climb the tree with no trouble. Kakashi ordered her to instead work on her new jutsu along with Sakura while Naruto and Sasuke continued to practice. Soon enough dinner was ready, and to say the least, either Naruto and Sasuke were either eating like wolves or like pigs. Whichever came first, it didn't matter so long as they could get energy out of it, even fighting indigestion so to keep their food down, even ordering seconds for 2 reasons: how good it was and how much energy they could gain out of it. And since this rivalry of theirs only continued to ignite, lightning was all but sparking between their eyes as they consumed copious amounts of rice and drink. Sakura and Yugito could only watch in amusement. In fact, the very sight of it seemed to disgust them just a little. The Nibi Jinchuriki noticed a picture hanging on the wall. Although it was torn, the man's face was missing, and the blonde-haired girl decided to make her thoughts known. "What's with the picture? Why is it torn?" queried Yugito as the family went silent, either staring down into their food or cups before Tazuna decided to answer. "Once, our entire country called him a hero," whispered Tazuna to himself, and upon hearing his words, an angered Inari left the table, to which an upset Tsunami chased after him in order to calm him down. Yes, Kaizo was Inari's whole world at one point. He's the reason Inari acts up and has given up hope. He wasn't his birth father, he came after Inari's father passed away, but the two were as loving and close as any father and son. Spoke Tazuna, causing Naruto's face to fall into a sullen frown, images of his own father flooding into his mind. You would always find Inari smiling back then, but everything changed after Kaizo was murdered. Our people, and especially Inari, were robbed of the meaning of courage because of what happened that day. It was about 3 years ago that the two first met. Inari was drowning in the sea and Kaizo rescued him, not out of monetary gain or to look flashy, but out of sheer compassion. He was a fisherman who came here from abroad to find his fortune. From that day onward, Inari's affection and admiration for Kaiza grew and grew until he was officially part of the family when he married my daughter. It was during a great flood that we regarded him as a hero. Without a care for his own life, he shut the floodgates with his own 2 arms, and everyone regarded him as the champion who saved our country. Until Gato came. In front of the entire people of this country, Kaiza was publicly beaten and executed, a message to put us in our place, and the sting from that message is still felt throughout the land, even today. Ever since, Inari doesn't believe in courage or the will to fight for what you believe in. Naruto only sat there. Somehow, that story wasn't too different to his own. He didn't know what the love of a father was like. He wasn't around to see him grow and mature. He gave his life for the village, for the people he cared for him and his mother. But to act in such a way, it was as if he was denouncing all the good that the Hokage had done. Minato Namikaze sacrificed everything to protect what was precious to him, and even though people had forgotten the true depth of his actions, they could never repay him for giving them the lives they live now and their children's lives. Thus, it was inconceivable, insulting in fact, for Inari to act in such a way, giving up on everything his father fought for. The Senju heir didn't want to dwell on it any longer as he pushed himself away from the table and was ready to storm out of the house to continue his training. "He's wrong. I'm going to show him that there are heroes in all of us," yelled Naruto as he slammed the door behind him and ran towards the trees. He would remain there for the entire night, working on his jutsu and chakra control. Soon enough the sun began to rise, illuminating the forest and all the things that dwelt in it, especially the tired and battered body of Naruto Senju. The blonde had worked himself to the bone that night. The tree he was training on was covered in scars and scratches, while some others were cut to pieces from the jutsu he had been practicing on. He had apparently been making progress until he knocked himself out from pure exhaustion. Elsewhere, another figure was in the forest, picking out weeds and herbs so he could make special medicine from, one with healing properties. Like the forest, this young man was calm and serene. The light would shine on him out of pure instinct, and birds were never afraid to perch upon his shoulder. Soon enough he noticed the tired blonde, and upon seeing his headband, adopted a steely expression that could melt ice. Slowly inching himself closer, he saw that the young shinobi was knocked out and defenseless. Thus he did what anyone would do. He woke the shinobi up. "You'll catch a cold if you sleep out here," spoke the boy, to which Naruto jolted out of his sleep and saw the face of his counterpart. A beautiful girl smiling down on him, to which the Senju heir could only blush at his embarrassment. It's not every day that you find someone who prefers to sleep on the hard ground rather than a bed. "Well, it was an accident, I swear. In fact, my back feels stiff," stated the genin, causing the other boy to smile in response. "Besides, what are you doing out here?" "Oh, I'm gathering herbs. The kind that treats illnesses and healing wounds. A friend of mine took a bad tumble and now I'm looking for these herbs to treat him. Although he's being stubborn about it." With that said, an hour passed and the two spent their time looking for the correct plants. "That's some dedication you have there, collecting all these plants this early in the morning. Your friend must be worth it then," causing the dark-haired stranger to laugh slightly in response. "In a way, he was worth it. Being the only family he had left really made you want to go out of the way to help him. You're one to talk. Just what were you doing at the crack of dawn in the middle of nowhere?" The question itself brought a huge grin to Naruto's features, excited at the prospect of talking to someone who wouldn't look down or belittle him. "Training. I see, from your headband, you must be some kind of ninja." "Oh yeah, I am. I guess I must be really awesome to look like on then. Huh. But there's still so much I have to do. I need to become a lot stronger than what I am now." The strange boy questioned why. Why push himself to such an extreme if acquiring power was all he wanted? "To become the greatest ninja in my village. No, in the world. All the people who treat me like dirt will have to say that I'm one worthy of respect. And right now I have to prove myself to a person I know." "So, are you doing this for the sake of the person you care for? Or for your own satisfaction?" queried the boy, to which Naruto was taken by surprise. He didn't rightly know at this point in time. The answer was more like a combination of both. "Don't you have anyone special in your life?" "Well, there's my Mo." "No, I don't," spat Naruto, taking the stranger by surprise at his words. Was he about to say his mother? Maybe. For the blonde, Things between his mother and him have been less than idealistic. He would not speak to her, let alone look at her, refusing to listen or pay attention to her. The only time you would catch them in the same room now was when dinner was being served, and that was about it. To be honest, he was doing it out spite for her. His mother, the person he trusted most in the world, didn't tell him what he was. How much pain could have been avoided if she just trusted him enough? Instead, he heard the news from someone who wanted him dead and not from her. She knew all along and didn't tell him. When people are protecting and fighting for something truly precious to them, they truly become as strong as they must be. Spoke the boy, causing Naruto to grin widely at his words. I know you will get stronger, stronger than you ever think you will, and I know that we will meet again. Oh, and just so you know, I'm a boy, stated the stranger before walking away, leaving a grinning Naruto in the field and wise words to comprehend, except for the "I'm a boy" part. An hour later, Sakura, Yugito and Kakashi were once again in the middle of the forest with not a sight or hair of either Naruto or Sasuke. Now where did our favorite loud blonde run off to? If he keeps up his training he'll tire himself out. And Sasuke, no doubt he's right behind him, spoke Kakashi just as a kunai fell to the ground, surprising the three as they look up towards the tree to see a grinning Senju lying casually against the branch. Sakura was amazed at Naruto was able to reach that height, while Yugito was more than cheerful than ever because of it. The blonde stood up before a devilish thought came to mind. Pretending to be in danger, the Senju heir purposely looked as if he was going to fall from his height, leaning backwards against the branch as the two girls shrieked in response, and Kakashi was scared out of his mind, only for their fears to go to waste as they saw their teammate hang from the branch of the tree, laughing hysterically as the two girls then swore vengeance upon the clan heir for scaring them. Looks like this will be more interesting than I thought, spoke Kakashi, eyes smiling at the potential of his students. 231 Chapter 11. The Demons Within. Rebirth of the Two Sons. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto, or any references I make. So now we are here at the finale of the Wave arc. Also, please be patient, the next chapters we will be getting a divergence from canon, I promise. The demons within, they stood as high and mighty as the trees they settled on, filled with pride and accomplishment over their task at hand. Although, sweat and tears were shed over their sheer overwhelming labor of such a task that both were panting heavily as sweat continued to drip through their hair and clothes while the light of the crescent moon was beating down upon them, echoing their achievements. They traded with each other confident glances with large smiles on their faces masking their features. What truly elated them, however, was the fact that both had reached the top of the tree at the exact same time. They could only guess that the other drove them to outperform the other, neither content with letting their comrade get the better of them or remain in the other's shadow. You know, this was actually fun. You know, like those days where we couldn't be separated, stated Sasuke as he leaned against the trunk, arms crossed together as he wiped some sweat of his brow. You know, just us two, upstaging the other on that riverbank with no one to bother us or care about what we were doing. Yeah, like the old days, spoke Naruto as he lied down on a branch in a lazy position, causing Sasuke to chuckle at the sight. Do you ever think that we can go back to the way things were between us? You know, when the only thing we were concerned about was what we were going to do next or how we would accomplish our dream. Do you remember? Like it was yesterday. I'm not sure if we were just foolish or hopeful back then, thinking that we alone could end world hatred by ourselves. But even now I treasure those days, when we had no cares, worries, and everything was fine and we had no troubles. But yeah, I think we can return to the way things were, in time. That's great to hear, whispered Naruto as he shut his eyes. The last image in his mind was that of the moon before fully dazing off into a peaceful dream. Sasuke observed this, a smile gracing his features as he soon felt the ebb of slumber gnawing at his form. Soon he closed his eyes all the same, but struggling against the impulses of his body. Soon enough he was fast asleep also, becoming unconcerned with the troubles and problems of the world in favor of this small luxury. Upon a tree, their sensei, arms crossed, only watched from his position, smiling in delight at the sight before him. Perhaps these two would be fast friends again. Only time will tell for now. And so the Jonin disappeared in a swirl of wind and leaves, leaving his two most promising students upon the branches, where they could sleep soundly into the night. When the sun began to rise over the mountains and seas, the moon descending below the horizon, did the guests of Tazuna and his family congregate around the breakfast table, all of them looking well rested and full of energy. They were just served said breakfast by Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, just as Naruto and Sasuke burst through the door, each of them cracking and stretching, yawning from sleeping in the forest. "Well, look at you two, you either look like something the cat dragged in or you look fresh as daisies on a nice spring morning," spoke Tazuna, surprised at the appearance of the two boys. He believed that both fell asleep in the forest, and it seems his suspicions were correct. "Well, I am pleased to see that you both made it to the top of the tree. Now you can join your fellow teammates and myself in guarding Tazuna while he finishes the bridge. Just a few more days and it will be complete. Don't worry, you all can return home soon enough. Work has been dirty, sweaty and a real workout, but I think that's something you two know very well anyway. And I have all of you to thank for its construction. Without you five I wouldn't be thankful for my life and my family's life as well. But I also wish to ask something of you all. Why did you stay and protect me even after I lied to bring you here?" questioned Tazuna, to which Kakashi mulled over the question. It was true that many other Jonin and Chunin would have abandoned the architect, but Konoha wasn't like that, and here's the reason why. Those who stray from the path of honor have no courage. But under the wings of a strong leader, cowardice cannot survive. A quote spoken by one of the founders of our village, the Shodem Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Spoke Kakashi, to which Tazuna and his daughter raised their eyebrows, bemused at the response but yet also fully understanding it. Little Inari, who was listening, then cast his eyes upon the Shodem's descendant, who was eating rice and beans with little care in the world, especially if he could quiet down his raging stomach. The native boy of the waves only recalled memories of his stepfather, seeing his bravery and goodwill in the form of Naruto. Every nature of the blonde brought forth these memories, from his habits and his large confident smile to the way he walked and talked. As the flash of memories continued to pour into his mind, the young child of 8 couldn't help but let tears well up in the corners of his eyes. "Why?" spoke Inari, his words nothing more than a whisper, catching the Senju heir's attention and worry at the sight of the child's whimpering and tears. "Why push yourself to your limits? No matter how hard you try or train, you'll never be strong enough to defeat Gato's thugs. You do all these cool things and you say all those awesome stuff. They're just empty words and actions. In the end, it won't even matter. The strong always triumph and the weak die," yelled Inari, almost at the top of his lungs, shocking everyone at the table, especially his own mother, at his words. "Shut up. I'm not like you. I'll never be like you, and no matter what you say or how many men Gato sends, I won't lose. I'm not some fragile glass doll that will break easily. Shut up. Just shut up. Just looking at you makes me sick to my stomach. You know nothing about this country. You're just butting into business that's not your own. You don't know a thing about me. All you do is laugh and smile. You don't know a single thing about suffering or loneliness or what my life is like being treated as if you're dirt," screamed Inari, his yells and screams something inside the blonde shinobi. The shadow of his hair completely obscured his eyes and his form was shaking and rattling, clenching his fists so hard they went white and prominent veins could be seen. "Why don't you listen to yourself whine and complain about how bad things are for you? Like some sorry little victim who would rather blame anyone else but himself. You can whimper and starve yourself for an entire week and I still won't care about what you say. I don't listen to the words of a coward," roared Naruto, gritting his teeth and digging his fingers into the wood of the bench. "Your father sacrificed everything to free your country, to keep you safe, to give you a better life. He died bravely. No, he died a hero, with a smile on his face, and you stand here insulting his very memory. People like you are the reason this country has gone to shit. Because you won't stand up for a cause worth fighting for. You don't have courage, you don't have hope, and you don't endure through the hard times. I'm done wasting my breath on you." "Naruto, I think that's going too far," spoke Yugito, worried over her blonde crush as his face contorted into a scowl. "I don't apologize for the truth," snapped Naruto at his friend, who recoiled at his reply, hurt by what he said before the blonde excused himself from the table. The Nibi Jinchuriki was sullen for a few moments, her face downcast and hurt at the way her friend treated her for just a moment. Kakashi adopted a similar expression at the turn of the conversation in mood before he cast his sole visible eye on Inari once more, who was crying heavier tears at the words of the genin before he ran away from the table. An hour passed and the young boy had dried up all his tears and sat upon the wooden pier of his home, staring out across the water. His ears perked up when he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. When he turned his head he saw none other than Kakashi Hitaki standing behind him, an emotionless gaze on his face as he sat beside the young boy. I know that Naruto can be a little harsh sometimes, I guess he gets that from his mother and he tends to speak without thinking. But he wasn't trying to be hateful or cruel. In fact, I believe that his words carried more weight than anyone could expect. Your grandfather told us about your father, Kaiza. You're not aware of this, I didn't expect you to know either, but Naruto grew up without a father, only knowing of him and never meeting the man himself. All he knows of his father, the Yondaime Hokage, is that he saved his life on the day of his birth, and that's the entirety of their relationship. And he has very few friends, you can actually count them all on one hand. He was once beloved by the entire village, but something happened that turned those happy memories into ones of pain and suffering. And to be honest, I've never once seen him cry, sulk or give up. He's always a bit too eager to jump into the fray, he wants to be respected, acknowledged. That's his dream, but he tries his hardest in the hope that someone will at least notice him, and he would risk and put his life on the line for that. My guess is, he just got tired of crying. Even though he is young and still learning, sometimes I find myself surprised by the wisdom he can show. On the rare occasions, he understands what it means to be strong, he knows what it costs and what it's worth, just as your father did and his father. I think he knows better than any of us how you feel. Spoke Kakashi, surprising the boy. What Naruto told you earlier, as cruel as it sounded. He's probably told himself that 1,000 times already, and he just can't leave you alone, because you are suffering as he did. You've really gotten under his skin and now he feels the need, no, the duty to help you. Because I believe that when he looks at you, he sees himself. Spoke Kakashi with an eye smile, stunning the small child as the sensei then excused himself and retreated back inside the house, leaving the young boy to ponder his words. An hour later, when all was said and done, Kakashi, Yugito, Sasuke and Sakura would depart with Tazuna for the bridge while Naruto would stay behind and protect his family. Though somehow, a few suspected Kakashi's ulterior motives for leaving the Senju heir behind. When they arrived at the bridge, the entire group was shocked to see all the construction crew badly beaten and wounded, moaning against the ground as blood dripped from their lips, and they whispered of monsters and demons in the mist, to which Kakashi narrowed his eyes, his suspicions having been confirmed. Zabuza Momochi was still alive. Soon enough a blanket of mist blanketed them. It darkened their surroundings and seeped into their very souls. Fall into formation, ordered Kakashi as his 3 students fell into battle-ready stances, hands on their kunai and shuriken. I guess he just couldn't wait for round 2. Been a while, Kakashi, sorry to keep you waiting. I see you still got those brats tagging along and the little boy is trembling again, poor thing. Spoke Zabuza through the mist in a taunting fashion as Sasuke trembled and shivered as several water clones of Zabuza surrounded them, appearing in the middle of the formation with their swords at the ready. I'm trembling with excitement, stated Sasuke with a smug smirk gracing his features, amusing the water clones as Kakashi eyes smiled, giving his student the signal to attack, and with the speed of thunder the Uchiha heir decimated the clones with quick, one-shot attacks that turned every single one of the clones into puddles of water. It was too easy for the raven-haired boy, so much so that he would have demanded something a bit more fantastical if he wasn't facing an opponent who was stronger than he was. Ooh, so you could see that they were water clones and they were obviously no match for you. It seems those brats have matured since we last fought, Kakashi. Looks like you have a rival, Haku? Said Zabuza to his apprentice, a notable smirk underneath his bandages as the masked boy appeared beside his master and mentor, his voice callow and still. So it seems. Well, looks like I was right. It was all an act. Our mysterious masked friend here is a cute little puppet, said Kakashi, a little proud with his theory being true after all. Sasuke only smirked before taking a single step forward, staring Haku in the eye, through the holes in his mask. This one's mine. That was quite a show you put on before, but now we're on to you. Nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. Little parlor tricks like you pulled before won't work now, and I hate clowns pretending to be ninja," spoke Sasuke, to which his female teammates nodded, agreeing with his assertion, while Haku remained impassive, not affected by the Genin's threats and their assertions. "He's impressive, isn't he? Even though they were just 1/10 of the original strength, he did destroy them all in a flash. It's amazing that he was able to do so well," commented Haku, to which, finding no fault, Zabuza nodded in agreement. "This boy, despite the short amount of time, has improved to not only defeat a water clone but 10 of them, when before he couldn't even handle one, really was intriguing. His growth rate was surprising, only a week and he's progressed this much." He had to compliment Kakashi. He knew how to train his students well. "That move gave you the advantage, use it," spat Zabuza, to which Haku nodded in response, becoming a whirlwind of steel as both he and Sasuke clashed respectively. Elsewhere at Tazuna's home, the wannabe samurai cut down the wooden walls of the home, to find Tsunami utterly surprised by their appearance and horrified as she saw the disgusting smirks both possessed. "Sorry to barge in without knocking, but be a good little thing and come with us," spoke the smaller of the two men as the woman bit her lip in anxiety. In the upper levels, a head of blonde hair heard the distinctive sound of metal and unsheathing of swords. Craning his head, he listened to the quiet all around him while his ears picked up on the noticeable sound of angry voices. The genin disappeared in a blur so to confront this threat. Inari, who was upstairs, washing his hands after going to the toilet, heard the sound of breaking glass and a scream. Without thinking, he rushed downstairs to find his mother backed up in a corner with the two swordsmen surrounding her, breaking some of the dishes and glasses. Said boy only ran around the corner and called out to his mother, who warned him to stay back for fear of his life. He then heard the thugs saying how they only needed one hostage and that the boy was expendable. Before they could respond, they heard the shriek of the mother and turned their attention back on her. "If you dare touch my child, I'll bite my own tongue and drown on my own blood. Then what will you do for a live hostage?" screamed the mother as the criminals traded glances with the other. They knew they couldn't return to Gato in failure. His orders were explicit and clear: one hostage. "Hey, be grateful, kid. Mothers will do anything to protect their children. It's what makes them weak," said the leader of the two as Inari cried in the corner, cursing himself for being afraid. Naruto's words ringing through his mind, about how he was a coward, that he was the kind of person causing the country to fall into despair. Then he remembered the words of Kakashi, how the blonde had surprising wisdom for someone his age, and that pain and suffering somehow only made him stronger. Then finally the image of his father came into mind, and he quickly found the resolve to stand up for what he believed in. Just as the samurai with Tsunami in tow exited the house, they were quickly confronted by Inari, to which the swordsman took amusement from. "Get away from my Ka-chan," roared Inari as he then charged at the samurai, who were unimpressed with the child as they drew their swords in response, with Tsunami screaming for her son to run away and get Naruto. Both thugs unsheathed their swords and cut apart Inari as if he was made of paper, only to be shocked to see that what they had sliced and diced was nothing more than log. They quickly realized that they had been fooled by a Kawarimi no Jutsu and turned around to see a blonde genin in a white jacket holding the kid in his arms and standing by the mother, who he had efficiently snatched away, a grin on his face. "Sorry, I was waiting for the right moment to strike," spoke the blonde as he put Inari down on the ground next to his mother, who hugged him so quickly, worried that he would be snatched away in the blink of an eye. "But you know, the heroes are usually late anyway. But thanks to you, Inari, I got the opening I needed to rescue both you and your mother." Tsunami thanked Naruto from the bottom of her heart, tears flowing down her eyes as she nuzzled her son, who was more than happy to see the genin from Konoha. "Inari, that was a brave thing to do. But let me handle these two jokers, okay?" "Oh please, like a puny little kid, like you can handle people like us," said one of the goons as they both charged at Naruto, was unafraid of the two meatheads. The blonde then ducked his hand into one of his holsters and pulled out two shuriken as he casually threw them at the swordsman, who was able to block it easily, saying how he was no match for them. If they were paying more attention, they would have seen the invisible wire connected to the shuriken, to which Naruto then pulled on the metal, directing the shuriken into the thighs of the samurai. They grunted in pain as they felt the metal pierce their muscle, and they were unable to think on it further when 2 feet planted themselves into their faces. These guys lacked discipline and they were momentarily distracted by the weapons, allowing the Senju heir to knock them out with a single blow. "What a bunch of losers, I fought cats stronger than you two," stated Naruto, bringing a large smile to Inari's face at the awesome move the genin pulled off. It was like something from a movie, like a real ninja. Inari was then silenced further when he felt a hand on his head of air and the soft smile of the Senju being directed towards him. "I owe you an apology. You're no coward and I was wrong. The wisest of men admit when they're mistaken," continued Naruto, only to be slightly dumbfounded when Inari started cracking into tears and cursing himself. "I promised myself I wouldn't cry anymore. Now you're going to make fun of me and call me a coward again," said the young boy, while Naruto only smiled in response, happy for what his words truly did for the boy. "There's nothing wrong with crying when you're happy," stated Naruto, causing the boy to shed even more tears and silently wishing that the genin was his older brother. Soon enough, the heir of the Senju clan tied up the sorry excuses for samurais and left 2 shadow clones to stay at the house. One to ensure that others wouldn't try to harm the family and one to warn the original should such a threat come. "Unfortunately, I can't stay. If they attacked you at your own home, then the bridge is also a target and Zabuza could already be making his move. I know you can handle things here, and besides, this hero stuff, this is tough work," said Naruto, who dashed off into the trees, leaving a happy Inari and Tsunami behind with 2 of his clones. His team needed him more now, and hopefully, they could hold out until he got there. Back on the bridge, the clash between Sasuke and Haku was still in full swing. Kakashi ordered Yugito and Sakura to protect Tazuna in advance of any tricks Zabuza might pull. Said swordsman, however, was impressed with Sasuke's speed. To even block one of the masked boy's attacks was impressive enough, and he seemed able to keep up with said opponent even still. "We want the bridge builder, not you. Your blood doesn't need to be spilled. I don't want to kill you, but you probably won't leave quietly, will you?" queried Haku as he and Sasuke continued to trade more blows, their weapons creating sparks from the friction. "You know it. You're making a mistake. You won't be able to keep up with my speed for long. And I have gained 2 key advantages already. Firstly, there's the water you so flippantly splashed around. Secondly, I've trapped one of your hands with this parrying move, which leaves you only one hand free to defend yourself with," spoke Haku as he raised his left hand and flashed through hand seals with just one hand, something which shocked the opposing party. "Sensatsu Suisho, secret technique. 1,000 flying water needles of death," whispered the boy as 1,000 thin needles of water circled around the two, catching Sasuke off surprise but never breaking his block. He quickly summoned his chakra to his feet, remembering Kakashi's training, just as the needles exploded with water as they made contact. This sent Haku stumbling back, but he was able to regain his footing quickly. He was briefly confused over the disappearance of the Uchiha boy before back-flipping so to avoid a hail of shuriken. Suddenly Sasuke appeared behind the masked shinobi with a kunai drawn and ready to end this fight quickly. "You're not as fast as you think you are. Now you're the who has to worry about defending yourself from my attacks," whispered the Uchiha heir as he unleashed a flurry of attacks, even carefully throwing his kunai and kicking Haku away with relative ease. Zabuza himself was stunned with the display. To think that this little punk was as fast as his most powerful tool. It was insulting. "Guess that ends the debate about who's faster," spoke Sasuke with a smirk, one that infuriated the former Kiri-nin to no end. Always underestimating one's opponent always leads to disaster. That was your first mistake. He may not look like much on first glance, but Sasuke is the greatest rookie from our village, in our entire village. Sakura is our sharpest mind. Yugito is the top kunoichi in all of our village, and then there's Naruto. Let's not forget, he's the one you should be afraid of most," warned Kakashi, piquing Sakura and Sasuke's intrigue. Why should they be afraid of him exactly? Zabuza, upon hearing this, could only chuckle to himself as Haku picked himself up off the ground, causing the ninja to scowl at the rogue shinobi. Haku, do you understand that the way things are going now you could end up dying at the very hands you sought to spare? Hurry up and finish him off," ordered Zabuza, with his apprentice commentating at how he would have to kill such talent, that it was truly a pity. Sasuke then noticed that the very air itself was turning cold in response to Haku leaking out chakra. Said enemy then formed a single hand seal as a pillar of ice formed right behind and around the heir of the Uchiha. Makio Hyosho, secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Spoke Haku as the ice formed into tall as men mirrors that perfectly reflected Sasuke's image in everyone from different angles. Kakashi however was stunned to see a technique on this level, especially at Kekki-genkai, the Hayaten, ice release. He like many others believed this Kekki-genkai to have gone extinct years ago, during the blood wars of Kirigakure. Haku then stepped into one of the mirrors, his form perfectly melding with that of that ice, and soon enough his image appeared on every mirror. Blankly staring at Sasuke, who was panicked by such a technique and how he would fight it. Kakashi, upon sighting that Sasuke was in deeper trouble than he originally anticipated, rushed towards the collection of mirrors only to be intercepted by Zabuza. "You enter this fight. You fight me," warned the enemy Jonin, with Kakashi scowling at the rogue. "We can play together, while my boy kills yours," taunted Zabuza with a smirk earning a deadly glare from the older Sharingan wielder. Sasuke in the mirrors readied himself for an attack only to be stunned out of his wits when he felt cold metal pierce his clothes and skin. He looked down to see senbon sticking out of his shoulder, and before he could remove them a flurry of senbon was thrown around the place, with the Uchiha barely being able to defend himself from the onslaught as his whole form was cut apart by the needles, his blood flying in multiple directions as he was torn apart by the barrage. Zabuza warned Kakashi only once that if he wanted to save his student, it would mean he would sacrifice the other three to die, something which the student of the Yondaime couldn't allow. Yugito sprung into action, jumping away from Tazuna only to launch 3 kunai towards one of the mirrors. But this action was for naught, as a hand sprung from the mirror like a sudden branch, catching one of the kunai and parrying the other 2 away. It seemed as though all hope was lost for the Uchiha as he saw the masked boy ready the kunai in his hand for another attack. Only he was too distracted with his current prey to see the Fuma shuriken soaring through the air in an arc only to then slice part of Haku's mask off his face. Everyone was surprised by this only to see a shadow flying over the mirrors blazing through hand seals. "Fire!" said this new shadow, which Sasuke picked up in an instant as he too went through hand seals for a jutsu. Kaden Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, futon. Kamaitachi no Jutsu, wind release, sickle weasel technique. Roared Sasuke and Naruto, who released their techniques at the same time. The wind blades of Naruto's Judas bypassed the open cracks through the mirrors before joining with Sasuke's fireball to create a burning inferno that was slowly melting the ice, all but consuming the mirrors in a blaze. Zabuza was astonished by this. Pulling off a perfect combination jutsu like that with very little experience amazed him to his core. Even the most experienced shinobi in the entire world who had spent years fighting together had difficulty performing such a thing. He could even feel the heat of the flames from his position. But before the mirrors could melt completely, thus freeing Sasuke, Haku quickly jumped back into one and soared through the fire, appearing right above the blonde genin and kicking him in the head, sending him hurtling into the fire and crashing through one of the mirrors and cancelling the technique. The fires died down, and while the most of the mirrors had been melted, they were still standing strong, enough so that Haku was able to repair them with his chakra quickly. "I want to fight him," spoke Haku as a piece of his mask then fell to the ground as a result of having it cut by Naruto's shuriken, revealing his eye and parts of his forehead. "How selfish. You want me to keep my hands off his neck. Such naivete will get you killed, Haku, as usual," stated Zabuza as Sasuke picked Naruto off the ground, who was dazed from the kick and slightly singed from the flames but was otherwise unharmed. Sasuke scoffed at the idea of his opponent being naive, but as he examined his wounds, the evidence was becoming apparent. Although he was cut to ribbons, all the scratches were superficial, nothing that would kill him anytime soon, or he could be weakening the Uchiha, saving the vital spots and the death blow for later. Almost as if this boy enjoyed toying with his enemies. Although he couldn't figure out how to counter the mirrors, the image within them made it almost impossible to track him through the ice, and he strikes too quickly before he can figure out where he is attacking. He surmised that this was no clone jutsu, not like the Cage Bunshin. It's as if the mirrors were somehow a part of him. That was clever of you, Naruto, using futon to enhance your friend's Kaden. It might have worked if both of you were better trained in your natures. Complimented, criticized Haku as Naruto got back up onto his feet with the help of Sasuke, both frustrated that their combo failed and that the Senju's sneak attack was useless. They were unable to do anything else when the mirrors brimmed light so bright that it blinded the genin and swept them off their feet from a hail of senbon. Damn it! Where are the attacks even coming from? Yelled Naruto as Sasuke grunted in pain. Your eyes are blind to the truth, you will never catch me. Spoke Haku plainly, causing Naruto to unleash a volley of shadows clones, hoping to smash every mirror to find the real one hiding in the ice. In a single drop of water, all the clones were summarily defeated, shocking the Senju air with the speed of the attack. Guess an all-out assault was useless, and if he repeated the same action, chances are he will only achieve the same result. Since the both of you are so interested and nothing you do will change, I shall tell you the secret. Like any mirror, these sheets of ice only reflect my image. I am able to pass through each one with the speed no eye can follow. To my eyes, you are as slow as snails, crawling across the ground. I could never imagine that someone so young could have mastered such an advanced technique so quickly, and to have perfected his Kekki-genkai to such a level, without the aid of an older generation. It's unthinkable, sputtered Kakashi as Zabuza chuckled. Yes, Haku had a Kekki-genkai, and he had mastered it to such a degree that he doesn't need outside help to create his own unique jutsu. No, I can't let it end like this. I have a dream to fulfill, multiple dreams. I can't die here, not until my clan is restored and I am Hokage. If you think I'll give up, you're mistaken. With these words, Naruto struck a vital chord within Haku, one that brought up memories of a childhood that should have been forgotten. All except one, when he was found by the person who is most important to him. I find it difficult to embrace the full philosophy of a shinobi. I didn't choose this life for myself, but sometimes those choices are made for you. It's a painful life. I can't help but prefer that the pair of you. Don't force me to kill you. If you keep on fighting, I have no choice but to do so as well. Then I shall kill my own heart with my blade in hand, finally embracing the way of the ninja. And then, there will be no mercy, no looking over your shoulder. This bridge is the battlefield of where our dreams will collide, and all of our dreams and futures are balanced on the edge of a knife. I have dreams of my own, ones that I see every time I close my eyes, and the both of you have your own. Please, try not to resent me for what I must do. But I am willing to do whatever it takes to protect the one that is most precious to me. To fight, to kill, to die for that person's dreams. That is my dream. To that end, I shall become a true shinobi, and that means killing the two of you. Wait. Those words. They sound, whispered Naruto, recognizing them from a day that almost felt like a lifetime ago. Are you that boy? Questioned Naruto, to which he received no definite response as Haku stood in the mirror in silence. Naruto, Sasuke, don't listen to him, don't lose to him, roared Sakura, only to be quickly silenced by her sensei. Don't encourage them, Sakura. Even if we knew of a way to counter his techniques, both boys are not up to the task, and as seen from Naruto's sneak attack, anything we try on this side won't work either. They have the desire to win, but neither have the instinct to kill, replied Kakashi as Yugito jumped away to his side, knowing that helping either of them was all for naught. That boy in the mirror is a whole different breed, he lives to take lives and spread pain. Those two boys don't have the strength or the will to take life. Your village has become complacent since the Yondaime Hokage's death all those years ago. No shinobi could ever be born of a place like that, a place of weakness. Of peace. It truly astounds me at how some of the most powerful shinobi in history were born in such a pitiful village. You don't live with death, or grow up needing to kill to ensure your own survival. In you, those skills and the mindset they require are birthed into you. Your students fail to learn the most important lesson of all. To protect life you have to take it. To kill the feelings in their own hearts. To turn it to ice or let it bleed. spoke Zabuza, causing Kakashi to raise a hand to his Hite 8. Hey, going to use the Sharingan? What a vulgar move. So obvious, so lacking in finesse. Forgive me if I end this quickly. However, he had to recoil as Zabuza launched himself forward, taking out a kunai knife in an attempt to stab Kakashi's special eye. He failed, however, when the Konoha Jonin brought a hand up to block the attack, his blood exploding from the open wound in his palm. You can sneer all you want about my lack of finesse, Zabuza. It doesn't change the fact that you fear the Sharingan. And you fear me. A ninja's secret weapon should be employed judiciously, not displayed at random at every face, like an exhibit in a museum. You should be privileged. No one else has ever lived to see my Sharingan twice, and you will never see it again. By all means, defeat me, if you can. You still won't have what it takes to kill Haku," declared Zabuza, a smirk on his face. When I found him, as a toddler, barely able to walk, barely able to breathe, I could see then the potential to kill without hesitation, the great strength that he possessed. Since that day I've beaten his fighting skills into him, even if it broke his bones. Even in the face of unthinkable adversity, he has always prevailed. He's lost all his regard for his own life and became a killing machine. A true shinobi. I taught him everything I knew, even things I didn't know. His skills now surpass my own, and he bears within his own blood the formidable legacy of a Kekki-genkai. His skills developed quickly, and soon he could face the most powerful of enemies. Outnumbered, in total darkness, none of it mattered. He could strike with perfect accuracy. Thus I have forged and carry with me a weapon of matchless quality and skill. Entirely unlike the scraps of trash that follow at your heels, licking your boots. Nothing is more dull than listening to someone else brag, shouted Kakashi, unleashing his blood-red eye upon the swordsman. Perhaps you might hold off a moment, now that I've caught my breath. And to borrow your idiom, permit me one more boast. You turned a very pretty phrase at our last encounter. Frankly, I've been dying to steal it. That nothing you do will work a second time. Having had a chance to see it in action, I now have a thorough understanding of the mystery workings of your copying eye. There was far more to our previous battle than the apparently humiliating defeat I permitted you to hand me. Haku, who was hiding nearby, observed and studied every aspect of our fight, from beginning to end. He is extremely intelligent. For him to see techniques is to analyze and understand. And with that understanding, he can develop effective countermeasures, not unlike that boisterous blonde brat. Spoke Zabuza, disappearing into the mist. In response, Sakura and Yugito stood either side of Tazuna, while Kakashi deduced that the mist was far too thick for even Zabuza to see through it. The sensei then had to repel shuriken and kunai that were thrown at him with one of his own, only to feel a whisper of a voice against his neck. You repelled those nicely. I expected nothing less from Kakashi of the Sharingan. However, next time you see me, it will be the end. You've overestimated the value of the Sharingan. You pretend that it enables you to penetrate all. Yet, you've turned out to be a false prophet, Kakashi. You can neither read my mind nor see the future. In other words, your precious Sharingan is just an elaborate hoax, a confidence trick you play for psychological warfare. More precisely, it combines clarity of vision and insight on your own part with the ability to all but hypnotize that around you. Using those skills in concert, you are able to create your illusion through a combination of mimicry, from movement to thoughts, to those sharp skills of yours. Prancing around acting like you can see the future. You analyze my movements and copy them, using rapidity to induce fear and insecurity. Once you're certain and understand what's going on in my heart and mind, you calculate just what to say to bend my mind to your will, then you use my fear and insecurities against me. You lay your trap and trick me into signaling what technique I'll use next, and then all you had to do is mimic it. Knowing that, it was simple to choose a countermeasure. I conceal myself in the mist and blind you, spoke Zabuza as he pushed Kakashi away with a kick. With my own eyes closed, as insurance so you don't trick me again. But then, while I can't use my own eyes, neither can you, called out Kakashi as he pulled out another kunai from his holsters. Ah, but you forget, I am trained in silent killing. I don't need eyes, you clumsy footsteps just give you away. What he said was true, and it was gnawing at Kakashi. He could fight with just sound, He's been trained for it. All he needs is a breath, a breaking twig or the sound of rolling stones to kill you. He's been so worried about Naruto and Sasuke, he hadn't even considered how long it has been since he fought under these adverse of conditions. He spun around on his feet as he knew where the next attack was coming, his target all along. He saw Zabuza appear out of the thick fog, drawing his cleaver sword just as he put himself between Tazuna and Zabuza, but by then, it was too late. Naruto and Sasuke, however, were struggling, resembling pincushions and porcupines with all the senbon jutting from their bodies. Both ways were struggling to even stand, the stinging pain from the needles covering every inch of their body.
Haku had aimed for debilitating spots such as the heels and ankles, and no matter what the two tried, even once again trying to perform another combo, the ice wielder would have none of it. He had seen what happens when you let your opponents live, they become stronger over time and your own undoing. They even heard the screaming of Sakura from beyond the mirrors, only driving them to fight on for longer, hoping to reach their friends and sensei, if the masked ninja had a say in it. For Sasuke, Haku's movements were beginning to become more clear. He could see the paths he would take and where he would fire the senbon, but still, he still had trouble even dodging them, and it was even more difficult when the rogue nin would replicate his appearance in the mirrors. Even Haku was beginning to pick up on this new perception of the Uchiha. He was now actively targeting for mortal injuries, but the air kept evading and was beginning to see patterns in his movements. It was only a matter of time before Haku's own abilities would become predictable and he himself on the defensive. All the while Sasuke was gradually gaining speed, whenever he focused his attention between Haku and Naruto. Haku knew, he just knew that this was no ordinary genin. Sasuke, this one, he shows amazing stamina, reflexes, skill, and judgment. He's already beginning to pick up on my moves. Haku, deciding that such a threat couldn't go on living, unleashed a massive volley of senbon towards the Uchiha, who saw the flicker of the needles, grabbed the downed Naruto and dodged the oncoming barrage. Impossible, he saw every move, down to the last detail. He wasn't fooled or even confused. How? Questioned Haku as he stared into Sasuke's eyes, seeing nothing but the blood-red eyes of the Sharingan, two tomo in the right eye and one in the left. As the ice wielder stared into those bloodthirsty eyes, all he could feel was the cold traveling up his spine. Impossible, no, it is possible, he's a member of the Uchiha clan. It's the only explanation as to why he would have such eyes. I see, you are of a legacy of blood as I am, stated Haku, amazed at the awakening of a Kekki-genkai such as his own. What impressed him even more was that while a prodigy, he was still in his fledgling state to find the ability for himself and to force it to the service, untutored, in the heat of battle. Such individuals were rare, even among those of the Kekki-genkai branch. Haku was now aware that the Uchiha heir could see all of his movements and react accordingly. Things have only become much more difficult for the masked nin. I can't let this go on. My own art forces me to expend a great deal of chakra, so there is a limit as to how long I can keep this up. And I am certain that the longer this duel of ours goes on, the greater your ability to perceive my movements will become. Especially since, to a certain extent, you can already see me, but if I use Naruto as the bait, I can bring this to an end, thought Haku to himself. And in a flash, he covered a tremendous short distance in a split second that Sasuke could narrowly see, and he was heading straight for his best friend. Without thinking, the Uchiha launched himself forward, using what little strength he had left in his body to cross the short distance. If he could make it in time. Blood was spilled onto the ground. Taking a blow that was meant for the bridge builder, did Kakashi shield another from death, but also sustaining a terrible wound in the process. Right across his chest. You were slow on your guard, Kakashi. You desired to save those brats, caused the blood to rise to your head, obscuring your vision and thoughts as surely as have created this fog. Even with your sharp as dagger's eye and the formidable powers you wield with it, your ability to read my movements has been blunted. Come on, Kakashi, I want this to be fun. Paying back what you did to me would give me the greatest pleasure. Don't worry about those boys of yours, they're at Haku's mercy, know they're breathing their last breaths right about now. Just relax, I'll be reuniting you with them shortly and you'll be weeping out an apology for those boys when you see them in the next life, said Zabuza, laughing in utter enjoyment. Naruto and Sasuke won't lose to that masked pig, spat Sakura. No way, they both will pull through, I know it. Asserted Yugito as Kakashi heaved from his wound. I have faith in them, and their strengths, Naruto's unpredictability and Sasuke's cunning. Both are among the most worthy heirs to two of our greatest lineages. Wait, you can't possibly mean, said Zabuza, widening his eyes at the thought. That's right, their full names are Naruto Senju and Sasuke Uchiha, both carry within their blood the power of legends. Legends such as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The two most powerful shinobi in history. So, both are the sole surviving members of their clans. I had heard of these two in my travels, the last scion of Tsunade and the survivor of the Uchiha clan, remarked Zabuza, noting how both of their progressions were so rapid and fast. They may indeed be rivals for Haku then. No one has ever penetrated the secrets of Haku's techniques, until now, no one. You're right, Zabuza, it is time to end this, but you will be the one to fall. Do you truly believe, after all the hardships I suffered through, everything that I have survived in this world, I did with only my Sharingan? I too was once a member of the Anbu. I will show you firsthand what kind of shinobi I was. And this isn't something I learned with the Sharingan. Let me show you my art, yelled Kakashi inside the mist, pursuing Zabuza in the dense fog. His eyes were shaking, and from the pain he knew he was still alive. His vision was blurred but could still see clearly. The very first image that came to his sight was his own hand, then the image of a leg standing tall against a downed opponent, and the first sound he heard was of grunting in pain. You always get in the way, Naruto. It never fails to piss me off, spoke Sasuke while Naruto grinned in joy at his friend who was unharmed. No, that wasn't right. Even he could see the blood dripping from the open wounds, in greater quantities. Even now he could hear the splashing. He then saw the onyx eyes of his best friend stare down at him in defeat. You should see the look on your face. You look like a loser, said Sasuke, causing Naruto's eyes to widen horrifically in dread. The image itself was almost like something from a nightmare, one he couldn't scratch out of his face. Why? Why risk everything for me? Screamed Naruto at the horror before his eyes, something gripping his heart as he watched each drop of blood fall to the ground. Why? You ask me why? I don't know, my body just moved on its own, spoke Sasuke, recounting all the memories he had with the blonde. From their first meeting to them training together by the river, to talking about their dreams and hopes for the futures, to discovering their lifelong animal friends, to when he broke apart their friendship, all the times the two glared at each other, when they accidentally kissed each other in that classroom, when they were on missions, when they were climbing trees with just their feet, when they asked if things could be as they were. Even now, he still believed that things could go back to the way they were. You know, for a time, I hated you. You who was the constant itch at the back of my mind, the one who was always in the corner of my vision. I didn't ask you to save me. I didn't ask for this, roared Naruto, sadness and heartache filling his body at the words his best friend was saying. No, but what are brothers supposed to do? Questioned Sasuke, shocking Naruto with that one word, brother. Somehow, that one word spoke volumes and moved kingdoms for the blonde Senju heir. This was the first time, no, the only time that Sasuke has referred to him as a brother. The Uchiha heir then fell backwards, losing his footing only to be caught by his friend, holding him in his arms. I swore I wouldn't die, not until I killed him. Itachi, I made an oath, but don't let your dream die. You were the brother I chose, whispered Sasuke as his eyes closed with Naruto widening his own in sorrow, screaming inside his mind for his friend not to die, but no matter how hard he shook his body, he wouldn't move. He screamed and flailed Sasuke around, but he would not open his eyes or move a finger. Unconsciously, tears began to form in the corners of the Senju heir's eyes as he cradled Sasuke's head in the crook of his arm and pressed his own head against his chest, hoping to hear a heartbeat, some kind of vital sign. But he only heard Haku's words cutting through the silence. He found a strength he didn't realize he had. Why? Because of a person who was so precious to him. To save that person he rushed in without hesitation, knowing that it was a trap. He was a true shinobi, worthy of the utmost respect. Is this the first time you have seen a friend die before your own eyes? This is what it means to be a ninja. Shut your mouth, warned Naruto as he grit his teeth and tears began to fall from his eyes. I used to hate you too, but yet, you were the brother I chose. whispered Naruto as he gently laid Sasuke on his back as steam and smoke began to rise in a ring around the blonde, surprising Haku at the amount that was generated in the heat that swayed through the air before he felt a killing intent he had never felt before, one so powerful that it was almost drowning him. "I'll kill for this. I'll rip out your spine." And with those exact words a red flame-like aura burst to life around Naruto, spiraling upwards like a whirlwind, chakra so powerful and thick, it could be seen by one's naked eye. It cut through the stone ground, tearing apart the tiles and uplifted small rocks, shooting them towards the sky while the very land quaked in fear. Haku was so shocked by the appearance of this new chakra that he couldn't comprehend it for a few seconds. It overwhelmed him, filled every part of his being with fear and hatred. The very air itself turned against him as it burned and grew to new levels of heat, reacting to the surging power around him. The chakra itself was ghastly, full of rage and malice. The thirst to spill blood was permeating Haku's very core. Even images of his own blood spilling across the ground began to fill his thoughts. The only other way he could describe it was that it was evil itself. Soon the shroud twisted and contorted into the spectral shape of a madly grinning fox with eyes so sharp and fiery they could pierce through skin. The Senbon needles that were jutting from Naruto's body were pushed out from his form and the wounds across his limbs and torso were healing at an unnatural rate, almost as if they were never there, to begin with. The nails on his hands grew and sharpened into claws while his canines became elongated and more like fangs. The whiskers on his face darkened and thickened as black lines circled around his eyes which were now blood red and slitted, mirroring the raging emotions around him, and finally his spiky locks became even more manic and wild. Haku questioned just what sort of child he was as he stared into those hateful eyes, and he could swear for just a moment, he could see his own death. Everyone on the entire bridge felt the arrival of this new presence, especially Yugito as the Nibi inside her was acting fearful and on edge. It too was sensing the dark presence of her brother as it hissed and clawed at the presence while a sting of pain overcame Yugito, who fell to her knees and held her shoulders in some form of comfort while her own tailed beast raged inside its cage. She screamed in abject pain, startling Tazuna and Sakura as they tried to comfort her in vain. "Is this Zabuza's doing?" questioned Kakashi inside his mind, before realization came crashing down on him like a tidal wave. "No. This presence, I felt it before, all those years ago, it's something I'll never forget. It can't be. There's no mistaking it. What is this energy? There's something foul in the air, is it Kakashi? No, this presence, it's far too strong, even for him. Where's it coming from?" yelled Zabuza in his mind, visibly sweating from the hatred that clouded his mind, the urge to kill strictly in the corner of his thoughts. Whatever it was the purest evil he had ever encountered. Nothing had come close to this level of wrath. Naruto. Unbelievable. After all, this time. At the worst possible time. Everyone on this bridge is in danger. No. Everyone in the entire country is at risk. The seal has broken. Only I can stop it. And Yugito. Is the presence of another tailed beast weakening her own seal? No matter what, the Nibi and the Kyuubi must not be set loose. No, wait. I sense that we're safe. The seal hasn't broken, only loosened, and the glimmer of the fox's power is bleeding through. If I don't act now, there won't be another time to fix the seal. Roared Kakashi in his mind as he pulled out a scroll from within his pouches and wiping some of his own blood onto the inscription of the seal. Listen to me, Zabuza. Sorry to spoil your fun. But we're both busy men with a lot on our plates, and it goes against the grain to even suggest this, but let's stop screwing around. And wrap this up right now. One big move. Winner takes all. An intriguing motion, show me what you've got. Back inside the dome of ice, the powerful red chakra of the fox was calming down except for its vessel, who was now more animal than man at this very moment. The wind picked up and became violent with the growls of the Senju air. Haku recognized the hatred in his eyes, and he was certain that this was no longer a child, but a savage beast. He was unable to think on it further as the Jinchuriki rushed at one of the mirrors with speed that he had never seen before. Haku threw his Senbon at his opponent only for the wild Naruto to usher a roar that scattered the needles all over the place and flung dust and debris around as the pressure in the air became heavy and dense. Haku quickly jumped to another mirror just as the Senju air was close and noticed how his chakra was growing every second, burning like a fire and growing into a raging torrent. He then unleashed an onslaught of more Senbon which easily penetrated the body of the blonde, but it had little effect. The Jinchuriki roared at the top of his lungs, loud enough for all on the bridge to hear it with the needles bursting from his body. Haku recoiled from the pressure that was released and in that moment of distraction did Naruto attack, shattering one of the mirrors with a single blow from his fist. Haku was able to escape by flying from a shard of ice and plummeted towards Naruto with his Senbon at the ready, hoping to end this quickly. He failed in his endeavor when his opponent spun away and slid across the ground, causing the ice user to crash into the hard surface of the bridge. But nothing could have prepared Haku for what was next. Something unexpected occurred and it caught the tool of Zabuza completely by surprise. The blonde waved through hand seals for a jutsu ending the dog seal. Kinton, Ryuzanden Iki, metal release, shrapnel breath. All but screamed Naruto as he opened his mouth wide as a hail of sharp metal sailed from his jaw. Haku had little time to react, he knew that if he didn't dodge this attack he would be torn apart by it, literally. And he was so shocked to see such a jutsu it all but made him hesitant to move. It completely eviscerated one of his mirrors and several others in its vicinity and it shredded through the skin and muscle of Haku who was only able to dodge vital spots but where he ran Naruto turned his head firing off the shrapnel in whatever direction his head was facing. Haku jumped into a mirror when he knew he couldn't outrun the metal and his mirror was quickly torn apart before he jumped to another one. The maddened Senju heir, seeing that such a technique wouldn't work anymore shut his mouth and growled at the ice user, steam and smoke becoming visible whenever he breathed. Haku prepared for another similar offense when he saw his enemy flashed through multiple seals once again, only this time it ended with the snake seal. Naruto then slammed his hands into the stone ground, completely sinking his claws through the stone before craning his head up and glaring at Haku once more. Only this time, the fake hunter was even more astonished by what he saw. Mokuton, Ryu Chokyo Psycho, would release. Dragon taming growth. Cried Naruto as the ground beneath him and Haku began to shake and quake and for the ice user to recoil in surprise as 6 wooden dragon heads erupted forth from the ground with necks like tree trunks and teeth as sharp as thorns. The dragons quickly obliterated the ice mirrors either spearing themselves through the ice or biting onto the glass like ice and smashing it against the ground or chomping the same mirror and tearing it apart from their sheer strength, like it was some slab of meat. Haku was almost killed by one when its jaws encircled around his mirror. He was able to escape in time only to be grabbed by the wrist with vice-like strength and was spun around on his feet, whined picking up and fluttering about the place as the 6 wooden dragon heads stared at Naruto and Haku. For the Senbon user, he once again peered into those eyes as even more violent red chakra seeped through the blonde's form, kicking up the wind and cracking the mirrors from its unstoppable power.
He couldn't get away, he couldn't escape. He watched as the Senju heir reared his fist and smashed it against the remains of the mask, cracking it completely with his amazing strength and sent the enemy shinobi hurtling through an ice mirror, shattering it into tiny pieces upon impact. Haku tumbled across the ground, pain-racking his form as he skid across the stone in a heap. As a result, the rest of the mirrors broke apart like glass, creating a myriad of shining light that contrasted with the raging features of Naruto, who roared on the spot with such force that dust and wind kicked up in response. Even his wooden dragons joined him, adding to his volume and ferocity. Haku only picked himself up from the ground, wearily and shakily as he still felt the force of the punch and he was low on chakra on the very edge of exhaustion. He had barely enough chakra for one jutsu, but to some, it was all they needed. When the dust settled, the Senju heir rocketed towards his foe, ready to end this battle in a heartbeat, and while he was running, time seemed to slow down for Haku as he lamented over his failure to Zabuza as his mask slowly broke apart, and fell to the ground in pieces. He admitted it, out of all the Jonin and countless ninja he had killed, this one child had proven to be his better. He was no match for him. If he continued to fight against him, he would surely die. He was defeated, and just as the blonde launched himself into the air, ready to punch his enemy in the face, the last remnants of Haku's mask cascaded to the ground, almost as if they were silent tears. He didn't brace himself for the impact of the fist, there was no reason to, he failed, he fought to the best of his ability and it wasn't enough. You could only imagine his slight surprise when the knuckles stopped right before his face. His enemy still in an attacking position, but his head was cast down, staring at the ground below him all the while he growled and hissed at his own reluctance to strike down this foe. Soon enough, Naruto's features returned to normal, all the bloodlust, rage and hatred having disappeared in a breeze. "You!" muttered Naruto sharply, gritting his teeth as he then stared up at his enemy. "You were the boy from the woods the other day. Just from the way you spoke during the battle, everything reminded me of that boy, and yet, I didn't want to believe it. Just how could you do this? And why do you not strike? Did you not just vow to avenge your brother's death? And still you spare me? Or was that vow just empty words?" questioned Haku as Naruto stared back at the corpse of Sasuke, and that image, it was enough to drive him forward as he struck Haku across the face, the defeated ice wielder, remaining impassive and emotionless. The force of the blow was enough to send him crashing to the ground and to cough up blood as a result. "No, that won't do. You lack the conviction from before, the conviction to kill me. If that is all the strength you could put into it, then you can never keep your promise." "Perhaps he didn't mean that much to you as you pretend," spoke Haku, forcing Naruto to remember his words from the woods, about if there was anyone who was precious to him. And then recalling how his master was precious and how carrying out his will was his only dream. To show mercy to those who oppose the one you want to protect, to allow his enemies to live when you can strike them down. This is not compassion, it's an empty existence, a betrayal of your life's very purpose. For what reason do you exist for? You are of use to no one. Your life will have little meaning, it is just that, day after day of pain and struggle, signifying nothing. To go on alone and unloved when defeat has already cost you your dream. Just what are you saying? Hissed Naruto as he clenched his fists together in growing rage, listening to everything Haku has said. "Are you really that blind, little Wing? I am speaking of myself. This day has shown that I am no longer of use to Zabuza. You've taken away my reason for living," stated Haku as the Senju air boiled with rage at the very notion. "Why Zabuza anyway? Devoting your life to Villian who doesn't even know the meaning of the word honor. If he's really the one person that matters to you, then that's the worst excuse I have ever heard," accused Naruto, sick to his stomach to even think that such a person is even worthy of devotion. "Once, a lifetime ago, I was precious to many people, I belonged, my life was content and peaceful, nothing could go wrong as I spent with my father and my mother. I was born in the land of water, shortly after the blood wars ended. In a small village where the snow lies deep in the winter. Mr. Parents were farmers and they were happy and comfortable with their lives. My parents were good people and they were kind to me. We were all so happy once, but then, everything changed. Just as I was getting old enough to really notice the world around me, something happened. The blood, my blood," confusing Naruto at his statements. "My father killed my mother in cold blood right in front of me and then he tried to kill me. Kirigakure has been the scene of generations of non-stop war. Among its people, like most other hidden villages, there were clans and people who possessed extraordinary abilities like you and me. Kekki-genkai skills that comes from our blood lineage to our ancestors are loathed as abominations of nature. Of course, the team refers to any clan with powers like ours, my Hayaten and your Mokutan and Kinton. Inherited skills that were exploited and twisted, used to cause widespread slaughter on a genocidal level. Until we ceased to be looked on as warriors or even weapons, but were condemned as the harbingers of doom that would lead Kirigakure and the land of water to ruin. After the wars were ended, we who possessed these gifts were hunted down like sick animals. The surviving clans were only able to survive by hiding ourselves and our abilities. Exposure of any kind meant certain death. I'm sure if you search the memories of that boy I killed, I am sure he must have also grown up knowing the pain of which I speak. The cruelty of men and their fear of things they don't understand. We three are special, we are powerful and we are feared. My mother was successful in hiding her lineage from keen eyes. She met a simple farmer with whom she fell in love with and married, and for years after that, my mother believed that she would live a peaceful life to the end of her days. My father learned soon, after my birth, that my mother was a descendant of a clan that could manipulate and create ice, the Yuki clan, and then he quietly spread the secret around our small village, and before I realized what I was about to do, my father died, killed by my own hands. When the traumatic memories passed and I was myself again, I was no longer myself. Both my mother and my father were gone, and because of the Kekki-genkai, I knew I would never be accepted into another family. But I also knew that something else had been taken from me. Something even more important, and that is when I truly began to despair. I was forced to accept this harsh truth, and it was the most painful thing imaginable. My purpose, in all the world there was no one who needed me. I was unnecessary. Continued Haku, shocking Naruto with how similar the story seemed to be, compared to his own. Why is it that you are so determined to be Hokage? Because you want all the eyes in the village to look at you and recognize you, not as a great ninja but as a real person. They want to see you, and not what you want to represent. You see it only through the eyes of others that our lives have any significance. When there is no one who sees you or even know you're there, is it though you do not exist. If you had someone in your life who did more than that, who acknowledged your existence, even cared for you, wouldn't that person become the most precious thing in the world to you? Spoke Haku, images of Tsunade and Iruka flooding into the blonde's mind. Then Zabuza came. He looked at me and his eyes were not full of hate or fear. He did not shun me for my powers. Indeed, my special abilities were exactly what he wanted. The very thing in me that made everyone else hate me, he didn't look it. He cherished it. I was never more happy. Spoke Haku as tears welled in his eyes as he recounted that one memory, the one which warmed his heart when it was cold. I have failed you, Zabuza. I am like a weapon that has been broken and discarded and of no further use. Whispered the ice wielder to himself before taking a few steps forward towards his enemy. Naruto, take my life. Kakashi in the mist was holding the scroll he had just unfurled, rushing through hand seals before slamming his hand seals down on the ground. Kachiyose. Doden. Suiga no Jutsu. Summing. Earth release. Tracking Fang technique. Multiple cracked lines spread across the ground, causing a small rattle in the ground before the small quakes died down. I don't know why you bother, this posturing will get you nowhere. You can't even tell where I truly am, while on the other hand, I know exactly where you are and how to kill you. Your breath and footsteps just make you a target. You are in my realm. Kakashi, yelled Zabuza only to feel the ground beneath his feet shake and rumble before something burst from the ground, leaving open cracks as it latched onto his legs, arms and back. Multiple large dogs surrounded him, binding him with their own weight and stopping his movements altogether. When both your eyes and ears fail you, you can count on your nose it worked because you closed your eyes in the mist. This summoning of mine is made for tracking. The mist is nothing to them, doesn't halt their advance, it just makes things easier for them. When you attacked me, I went out of my way to bleed a bit. During both of our earlier encounters my little pups would pick up the scent of my blood on your weapons. Surprised, looks like I wasn't the only one who was blind. Falling into my trap. How disappointing, Zabuza. Spoke Kakashi as the heavy blanket of the fog was finally clearing, now that it didn't have anyone sustaining it. Ah. The mist is clearing and now I can see the future again, and all I see is your death. So you say my future is death. Why something that will come true no matter what? It doesn't matter if it's today, next week or in 10 years, all of us will be nothing but meat in the end. You obviously don't understand the predicament you're in. One word from me and my hounds will tear you apart like a chew toy, and you've had your fun. Everything that you've done has failed. The day you betrayed your village, your name, and your actions were reported to us at Konoha. We all know about that failed assassination and the coup you pulled. Now you've been trying to raise funds for a second attempt and barely staying a step ahead of the hunters that pursue you. Which is what brought you here. It's why you would stoop to a cockroach's level. Kakashi then performed 3 hand seals. It's time to end this, but it won't be with Sharingan or some pale imitation of a jutsu. Let me introduce you to the blade that can cut lightning. Reikuri, lightning cutter, yelled Kakashi as he held his hand out as lightning arced around him and was discharged from his hand. Zabuza himself could feel the chakra, even see it, and the lightning seemed to numb his body just by being close to it. You're a sick dog, and Tazuna, he's the heart and soul of this country, and his bridge is the nexus of all the hopes of this country. And you're willing to sacrifice it in this country to achieve your own ambitions. That is not the will of the shinobi. Spare me the civic lessons, I don't care. I fight for myself and nothing will stop me. These useless little people and their petty little dreams. None of it matters to me. I have a dream of my own. But to have a dream you have to have a future. And the only future that awaits you right now is the one that we all must meet. Naruto was shocked by Haku's request. End his life because he supposedly had nothing left to live for? That's the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. Zabuza treats you like a slave and you want to die for him, all because you were defeated by me? That's not something that's worth dying for. There's more to life than just fighting. There's more to you. He has to see you for more than just your power and abilities. He has to care in some way, screamed Naruto. There were plenty of causes that were worth dying for. Protecting your loved ones. Sacrificing yourself to save others, not this. Not something like this. Do you remember that day in the forest when I met you? I remember thinking that you and are the same. I thought you could understand me. You'll have to bloody your own hands to forgive me, but this is the only way. I am without purpose. Go on, do it, shred me apart with metal rain or rip odf my legs and let me bleed with your wooden beasts. For both of our sakes, do it. Spoke Haku as his enemy stared at his own hands in contemplation. He remembered now, how he had shed blood with these own hands before, the first time he tapped into his power. Back then, he believed that he had no choice. He was being ripped away from his mother and his home. He had no choice but to kill them. But now he thought that there might have been another way, that the blood that was spilt that day didn't need to be. And blood didn't have to be spilt some more on this day. In fact, as he thought it over, he just couldn't. I can't. How can I? When you taught me so much about being a shinobi, about how true strength is found. You taught me that so long as we have someone who cares for us, even if it is just one person, your life can become so much better and you can follow your dreams. I don't think I even hate you now. So you're asking a feather to cut you instead of a blade. No matter what, I won't do it. You don't have to die just because you were defeated. And from this fight and that day in the woods, you taught me so much about living in the shinobi life that I can never forget it now. There's a saying that I like, one that I carry with me, that even just one word, no matter what kind, can destroy empires and build cities, change the world for good or ill. You changed my life. You may not realize it, but your words, they inspire me to move on no matter the difficulty, because you taught me that some things are just worth fighting for, yelled Naruto, causing Haku to raise his eyebrows in surprise, not uttering a single word as silence reigned over the two before Haku smiled down at his foe. Then, I hope you achieve your dream, and I'm sure that in another time and place, we could have been friends. Spoke Haku as he whipped out a senbon from within his sleeves and was ready to spear them through his lower jaw, which would cause him to bleed to death if Naruto wasn't fast enough to stop him. And just as he felt the cold metal of the blade right against his skin, he also felt the warm touch of blood on his chin. He turned to stare down at Naruto, was holding the senbon in his fingers, but also drawing the water of life at the same time. You can still continue your dream, no one else has to die on the bridge. You can still serve Zabuza, but you can't continue your dream if you kill yourself. Yelled Naruto, horrifying Haku at such a notion. If he was weak, then he couldn't serve Zabuza to his full ability. The ice wielder's ears then picked up at the sound of howling dogs and crackling lightning. The mist began to clear and he saw Kakashi ready to end Zabuza. You're right, I will continue my dream. Thank you. Spoke Haku as he swatted Naruto's hand away and threw the senbon into his ankle, stopping him from running after the apprentice of Zabuza, who disappeared in a cold wind. As Kakashi thrust his palm forward, he noticed the buildup of ice right in front of him, appearing out of nowhere like a mirage. Lightning and blood arced and splashed over the place as Kakashi's hand pierced something that blocked his path. The red thick liquid dripped over the faces of Zabuza and Kakashi, both staring in confusion and disturbance at what had placed itself between the lightning and Zabuza. The hounds that pinned the swordsman in place all disappeared in a puff of smoke. Both were nonetheless dreading the moment before their eyes. Haku, standing there, Kakashi's arm through his chest as lightning spat and waved on either side of his body, his blood leaking like a tap and spilling onto the ground. His eyes were dead and dark, like those of a fish, and he was motionless like a statue. The lightning died down as the last few breaths of Haku were spent holding Kakashi in place, ready to die in a moment's notice. You said this moment will lead to my death. You missed once again, Kakashi, taunted Zabuza, smirking at this new victory. Naruto however was shakily running towards the direction where Haku took off. The mist was clearing and he could see more clearly. Haku was really careful to slow him down. Even when he removed the senbon it was a hurdle to even run. Until he saw it he slowed down on the spot as he saw the red all over the place. His eyes widening in horror. Naruto released a scream in pain at the loss of his friend. He was wrong. Haku was wrong. Despite everything, the blonde truly regarded him as a friend, ever since they first met in that forest. And now, once again he was watching another friend die right before him. He fell to his knees as he screamed to himself until his own throat was becoming sore. "Well done, Haku," complimented Zabuza at the corpse of his fallen apprentice, and with that said, the rogue shinobi grasped his giant cleaver intent on slicing through Haku to get to Kakashi, but one thing gave him pause. The first memory of the child he would raise not only as a weapon but as his own son, even if he refused to admit it. "I knew I found a treasure in that gutter all those years ago. To think that he would grant me this one marvelous chance," roared Zabuza as he swung his sword, with Kakashi responding in just a second, grabbing the ice wielder's body and jumping far enough to evade the length of the blade. "Oh, so you were able to get away because poor Haku is already dead," spoke Zabuza, infuriating Naruto with his dismissive words, acting as if Haku was nothing more than a human shield. "Stay out of this, Naruto. This is my fight," ordered Kakashi as Naruto gritted his teeth in rage and clenched his fist in anger. As one final gesture of respect on the Jonin's part, he closed Haku's eyes, hoping that the boy would not see the horrors of the living. Naruto then heard the sound of footsteps coming in from behind, only to see a silhouette of a wounded person walking towards him. As they came into sight Naruto was relived, astonished to see who it was, more happy to see him walking than dead as some tears threatened to spill from his eyes. "Don't look at me with that face, you look like a loser," muttered Sasuke with a smirk as he fell to one of his knees only to pick himself back up again. Naruto smiled at his friend's stubborn attitude and had to hold back the tears of happiness that were beginning to fall from corners of his eyes. "How you were anyway? And what up with those things back there?" spoke Sasuke, referring to the 6 wooden dragon heads that were jutting from the ground where he previously fought Haku. "And did you?" He was about to question whether or not the masked boy was dead, but he received that answer when he saw said enemy lying on the ground, a hole in his chest and covered in blood. That was all the explanation he needed to know that the boy was dead. Sasuke was aware that even though it seemed as if he died, he like Zabuza before was only put into a death-like state. Haku was never intent on killing him from the start and the Uchiha was confused and relived over this. Both boys snapped their heads up to see the clash of metal between Kakashi and Zabuza, the latter trembling and exhausted. It was even difficult for him to be standing let alone fighting the Jonin with what little strength he had left, and already that exhaustion was beginning to tear at him as Kakashi had planted 2 kunai into his left arm, making it all but useless. Pushing his own body into moving, the swordsman tried another swing at the Sharingan wielder only to backhanded by the silver-haired shinobi. Without a care and fighting more like a berserker now more than anything, the former Kiri-nin frantically slashed at Kakashi with his massive cleaver to no avail as the leader of Team 7 was now standing behind the swordsman. Kakashi then pulled out 2 kunai from his holster, intent on stabbing Zabuza in the side, but in one last act of defiance in the face of death, Zabuza swung his blade behind him, but Kakashi read the moves and instead stabbed the kunai into Zabuza's only working arm. The result was that the Kiri-nin dropped his blade and his right arm fell limply to his side. "Now both of your arms are useless. What now? You can't even make hand seals, let alone cast a jutsu," spoke Kakashi as the tapping of a cane grabbed his attention. Yugito and Sakura, who were protecting Tazuna, quickly moved him away from this new sound while Naruto and Sasuke only grit their teeth at the sight of 100 or so men, each armed to the teeth with a short man leading them in the front with a noticeably broken arm that was bound in a cast. "Well, he's certainly made a fine mess out of you, Zabuza. Such a pity," spoke Gato with a noticeable smirk, happy how things have turned out on the bridge. "Gato? I don't understand, what are you doing here? And who are these thugs you brought with you?" questioned Zabuza, a glare marring his features as the short businessman. Well, you see there's been this slight change of plan. According to the new plan, this is what I had in mind all along and you die right here on this bridge, Zabuza. You must have guessed by now, I never intended to pay you from the beginning, you're too expensive you see, and you can't do your job right of course. It's such a bother hiring skilled shinobi affiliated with one of the most powerful villages in the world. And when I kill them to keep my money, they tend to have powerful friends such as cages. That's why I hired you, a renegade, a man with nothing to gain. No one cares if you die once the job is done. All of you ninja are always too eager to fight each other. Once you've worn each other down, common thugs can finish the rest. It's a great business plan and an efficient one too. My only mistake was hiring you in the first place. Called yourself the Kirigakure no Kijin is just false advertising. You're no demon, you're a wet kitten. Well Kakashi, it seems our fight is at an end. Since I am no longer in Gato's employ, Tazuna is safe from me. We have no quarrel. Spoke Zabuza with Kakashi nodding in agreement, something which the two male clan heirs took offense to. No matter what, Zabuza and his tools still tried to kill all of them and they couldn't just forget that, especially Sasuke. They later noted Gato walking up to the corpse of Haku, sneering at the sight of it. That reminds me. I have a score to settle with this one. You crushed my arm and broke almost every bone. Now look at you, nothing but carrion, meat, said the short man as he defiled the body of Haku by kicking the dead boy in the face. An act that infuriated the blonde Senju as he clenched his fist in anger while Zabuza's eyes darkened. Too bad you're not alive to feel that. Without thinking, the genin threw himself towards Gato, seeing only red in his vision as Kakashi restrained him. Why won't you do something? He devoted his life to you. You were practically his whole world, screamed Naruto at the swordsman who remained impassive at this words. Shut up you fool, Haku is dead. Get over it. Bit back Zabuza, glaring at Naruto through the corner of his eye. So you can just stand there and watch him getting treated like a dog, by that fat scumbag. He was your partner. He worked with you for years. Doesn't that mean something to you? You don't understand the way of shinobi. Gato's been using me as I used Haku. Now it's over. I have no obligation to kill you or the bridge builder. I didn't value Haku for his character, only his abilities. I apologize for nothing. If you can actually say that with a straight face, then you are just as bad as Gato, no even worse. Yelled Naruto with Kakashi trying to make him see reason, that Zabuza wasn't their enemy anymore. After everything he did for you, everything he sacrificed, he cared about you more than anyone. He was completely devoted to you, unlike anyone. He all but lived for you. You're the most important thing in the world to him. And he meant nothing to you. Do you not even feel the slightest bit of anger within you? Anger over not saying goodbye when it was his time to go. You never felt anything for him, and now you feel nothing while his body is defiled by trash like that short prick. Yelled Naruto, tears pouring through the corners of his eyes. Is that how you get strong? By becoming a cold-hearted weapon? He threw away his life so he can save yours. And for what? You and your dream? He died without having any of his dreams come true. You never let him have a dream of his own. But he didn't care you were his dream. And you'd toss him to the side like yesterday's garbage. A broken tool. And because he believed that he failed you, he was willing to take his own life, for your sake. Please, no more. Your words cut deep, cried Zabuza, his tears staining the bandages around his face as he stared into the clouds. While he fought you, his heart was breaking in two. Not just for me, but also for you and your friend, that's the truth. He was also soft and kind. He always felt pain and sorrow over what he did, the things he did. And I always knew that he could never take a life without tearing away at his own pain. And now curse him, I feel them too. But I am glad that his final battle was with you. Even I could see that in his final moments, he cared for you as he did for me. You changed something in him, and in me. And now, I am more than content with the way things will end between us. Spat Zabuza as he tore at the bandages around his mouth with his sharpened, shark-like teeth. In the end, no matter what we are or what we do, shinobi are still human, and I've lost everything precious to me. Nothing is worth living for in this life. But if I can do one last thing, it will be this. Give me your kunai.
demanded Zabuza as Naruto wiped away his tears before chucking his kunai towards the swordsman who gripped the weapon in his mouth. The demon of the mist charged at the group of thugs, barreling right towards his true prey, Gato, who was cowering behind his little army like a true coward. While many of the hired goons were confident that they could defeat the former Kiri Nin, they were still cut down in swaths by the man with nothing but a knife in his maw and no arms that worked in his shadow, was the spectral face of a demon, laughing at the men, instilling them with fear and dread as a few froze on the spot upon seeing it. Gato was on the very end of the bridge when he turned back to see the demon charging right at him, spears, swords, arrows, whatever weapon could be thrown. All of them were jutting from the ninja's back and the swordsman stabbed the kunai in his mouth right into Gato's chest, just missing a vital spot as the businessman coughed up blood. "Why won't you die?" shouted Gato as more blood dripped from his mouth. "If you're in such a hurry to join that dead punk, then you're not taking me with you." "No, I have no intention of going to the same place as Haku. I cannot follow him. But you and I, Gato, there's only one place where we both belong, and they are waiting for us. Even a baby can become a real demon when he meets death. And once we're in hell, I figure I'll fit right in and I'll show you just what a demon can do," roared Zabuza as he decapitated Gato in one blow, both the body and the head falling into the sea and being washed away by the waves. Poetic justice. He then gave a death-filled glare towards the thugs as he bled out, the sound of spilling liquid becoming all too audible. "Haku. It's goodbye. Not once did I ever thank you. Please forgive me for that," whispered Zabuza as he eyed the corpse of his apprentice before succumbing to exhaustion and tumbled to the ground. Naruto could only stare, not even considering of insulting Zabuza by turning his head away. Silence reigned over the bridge, not a sound was made by anyone, until, one voice spoke up. "Don't go getting too comfortable now. This party isn't over yet, who's going to pay us? There's no way we're going to leave here empty-handed. Guess we'll just have to ransack the village and see what they got," yelled one of the thugs, rallying the others into attacking, causing Naruto to shed his last tear and take a few steps forward, much to the surprise of Kakashi. "Naruto, what are you doing? You can't take them on alone," warned Kakashi, trying to talk some reason into his most stubborn student, only for Sasuke to walk right past the Jonin sensei with renewed vigor. "Who said I was alone? Sasuke," retorted Naruto as he settled into a power walk. "Don't worry, I can keep up, my strength is returning," replied Sasuke as the two genin began to jog towards the group of thugs. "Good, cause I would hate to trip over you," responded Naruto with a smirk as both he and Sasuke delved into a full sprint towards the group. "Like hell, I will," spoke Sasuke with a smirk of his own while Naruto went through hand seals as the rush at the group. "Mokuten! Ryo Chokyo Seko!" roared Naruto as three wooden dragon heads erupted from the ground while Sasuke activated his incomplete Sharingan, sending forth kunai and shuriken to mow down the group of enemies. The three dragons' heads were smaller than the ones Naruto used against Haku earlier, most likely because of the fox wasn't augmenting his jutsu, but the technique was still powerful enough to tear through enemies, either crushing their bones in wooden jaws or tearing their limbs apart. Kakashi almost lost his mind upon seeing the technique, it was inconceivable. Utterly shocking to see the famed Kekki-genkai of the Shodaime Hokage in the form of his great-grandson. The flabbergasted expression Kakashi was wearing was also quite confusing before his features fell into a worried stare as he watched his two students engage with the band of thugs with taijutsu, even using the trunks of the dragons as footholds as they jumped around the bridge. Many of the hoodlums fell to the far superior genin with single blows and cuts from their kunai. Sasuke even used his clan's signature technique to set fire to the wooden dragons, but it didn't outright burn the wood. In fact, it even enhanced the power of the jutsu as now the dragons were spreading the blaze as some of the men burned to death. Kakashi could only theorize that seeing and dealing out death had desensitized the genin as they casually killed whoever attacked them. It was the only way that the boys were able to even do it. Taking life itself was not easy, even for the most experienced of genin, but these two were dancing around the field with ease. Sasuke blazed through hand seals for another fireball, with Naruto doing so as well for one of his newly discovered jutsu. Kaiten. Gokaku no Jutsu, Kinten. Ryuzandan Iki. As the two roared, spewing forth fire and metal hail from their mouths, the two even combined their jutsu into an even more powerful version, with the metal intermingling with the flames, killing many instantly that were caught in its path with cauterizing steel. The sensei of Team 7, however, was liable to faint at this very moment. Naruto possessed a second Kekki-genkai metal release. Throughout his years as a shinobi, Kakashi had never once heard mention of a Kekki-genkai such as this. He had heard of steel and magnet release, but those only controlled metal to a certain point. Naruto's metal release seemed far more advanced, more powerful, as if it could not only create metal but control it as well. But Kakashi's unease over this situation was growing by the second. Now that Naruto had not one, but two Kekki-genkai, the target on his back only grew in size. Villages would kill for a new Kekki-genkai, and now that Naruto had two, they might as well go to war. Kakashi knew that he must act fast if word of this must remain contained. When the fighting was done and Naruto and Sasuke were victorious, did a crowd comprising the entire country arrive on the bridge, although all of them were slightly dumbfounded over the fact that every one of them was late, except for Inari as he stared in admiration of the Senju heir and all the things he's done for the country. But rather than be sour that they didn't arrive on time, all the people gathered there celebrated at the land of waves finally being free from tyranny. Kakashi didn't take part in the festivities as he approached the still body of Zabuza, who was hanging onto his life by a thread. "Sounds like it's over," stated Zabuza, which Kakashi gave a curt, "Yeah," as the swordsman was too wounded to even stand. "Kakashi, I know that I am unworthy to ask this of you. But I beg you, grant me this one final blessing. I want to see his face," pleaded Zabuza as the Jonin sensei pulled down his Hitai-8 to cover his Sharingan. Thus did the Konoha ninja yank out all of the weapons from Zabuza's body before carrying him over to the body of Haku just as it began to snow, in the middle of summer. The swordsman took this as a sign that Haku was weeping, shedding tears for him from the other side. It was at least a small comfort for the SW Rodsman as he stared into the sky. The shinobi was laid next to the body of his apprentice, his face soft and gentle, like the first time he laid eyes upon him. "You were always at my side. Now, I will be at yours, in the end," whispered Zabuza as he mustered all the strength left in his form to touch the cheek of the one who was most precious to him. "I know it cannot be. But I wish to go where you have gone. On the other side," muttered Zabuza as tears fell from his eyes. "I wish that we could be together, forever." And as he spoke, a single snowflake fell from the sky and landed on the corner of Haku's closed eyes, before melting the heat of his body and into a tear. His spirit was as pure as the snow. "You are wrong, Zabuza. You will join him after all in that place, together," spoke Kakashi as the snow never stopped, not for 3 whole days, it would fall from the sky as feathers in the wind. And for those who bore witness to such a beauty and the sorrow it carried with it, they would never forget this day. The day where hope never wilted like a flower in the coming of autumn. On this day, the dragon and the tiger stood against the storm and melted the ice around the demon's heart, redeeming him and freeing the land from the tyrant that held it, restoring courage to those who had lost it, but both mourned the passing of the Yuki-onna, who died in service of the demon, saving the lives of the countless many faces that would be born, and the land wept in sorrow over the spirit's passing. 2 weeks later, they all stood before the graves of their enemies. Now one wouldn't normally find such people at their own funerals, but this team was special. They had found kinship with these two shinobi who they met as foe, but in the end, became friend. They were overcome with a bittersweet feeling. Their mission was over and now they had to return to their village. A shinobi shouldn't question or be concerned with the reason of their existence. It is important that we merely exist as tools of the village to use in whatever way. It is true for everywhere else, spoke Kakashi as he stared at the massive and famed sword of Zabuza. That doesn't mean we have to like it, spat Naruto, his face sullen and downcast as he stood before the grave of his friend, Haku. Do you really think that way, sensei? Queried Sasuke as he stood before Zabuza's grave with the same feelings and emotions like his best friend. No. And that's why all of us who called ourselves shinobi will live our lives with the ideal always bubbling beneath the surface of our minds, disturbing us as it did Zabuza and Haku. I'm not some tool to be used and discarded. I have the choice to shape my own destiny, No matter if it's fated or not, I will follow my own path. My Nindo, a path that is straight and true, without regrets, spoke the Senju heir, to which Kakashi smiled. Now they stood before the completed bridge, stretching from the land of waves to the main continent, a bag full of supplies which Tsunami was more than happy to give to the shinobi that changed her land. A small goodbye gathering was held in their honor and to see them off, thanking them for what they had done to the country and for their service, especially Naruto's for restoring hope to the people. The bridge was named in his honor, and Tazuna and his family had little doubt that the bridge would become world famous, just like that boy would one day be. The bridge, like the shinobi it was named after, will stand strong and proud against the test of time. 231 Chapter 12. Dust in the Eyes. Rebirth of the Two Sons. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Or any references I make. Dust in the eyes. They arrived at the village just as the sun was reaching its height. The streets were busy and they passed by several teams of shinobi and even more carriages carrying food, cloth and other such things. The air around them was quiet. They had scarcely spoken a word, barely even one, as they recounted the events in the land of waves. They were of course tired, but they could rest when they were back in their beds and the sun was beginning to set. It seemed as if nothing could worry them. But for the silver-haired Jonin, his worries were only beginning to rise. He hid this instinctual uncertainty behind his well-veiled aloofness. Ever since that time on the bridge, the thoughts swimming through his mind were enough to drown him. Sasuke had awakened his Kekkei-genkai. That was of little surprise to Kakashi, but Naruto, that's where things troubled him. Thankfully his team had not spoken about it at all. He could only assume that they had similar thoughts, but Kakashi wasn't sure of it, and it was safe just to assume that their thoughts were of course different. To awaken not one, but two Kekkei-genkai, and so suddenly, was the cause of so much anguish for the teacher. If word was to spread that the son of the Yondaime, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and last scion of the Senju clan, was in possession of not only one of the strongest Kekkei-genkai in existence but an entirely new, possibly just as powerful Kekkei-genkai, the ideas and omen that came to mind were harrowing to say the least. Kakashi knew he was treading dangerous water, and it was his duty not only as a shinobi, but also a sensei to inform the Hokage immediately of what transpired. He could imagine the headache that would come to the old Kage's mind. Once he sent the genin on their way, and of course, implied that a shinobi mission is confidential to those outside of the chain of command, did the Jonin make his way towards the office of his village leader. Luckily he wasn't met with any resistance, no Might Guy to challenge him, no Asuma to distract him with drinks. He would have to deny both for the sake of this unknown mission. It was of the utmost imperative that he get this information to the Hokage and Tsunade. When he finally saw the door of the Hokage, he saw Mabui, Naruto's betrothed and new assistant to the Hokage, walk out of the room with a stack full of papers in hand, folding away and rearranging the sheets while mumbling incomprehensible words to herself. He gave her a curt nod that she didn't notice as he knocked on the wood of the door, waiting for the Kage's reply, which he received shortly. Kakashi, I am pleased to see that you're back, and pleased also that you knocked. Now tell me what occurred in the land of waves. I am eager to hear of your students' growth and what they have learned from such an experience. Spoke Hiruzen, smoking on his pipe as he shifted through papers, writing in ink on statements and stamping on missions that required his approval. However, the old shinobi stopped his action as he heard the reigning silence of Kakashi, standing there, hands in his pockets, something which Hiruzen took as a sign of urgency. Leave us, whispered the Kage as his team of personal Anbu appeared from the shadows, bowing before disappearing into a puff of smoke. Sandaime-sama, there is also another that needs to listen to what I have to say, spoke Kakashi seriously, earning more of the Hokage's intrigue but worry over what his Jonin would reveal. Tsunade-sama needs to hear about what happened also. Ah, I see now, this is about Naruto. Just as the Sandaime said those words, Mabui came back into the room, mumbling to herself again and placing a stack of papers onto his desk. Mabui, would you please fetch your future mother-in-law and tell her to meet me at my office, and that is it above urgent. Lives are apparently at risk, spoke Hiruzen, to which Mabui nodded while Kakashi gave his leader an exasperated look. I speak the truth, Kakashi. Mabui is the key to our alliance with Kumo. So long as she is wed to Naruto, a tentative peace exists between us and Kumogakure. But while we wait for Tsunade, tell me of what occurred upon the bridge. Forgive me Hokage-sama, but everything I have to say occurred on that bridge. Trust me when I say that San-sama will want to hear this too. The Sandaime only blinked at the defiant shinobi. To refuse such a thing was considered to be the greatest level of disrespect. And normally the Sandaime was above such things, but given how the normally relaxed Kakashi was stalwart and serious, things were dire indeed, and given how Naruto was in the eye of the storm only spelt certain doom for the village, at least in Hiruzen's mind. Half an hour passed and Suan finally arrived, her features a mix of confusion and worry as she entered the room and closed the door with Mabui right in front of her. Thank you Mabui, you can have the rest of the day off. This meeting is private and do not tell anyone that it happened. Mabui merely nodded her head curtly as she left the room, and the Sandaime activated a silencing signal that had been placed there since Tobirama Senju had taken office. Now Kakashi, we are well and truly alone. No one can hear us, so tell me what happened on the bridge. Spoke the Hokage, his eyes dour and his words cutting through the air like wolf's teeth through cloth. Tsunade only glanced uncertainly at the two, a wave of worry and confusion crashing into with every word. We gravely misunderstood how dangerous the mission was Hokage-sama. Tazuna lied to us from the beginning about the dangers, but we pressed on. None of the genin wanted to abandon the mission, and so we continued on. Only to discover that Zabuza Momochi, the Kurigakure no Kijin demon of the hidden mist, had been hired to kill him. Started Kakashi, causing Tsunade and her former teacher to widen their eyes in horror at the thought of it. An untrained genin team, matched against one of the most dangerous shinobi that Kurigakure ever produced. It made Tsunade's heart pang in her chest, knowing that her son was put into mortal danger. If it wasn't for the dureness in Kakashi's voice, she would have marched to the land of waves and created earthquakes and tsunamis. I dealt with Zabuza and all seemed fine, until on night on the bridge. The entire team was ambushed and I was separated from my students. Zabuza wasn't alone. Alongside him was a boy, with skills and experience far above that of even the most hardened of Jonin. That's when the fox surfaced. Continued Kakashi, the room growing more cold with each word he spoke. The mention of the Kyuubi sent a cold chill up all their spines. This boy, Haku, pushed Naruto and Sasuke to their limits until he nearly killed Sasuke right in front of Naruto on the orders of Zabuza. That's when the fox appeared, and it is also when Naruto's true power erupted. Like a storm, the fox's rage consumed Naruto and he tapped into abilities none of us even guessed he had. Then Kakashi went silent as he remembered the roars of Naruto and that of the fox, the foul chakra in the air, the hatred that was carried in the wind. Hokage-sama, Naruto, is in possession of Mokuton. Just like that the world went black and white for Suan and Hiruzen. They couldn't even begin to digest the information overload they had. To think, the last son of the Senju carried with him the power of the Shodaime Hokage. But that's not all. Along with Mokuton, Naruto displayed an entirely new Kekki-genkai, one which the world has never seen before. Kinton. Kakashi, are you certain? Frantically questioned Tsunade while Hiruzen was silent, the room growing darker as he puffed on his pipe. I wouldn't be saying it if I knew it wasn't true. I saw it with my own eyes. Naruto, bending and shaping metal like paper, replied, Kakashi still trying to adjust to this new information. Hokage-sama, what do we do? If word spreads of Naruto's abilities, his life will be in greater danger than it already was. And with Chunin exams coming, other villages may take such a risk to end his life. Kakashi, tell me more. Before we proceed with any course of action, we must understand this situation more and find a solution that can benefit everyone. As a student of the Shodaime, I saw firsthand what Hashirama Senju could reap with his powers, but I am even more intrigued with Kinton and its applications. I have heard of Koton, steel release before, the ability to manipulate and harden one's body with metal, but Kinton, it seems far more advanced. I can't tell you much as Naruto only used one jutsu, but I can only guess that this Kekki-genkai can create and control metal for a variety of tasks. When Naruto used it, he tore through just about everything in his path. He even was able to shred through thick concrete with ease. My guess, this jutsu he used is only a drop in the ocean of what it could be capable of, given experience and time. Sensei, don't tell me you're going to tell the village. Cried Tsunade, worried for her son but also amazed at what he was capable of. With the Chunin exams nearing closer every day, the threat of an inside attack grows larger. We shall keep Naruto's abilities a classified secret and dissuade him from using them unless in life-threatening situations, and when he is ready I shall introduce him to a special individual who can help him control his Kekkei-genkai. For now, Kakashi, I want you to tell your other students from leaking Naruto's Kekkei-genkai to the public. Should this come to pass, no matter their stations in the village, they will be punished to the full extent of our laws. Quote. And I'll explain to Naruto the seriousness of this new development. He'll listen to me, spoke Tsunade, eager to see and talk with their son, hoping to make him see reason about this dangerous new development. Sorry Haim, but the way you two have been lately, I'm sure he would be more eager to rebel than anything, spoke a new voice by the window as all three shinobi in the room snapped their heads towards the direction of this new stranger. Sitting on the windowsill was Jiraiya, arms crossed and with a massive smile crossing his features. Besides, the kid trusts me, it'll be good to hear it from someone who hasn't lied to him recently. Jiraiya. What have I told you about entering my window? Just use a door. Comically roared the Hokage as Jiraiya only laughed at his former sensei. And how long have you been sitting there? Since this conversation started. Everyone needs to lighten up and stop being so serious. So the kid can grow flowers, big whoop. If you approach him like that, he'll only become stressed from such a thing, it will eat him up. You need him to relax, a good day at the hot springs will cheer him right up, I promise. Spoke Jiraiya as he jumped off his perch. Besides Haim, from what I've heard from Shizune, you two are feuding at the moment, she even mentioned how the tension got so thick you could cut it like butter. The kid adores me, he'll listen to what I have to say. Sensei, I'll say what I have to say later, let me handle the kid. Spoke Jiraiya as he saw himself out, leaving all three flabbergasted at his sudden disappearance. Tsunes couldn't fault Jiraiya for thinking in such a way. Ever since that time with Mizuki, her relationship with her son has been strained, to say the least. He's more eager to get out of the house and not even register her existence. It tore at her heart like knives, and Jiraiya was right. If she talked to him now, he would be all the more eager to hurt her by going against her wishes. As for our favorite, rambunctious ball of blonde energy, he was currently stuffing his face full of a warm bowl of miso ramen. Having just received his profits for the mission, the blonde decided to gorge himself on a treat. His family was rich, so losing this much money on such a thing was hardly a dent to his funds. Besides, after discovering his new Kekkei-genkai, he was all too excited to invent new jutsu and see just how badass he could be. Before he could even order another bowl, he felt a slap on his shoulder that jostled him back to reality. I see you wasted no time celebrating your first real mission, spoke Jiraiya, surprising Naruto at his sudden entrance but nonetheless bringing a smile to his face. And you know what, I'll pay for all your bowls too, spoke the Sannin with a sly wink, earning an even bigger grin from the Senju, only for Jiraiya's eyes to widen in horror at the stacks of bowls sitting next to Naruto and a sly smirk spreading across Chuki's features at how much money he's gonna make today. Yeah, Ero Sennin, I can't wait to tell you about all the cool stuff I did and learned, spoke Naruto, giddy like a child on Christmas. I bet, but that's kind of why I'm here, said Jiraiya, resting on his palm as Naruto lost his smile. I already know what you did, and to be honest I can't be more amazed. But you have to know that these tricks will paint a real big target on your back. What I'm saying is, don't go telling anyone and don't be too eager to show others. Many would kill to have such abilities, and many more will kill you to stop them from spreading to your kids someday. Oh, yeah, I already know. Not like I was going to tell anyone, stunning Jiraiya comically at what he just said. I mean, look at me. People want to take a swing at me every time I walk down the street. Just imagine what it would look like with the entire world after me. This could only make his godfather laugh, the seriousness of the world wanting you dead, and Naruto just took it in stride. It was a little funny. You know what, how about this? I'll teach you a brand new jutsu, one that will be easy for you, said Jiraiya, earning an adoring look from Naruto as they quickly paid for the food much to Jiraiya's grief, and made their way to a nearby training ground, where logs were set up one by one in a narrow line as the two of them readied themselves. Now the jutsu I will be teaching you is one the old man invented. It combines ninja tools and shadow clones to create a lethal and helpful technique. said Jiraiya as he turned to one of the logs. He ducked his hand quickly into his pouch and took out a single shuriken while Naruto looked on in wonder. The sage threw it at one of the logs before flashing through hand seals, and in a flash the one shuriken had become 1,000 shuriken and the metal easily pierced into the wood of the log. Naruto only smiled in amazement, eager for him to try as well. The technique can not only be used with shuriken but Fuma shuriken and kunai also. It's perfect for ambushes and distractions and perfectly suits your abilities. This technique should be easy for you since you already know its parent jutsu. With that said, Naruto nodded and threw a shuriken and flashed through the seals just as Jiraiya had done. While Naruto only made 70 shuriken, 200 was the limit and he would train with Jiraiya until he mastered the technique. On the following day, the sun was shining and the birds were chirping happily. Naruto had spent the rest of yesterday with Jiraiya, even going to the hot springs begrudgingly as the Senju heir wanted to train more. But at the very least he was able to let go of his worries for the time being. But around this time he noticed strange things happening in the village, not strange, weird or bad, just the kind that was out of the ordinary. Many shops and hotels seemed more frantic than ever and shinobi stores were stocking up on weapons and seals, and now that he noticed, he saw many shinobi not of his village walking around the place, obvious from their attire and headbands. His thoughts later shifted to other such things, such as how he was going to train himself in using his Kekki-genkai. He knew it could be done. His great-grandfather was an example and the Mizukage of Kiri. He was so caught up in his thoughts that he didn't notice the fact that he walked by Sakura, who was surprised to see him appearing from a nearby corner. She watched him as he walked past, chewing softly on his finger as his thoughts were consumed of what he could do with his abilities. Upon seeing this, Sakura kicked some dirt at her feet and bit her lip in anxiety. For so long she wanted to thank her teammate for defending her from those bullies all those years ago, and although it seemed like a small gesture, such a thing emboldened the pink-haired girl, making her proud of herself and wanting to become stronger for Naruto, so that he would notice her. Taking a gulp, she swallowed whatever fear she had and ran up to Naruto and patted him on the shoulder, startling the genin slightly and whipping his head over his shoulder to see the girl. She had just gathered up the confidence to talk to him when another earthly distraction appeared from nowhere. A rectangular box painted like a rock with 2 eye holes. Naruto, you know there's a box following you, right? Queried Sakura, more confused than ever of what was transpiring. Yeah, I know, they've been following me for an hour. Just ignore them, they won't do anything, replied Naruto as he began walking, and just as he restarted his trek the box exploded with smoke and 3 different coughs began to make themselves clear the fog. Each of them did their own unique intro and pose, acting as if they were on some TV show than real life. To Sakura it seemed as if the Senju heir had his own little fan club, a little strange, but stranger things have happened in history. So did you guys want something? Or are you just going to follow me for the rest of the day? Stated Naruto bluntly while Sakura looked on the children more dazed than ever, her head spinning as the kids asked their idol if he could play with them, something which the troubled Senju was not too keen on doing. They then noticed Sakura and a sly grin stretched across Konohamaru's face. Man boss, you're a smooth player, already ahead of the game, said the shinobi hopeful while the 2 genin merely blinked at him as if they were 2 dead fish. I mean, she's your girlfriend. Before Naruto could even answer and well before Konohamaru could snicker to himself, the young boy was socked right across the cheek with Sakura screaming, "Pervert!" at him. The force of the punch was so intense that a skid mark was left on the ground and the Hokage's grandson crashed into a wooden fence while pink flames emanated across Sakura's form. As the boy picked himself up, a little scuffed but otherwise alright, did he say something that he would regret. "You're an evil bitch. And you're ugly too," yelled Konohamaru as the world went black around him. Sakura's jaw hung freely from her mouth as she breathed raspy quick breaths as she cracked her knuckles, and a second figment appeared behind her, promising the boy eternal pain and torment for the rest of his waking years. When her work was done, Konohamaru was nothing but a comically smoldering piece of bruises and broken bones. It appeared as if he lost a few of his teeth and multiple large bumps decorated his brown hair. His eyes were ghostly white and tears were streaming down his cheeks as he moaned painfully and cursed himself for his big mouth. Naruto couldn't hold back a snicker at the sight, something which grabbed Sakura's attention. She blushed at the sight of Naruto's laughter, a little pleased with herself that she was able to bring a small smile to his face. Man, screw that broad-browed, fire-breathing hag. Is she even a real female? I swear she was raised by wolves and suckled the fangs of venomous snakes. I'm sure she was born with hair on her flat chest. It was silent after that, so much so that you could hear a pin drop. Not even the wind rustled the leaves as Konohamaru's insults resounded through the kunoichi's mind. Sakura's head twisted around like that of an owl's and her face was so terrifying that it was like straight out of a horror movie. Without even thinking twice, Konohamaru ran as fast as a fleeing rabbit, dust being kicked up from his small steps as Sakura chased after him like a hawk. Naruto, Moegi and Udon were all following close behind, hoping to calm the angered genin. Without looking where he was going, Konohamaru crashed into a hard surface and fell to the ground only to be yanked up by the hem of his scarf by the stranger he bumped into. The stranger was wearing a black baggy bodysuit that covered everything but his hands and feet, with a red and yellow circle located on his chest. He wore a black hood that had two cat-like ears with his Hittite stitched into the cloth, and he had purple face paint that mimicked that of a cat's face. Does this hurt, punk? Like when you bumped into me, spoke the stranger, smoothly as he tightened his grip on Konohamaru's scarf. Cut it out, Kankuro, or you'll pay for it later, spoke the other stranger, a girl with sandy brown hair which was gathered into 4 spiky ponytails and teal eyes. She wore a purple dress that left her shoulders bare and a fishnet shirt underneath with a scarlet sash around her waist and another fishnet on her right calf, and carried with her what appeared to be a folded fan on her back. Don't worry, Tamari, we have a few minutes before he gets here. I say, let's have some fun with this one while we wait. Put him down or lose the hand, your choice, spoke a voice, garnering Kankuro's attention as he eyed the newly arrived Naruto. Kankuro, obviously unafraid of this new arrival, only smirked as the Senju heir openly glared at him. Tamari, on the other hand, only noticed how handsome this blonded newcomer was, commenting to herself how many cute boys were in Konoha. I don't like repeating myself, never have never will. So I'll let you off with a warning, spoke Naruto as Kankuro's smirk only grew, not noticing the stray leaf falling into the blonde's palm, and in a second, the leaf rocketed forward and slashed at the Suna genin's cheek, drawing blood. The genin's grip on Konohamaru didn't weaken, but he was shocked at what just happened, while Sakura stared in shock, believing that Naruto had just used his Mokuden Kekki-genkai so recklessly, which was not the case. Guess the little punk isn't all bark after all. But his bite could use some work, spoke the foreign genin as he wiped the blood off his cheek. You're just being annoying now. So when a scrawny punk like this one Konohamaru starts disrespecting someone like me, I just want to break him in half, like a twig. Continued the puppeteer as Moegi and Udon cried over what was happening, while his sister seemed resigned to whatever he was going to do, stating that she would not be held responsible for his actions. So, guess I'll just have teach this little brat a lesson, then I'll finch the punk. Naruto launched himself forward just as Kankuro raised his fist only for a pebble to hit the Suna nin in the wrist, releasing his grip on the Sandame's grandson. Naruto stopped his sprint when he saw this, and he then turned his head to see Sasuke sitting in a tree, fiddling with a pebble in his hand. You heard him, put the kid down or lose the hand. Unlike you, our threats aren't empty. Now you're a long way from home and way out of your league. What do you say, Naruto? Care to show this guy what happens when you pick fights you can't win? Spoke Sasuke before crushing the pebble in his hand as his best friend smirked at his response. Well, look at that, these little pests want to have a go, huh? You both are the kind of punks that piss me off the most. You're both hissing kittens without claws or teeth. Well, let me show the difference between kittens and lions. Yelled Kankuro as he slammed the bandaged mummy onto the ground, with Tamari expressing shock at what he was doing. Kankuro, don't, spoke a brand new voice. It was scratchy and hollow and seemed as if it was like a harsh wind in the heat of the sun. You're a disgrace to our village, spoke this new boy. He was pale, as if the sun hadn't even touched his skin in many long years. He had keen green eyes and flaming red spiky hair. He lacked any sort of eyebrow, instead sporting dark rims around his eyes with a tattoo for the kanji for love above his left eye. He wore a black bodysuit with an open neck with fishnet sleeves. A white cloth arced over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips with a wide leather strap that carried a gourd on his back, and tied to the strap was his Hitai-8. Sasuke and Naruto could only comment to themselves about how silent this boy was, his stealth skills rivaling those of Kakashi's, if that was possible. To think, a lion such as yourself would quarrel with kittens, perhaps you should have your fangs pulled out, or are you that afraid of their claws scratching your nose? Have you forgotten the reason why we have come here? I know, I am really sorry, Gaara. But they challenged us, here's what happened. Blabbered Kankuro as his younger brother glared at him with cold dead eyes. Shut up, or I'll kill you, warned the other genin, his green eyes narrowing in well-controlled anger at his older brother. Yeah, you're right, I was totally out of line, replied Kankuro skittishly as his knees shook. Gaara then turned his head towards Sasuke and Naruto, his face remaining impassive. I apologize for his idiocy and the trouble he caused. Lions should always know when to roar. I'll be sure to clip his claws later, apologized Gaara while Naruto and Sasuke remained stoic. These two, the dark-haired one stopped Kankuro with a pebble and made it look easy, while the blonde one cut him with a leaf before he could even notice. These two are dangerous. Then the Suna genin dissipated into sand and appeared between his siblings. We're early, but we didn't come here to play with our prey. Let's go. Wait, what's your name? Questioned Naruto before the genin team could leave. Gaara only slowly turned his head to look at Naruto, only for a throbbing pain to overcome him as he stared into the blonde sapphire eyes. He heard things, whispers to spill the blood of the fox. Whatever that meant, but the longer he stared, the more of a thirst he felt to kill this one. Gaara couldn't explain it for the time being, but decided to indulge the other genin for the time being. Sabuka no Gaara, Gaara of the Sand Waterfall. And yours? Naruto Senju, spoke the blonde as Kankuro and Temari widened their eyes at the revelation. They had heard there was a scion of the Senju clan that still lived, but they could never have guessed that it was this boy. Gaara on the other hand only narrowed his eyes and gave a slightly crazed smile towards the boy. The Suna genin then turned his eyes upon Sasuke, who took that as his cue to answer. Sasuke Uchiha. With all that said and done, Gaara and his siblings walked away, leaving the 3 out of 4 members of Team 7 cautious of their guests, unaware of the 3 other genin hiding in the trees. Elsewhere in a ceremonial office of the Hokage, many jonin were gathered, heading the call of the cage to see whether or not their genin teams were worthy of participating in the Chunin exams. Among the notable ones were Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi and Kakashi Hatake, the senseis of the rookies. All of them stood at the front, stoic before one of the greatest shinobi to ever live. Now then, it is time to select our candidates for the Chunin exams. We shall start with the fresh batch of genin, Masters Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma. Tell us, do you have amongst your charges any genin you'd recommend for this year's exams? But before we can even consider them, they must have completed a minimum of 8 missions. Beyond that, employ your own judgment upon your students as to whether they ready to aspire to the next level despite their inexperience. To be truly competitive, the candidates should have completed at least double the recommended number of missions. Spoke the Hokage, ensuring that the shinobi under his command understood what was expected of them and their students, while Iruka looked on nervously from the back, slightly confident that none of his students will participate. They were not ready in his eyes, and to undertake such a task as the exams, it broke most genin. Kakashi, you may begin, spoke the Hokage while the masked shinobi put his hands into the seal of confrontation. I, Kakashi Hatake, head of the Hatake clan, leader of Team 7, sensei of Naruto Senju, Yugito ni, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. I vow upon the honor of my clan, the Hatake, recommend all 4 of these genin for the Chunin exams, spoke Kakashi, shocking Iruka, who was clearly sweating for fear and well-being of his students. Then Kurenai put her hand into the seal. I, Kurenai Yuhi, leader of Team 8, sensei of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame. I vow upon the honor of my village, Konohagakure, recommend all 3 of these genin for the Chunin exams. I, Asuma Sarutobi, member of the Sarutobi clan, leader of Team 7, sensei of Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi and Ino Yamanaka. I vow upon the honor of my clan, the Sarutobi, recommend all 3 of these genin for the Chunin exams, With Asuma's final words, the room quietly erupted into hushed talks about how all of the rookie teams were eligible to participate. The Hokage himself was most intrigued. It had been years since a whole generation of genin were chosen to participate all at once in the Chunin exams. It was a rare case of talent and even rarer to see such faith in one's own students. Just a moment. Hokage-sama, allow me to speak. Yelled Iruka, to which the Hokage gave a curt nod, allowing the teacher to do so. With all due respect, Sandaime-sama. But the 10 genin that were just named, all of them were my students at the academy. I can vouch for their skills myself. Each and every one of them have skill, potential and commitment to their duties, but it is far too soon to allow them to enter such dangerous and breaking trials. Allow them to gain more experience and strength. Just give them more time so to nurture their abilities and experience, give them a true taste of the shinobi world. I cannot fathom why their supervisors can't see that. I was 6 years younger than Naruto when I was made a Chunin, and by his age I was already Jonin, spoke Kakashi, attempting to rebuke Iruka's claims. Naruto's nothing like you or his father. He never grew up in an age of war where children were forced to grow up early. Shouted Iruka, his temper flaring and his care for his students shining through. Are you trying to destroy him? Turn him into you? Well, my team always whinge and complain whenever they aren't challenged. I think it would be good for them to find out what real pain and adversity is like. Breaking them would be fun. Afterwards I can mold them like clay to be the perfect shinobi. You can't be that arrogant. Barked Iruka, appalled at Kakashi. You need to take a step back and trust in my judgment. I understand you, and I do apologize if my recommendation upsets you, but you can't shield them forever. These exams are meant to show them what kind of world they will be stepping into and whether they are prepared for the storm ahead. I can be wrong, they may not be ready at all, but there is no harm in finding out. I have faith in them and you should too. Besides, Naruto is proving to be quite surprising as of late. Okay, that's enough, Kakashi. You've said enough. Back off before you say something you regret. Spat Kurenai, growing tired of the conversation. I have many regrets, Kurenai, but this is not one of them. And in fact, on the contrary, Iruka needs to hear this. He must realize that they are no longer his students. They are mine. Don't get confused and don't underestimate them. Naruto may be reckless, but he knows more than he says, thinks more than he speaks, and notices more than you realize. He surprises you in every way, and weak is not a word you'll remember him by. Yugito is careful, she relies on more than she should, and she's made friends she can count on. Sakura is as kind, but she's not kind to those who trespass against the ones she cares about. And Sasuke has always been one step ahead, he's seen more than most shinobi in their entire life. And I have taught them all to be that way. Iruka, you have made your point and I respect your opinion. I ask you now to respect Kakashi's and the other senseis and trust in your students. That is all you can do for now. Will the rest of the Jonin please put forward their candidates and retrieve the forms for your students to sign and offer them some last words of encouragement before they are swallowed by the dragon? Spoke the Hokage as the shinobi in the room nodded while Iruka gripped his fists in anger at his own helplessness. The very next day on a bridge around 10 o'clock, the genin of Team 7 were waiting for their sensei, who told them to meet him there at 8 o'clock. Of course they had all been duped into waiting for Kakashi, who would show up and give them a poor excuse as to why he was late. Yugito and Naruto had decided to come in later, knowing that Kakashi was going to be late anyway. They were ready to start yelling at any moment when Kakashi's form appeared from nothing above a beam. Good morning everyone, sorry I was late, I was lost on the path of life. In any case, I'm glad that you're all here, said Kakashi as he jumped down from his perch right in front of his students. No doubt you have already seen the different shinobi wandering around the village. And I also assume you know about the Chunin exams. They all nodded at this as Kakashi gave them an eye smile before handing each and every one of them an entrance form for the exam. The exams, like most things in life, are voluntary. Just because I recommended you doesn't mean you have to participate. If none of you feel ready, you can wait till next year. But in case you do want to participate, you just need to turn in those forms at room 301 at the academy at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I will see you guys later and good luck, said Kakashi, forming a seal before disappearing once again in a puff of smoke. The team were all walking together, inspecting their application forms as they walked down a road. Chunin exams, finally I can show everyone that I'm not the Haji no Senju, disgrace of the Senju, and that I can be a shinobi like my ancestors, spoke Naruto with a happy grin on his face. I just want to fight strong opponents, these exams will be the perfect opportunity to see how strong I become, replied Sasuke while Yugito and Sakura listened intently. Yugito had already decided that if Naruto was doing them then so will she, it possibly didn't have anything to do with her crush on him. While Sakura out of the four was the most uncertain, out of all of them she felt like the dead weight of the group. Her three friends were already far above her in skill and strength and she was worried that she would have little to contribute to the overall group. She then looked once again at Naruto's back. No, she was there to prove something. She wanted Naruto to acknowledge her so that she can build up the courage to thank him for all he did. On the very next day, the team was gathered around, not a single one late, not a single one missing out on what was to come. Some were excited, others were anxious, for these exams weren't just going to decide their rank in the ninja hierarchy but also decide whether they are truly worth the title of such a thing. Thus the four of them made their way to the academy, being sure not to look anyone in the eye lest they lose their confidence. When they made it inside the academy and up a few stairs, they encountered a whole crowd of disheartened genin trying to get into room 301. Huh, someone as worthless as you is trying to do the Chunin exams and you can't even get past us. You have no chance. You should just give up now before you get hurt, spoke one of the genin as he punched a strange-looking boy away. Team 7 quickly noticed the crowd and even they couldn't get in the room, but each and every one of them noticed something peculiar. They couldn't be on the third floor by now. Naruto, you see that? Whispered Sasuke, as Naruto darted his sapphire eyes towards the sign that seemed to shimmer somewhat, the longer he stared at it. Yeah, genjutsu on the room number and besides this is the second floor, replied the blonde while Sakura decided to ask one of her own questions. Should we call them out for their trick? Questioned Sakura. No, this is a competition. Less rivals we have the better. If you're that dumb to fall for that illusion then you don't deserve to be Chunin, spoke Yugito as the entire group nodded and carefully pushed through the crowd while the two genin at the door talked about how bad the exams were. Don't misunderstand, we're trying to help you, we're being nice by comparison, the exams are gonna make this look like a picnic, said Kotetsu. Hell, some of you won't even survive the exams, others will be wrecked for life, others may go insane, continued Izumo. Don't even treat it like a joke, Chunin are chosen to lead missions. The lives of your teammates are in your hands and if you fail it's your fault, the dead shinobi will haunt you for the rest of your days. Delicate little girls don't belong here. We're just thinning out the weak, those who are strong will triumph and the weak will die. Survival of the fittest. They would have continued talking if it wasn't for the fact that they saw Team 7 walking by, not even giving them a glance. They must have already figured out their little trick and so Kotetsu decided to up the ante. See, look at this guy, he knows what you don't. Said Kotetsu as he swung his foot at Sasuke who was ready to block it with his own kick upon being attacked. But in a flash, before either of them could come to blows, a green blur appeared right between them, catching both of their legs in a firm grip. He's so fast. He perceived the attack patterns on both sides and planted himself right in the nexus of their kicks. That takes skill, thought Yugito, stunned by what she saw and a little surprised to see that this boy was hiding some hidden strength. While Sasuke could feel something strange with the boy's chakra, as if it was different somehow. Just then the girl from before and the other boy with the pearly eyes approached, obviously not pleased with what he just saw. What about the plan? It was your idea not to draw attention to yourself, spoke the other boy who Naruto guessed was a member of the Hyuga clan, obvious from his distinctive eyes. The green-clad boy was about to explain himself when he turned to Sakura with a prominent blush on his face and his bruises having already healed. He then walked right up to Sakura, standing tall and resolute like a statue. My name is Rock Lee. You are Sakura, right? Spoke Lee with confidence while Team 7 only stared strangely at the boy, especially Sakura, as she was wearing a dumbfounded look. Please go out with me. I will protect you with my life. Yelled Rock Lee, giving a wink and a flash of his white teeth and a huge thumbs up. Naruto barely contained his own laughter at the situation, having to forcibly suppress his giggles with his hand while Sakura looked as if she was slapped with a fish. Quote. No. Replied Sakura meekly as Lee became blue at the thought as was seemingly heartbroken. I'm sorry, Lee. I just don't deserve you, said Sakura quickly trying to mend the boy's feelings. Sasuke only grew exasperated at what transpired. Not even Chunin and Sakura was already getting marriage proposals, although even he would admit it was amusing. Hey you. What's your name? Questioned the Hyuga with a rude manner of speech that made Sasuke frown. It's common courtesy to give your own name before asking someone else's. You're a rookie, aren't you? Just how old are you? I'm not obliged to answer. Not with that smug attitude of yours, spoke Sasuke as he turned on his heel and walked away while the Hyuga boy's eyes landed on Naruto. You're the Haji no Senju, are you not? Questioned the boy, causing Sasuke to stop his trek and for Naruto's eyes to darken. You probably won't last 5 minutes in the exam. You should give up now before you bring down your team, spoke the Hyuga only for Sasuke to stand face to face with the genin. You know, in the shinobi world surprises are everywhere. I would watch what you say to people you don't even know. They tend to beat you into the ground when you underestimate them, warned Sasuke, a prominent scowl marring his features while Naruto simply stared in a mixture of surprise and appreciation, clearly taken back by Sasuke's defense. Doubtful, but we will see, although I don't expect much from someone like him, spoke the boy before leaving while his teammates quickly regrouped with him, unaware that Kotetsu and Azuma were watching them from behind a partially closed door, excited to see what the genin would bring to the table this year. Sasuke was disappointed to see that the Chunin exams was nothing more than a freak show where circus clowns and mimes gathered to the same place. Once Team 7 had made it to a large training area, right outside the exam room they were quickly confronted by a green blur standing over them from a balcony. You there, Sasuke Uchiha. I want to fight you, here and now, spoke Lee, causing Sasuke to raise his eyebrows at the weird genin. My name is Rock Lee. You said it is common courtesy to offer one's own name before demanding another's. Sasuke Uchiha. I challenge you, everyone knows of the strength of the Uchiha clan and also, spoke Lee, his round eye landing on Sakura, blushing at the sight of her. Sakura, I will win your love through fierce combat, yelled Lee, only for Sakura to scream in horror, only for Lee to then blink hearts that Sakura painfully avoided. Sorry there, Lee, but we have to get to the exam. If you're gonna go fight someone, then go punch a tree, stated Naruto as he began walking off while Lee merely narrowed his eyes at the blonde genin, clearly insulted. I will not stand and take such an insult, especially from the Haji no Senju. There it was again, that title. Naruto hated the title more than anything else in the world. Lee speaks of being insulted, but the greatest insult was being reminded of something you were keenly aware of. Yugito could literally see blood drip from Naruto's palms from gripping his fist so tightly. You weren't the one being insulted. You should never judge a rock by its worth, maybe you should scrub away the dirt and see the diamond underneath. In other words, you're a fool. Naruto doesn't have to fight you, he has no interest, you're not even worth his time. You're like a fly buzzing around. That's an insult, see the difference? Spoke Sasuke, only a glare from Lee. It was also true that Sasuke had rarely ever heard Naruto being called by his name from fellow students, only that ludicrous title. And you know what, for insulting my friend, I accept your challenge, allow me to teach you what it means to be born into our clans. Naruto raised his eyebrows in shock at this, memories flooding back into his mind when he and the Uchiha heir were much younger. Ever since the Land of Waves, the two had become less hostile and were quickly returning to their former relationship. This was all the proof Naruto needed. Mark my words, Sasuke, you will not defeat me. I am the greatest fighter among all the genin in Konoha. Spoke Lee as Sasuke charged at him. This was no longer about Sasuke's damaged pride, but it was about defending his friend. Just like on the bridge, he couldn't stop himself from jumping to the aid of the one he considered precious to him. His brother, although he wouldn't say it aloud, and to see this freak before him insulting his best friend, was something the heir to the Uchiha clan could never forgive. The two were quick to engage blows with the other, but Sasuke was surprised at the level of speed Lee showed. His movements were a blur and his attacks left streams of wind. It became apparent early on that Sasuke wasn't going to overwhelm this opponent with brute strength, but to his astonishment, Whenever he would block a blow, it would somehow land a hit and sent him hurtling back. Sasuke couldn't explain to himself what had happened. Was it some kind of ninjutsu or genjutsu? He couldn't explain. But excitement was running through him. The thought of practicing with it was too much of a thrill. The Uchiha heir blinked once and his normally black eyes were now deep crimson with two tomo in each eye. Lee, upon seeing the infamous dojutsu, couldn't help but be slightly intimidated by its appearance. It's as if the eyes wanted to spill blood. Sasuke once again charged at Lee, confident that he would see what kind of technique he used to get the better of him. But such thoughts were dashed when Lee kicked him in the chin, sending him shooting up into the air and gritting his teeth upon not seeing the jutsu Lee was using. Before he couldn't even counter against what Lee would do next, Sasuke felt the presence of the taijutsu user right behind him. I do not need ninjutsu or genjutsu to defeat you. My moves are strictly taijutsu. I know it is hard for you to accept, but it is the truth. The Sharingan can see the art of ninja well enough for you to copy and duplicate it. I am sure that your Sharingan is invaluable against ninjutsu and genjutsu with their formalized rules, hand seals and chakra, but taijutsu is a very different story. While it is true that you can see my moves, but unless you are fast enough to counter them, then your Sharingan is useless. It doesn't matter what your eye can see if your body is too weak to act. There are two kinds of shinobi in this world. The kind that are born with strength at their fingertips and the kind that must work for it every day. You are a prodigy in every sense of the word, born with power and never having to train to increase it, but I have achieved my through blood and sweat. In other words, your subtle ninja arts and my physical prowess make us a terrible mismatch. Allow me to prove it to you. This move of mine exceeds you genius in every way. Soon he bandages around Lee's arms began to unfurl, but before either of them could act, a pinwheel came soaring through the air and pinned Lee's bandages against a nearby wall. That's enough, Lee, spoke a turtle. Before long, Lee flipped through the air, landing right before the turtle in a kneeling position. Sasuke was able to land on his feet while Naruto stared in disbelief. The fact that someone like Sasuke was beaten with only taijutsu came as a shock to everyone. You know the rules, Lee, don't think I wasn't watching. You're a disgrace. Using a forbidden move like that despite the risks. I don't care about your excuses. A shinobi never reveals his techniques before a battle. Sasuke only gritted his teeth, seething with rage that he lost to a shinobi such as Lee. I hope you are prepared to receive the punishment for your actions. Alright, he's all yours, Guy-sensei, spoke the turtle as a puff of smoke exploded on his shell. Ah. The springtime of youth. You are full to the brim with it. All the genin of Team 7 had to stop themselves from regurgitating upon seeing Might Guy. So horrified with the appearance of the man that words couldn't even begin to describe the amount of nausea flowing through him. And the fact that his eyebrows were so massive that Naruto momentarily mistook them for caterpillars would be rational. Forget the Chunin exams being a freak show. It's more like therapy for the horrifically weird. They just happened to have appointments at the same time. Spoke Yugito as she nursed her head from all the freaky things she had seen today. Honestly, a talking turtle wasn't nearly as bad as Guy-sensei. All of Team 7's jaws dropped to the floor when they saw Guy-sensei punching Lee in the face. Calling him a little idiot for what he's done. The sensei then wasted no time in walking over to Lee, manly tears flowing from his eyes as he knelt down beside his favorite student. I am sorry, Lee, it is all for your own good. Much to the horror of everyone, Lee and Guy embraced each other tearfully as a sudden sunset appeared from nowhere right behind them, almost causing the other genin to go blind at the sight. It's all right, Lee, during youth you make mistakes. But I cannot let you go unpunished for breaking the rules. Now I want you to give me 100 laps around the practice field and don't come back until you sweat. Now run into the setting sun, run and suffer, but don't mess up your hair, said Guy, offering a big smile that glinted in the false sunlight of their inexplicable sunset. Oh, that's right, the exams will begin shortly. How could I forget? Lee, your punishment must be more severe for disrupting the Chunin exams. 500 laps around the practice field sounds better. Guy then turned his eyes upon Team 7, who were still adjusting to the horror before their eyes. Tell me, how does Kakashi fare these days? Wait, you know Kakashi-sensei? Queried Yugito, finally regaining her senses. All the team blinked in confusion as Guy suddenly disappeared before their eyes and reappeared right behind them. I don't just know him, we are called eternal rivals. The score currently stands 50-49. Fact is I'm stronger than Kakashi, and faster and more handsome. All of the team couldn't deny that Might Guy was definitely faster than Kakashi ever will be. But it was still hard for them to believe that this man is more powerful than Kakashi. I do apologize for all the trouble Lee give you and for insulting you, Naruto. It was uncalled for, surely Lee should understand your feelings better than anyone. Sasuke meanwhile was stewing in his thoughts of Guy's words. Was he really stronger than Kakashi? Now that he saw some evidence, it wasn't too unthinkable. Now this is the part where we have to part. As a gesture of forgiveness, Lee will gladly escort you to room 301 for the exams and good luck to you all, spoke Guy as he and his turtle summon disappeared in a puff of smoke. By the way, Sasuke, I must apologize once again, I was not completely honest with you before. I am taking part in the exams only to prove my own strength. But you are not the one I want to prove them to. I lied to you when we were fighting. I told you I am the greatest genin in Konoha, but that is far from the truth. There is another wearing that crown. Someone on my own team. I came to defeat only him. You were just practice. Now you and the Senju are targets, and I shall apologize to you also, Naruto. I had little idea that derogatory title would upset you that much. I look forward to the day our fists clash also. I now must take my leave. Good luck. Naruto, if you ever fight that guy, spoke Sasuke, gritting his teeth and clenching his fist. He then turned his Sharingan eyes upon Naruto. They were filled with hatred over this recent bout, and Sasuke only needed his friend to do one thing. Aim for the throat. I'm not sure even I can defeat him. If any of you saw his hands, then you should probably realize that he probably trains until he knocks himself out. He trains harder than most of us at least. That's all I'm saying. You're right, the Chunin exams are turning out to be more exciting than I thought. Let's go, spoke Sasuke with a confident smirk, having finally cooled down from that little scuffle. In fact, knowing that there were actually strong opponents out there, he was excited to say the least. They later made it to room 301 where they saw none other than Kakashi standing by the door. I'm glad you came, Sakura, for your sake and the others, otherwise, I would not have permitted your teammates beyond this point. The way the exams have been set up, it can only be completed by at least a 3-man team, spoke Kakashi in a serious tone as he talked to each member of his team. But sensei, you said the decision to take the exam was up to the individual. Were you lying? I did say that, yes. But I didn't technically lie to you. It is of course an individual decision. But it affects the entire team. I never told you before because I didn't want your comrades to pressure you into the exam. At the same time, I didn't want you to feel obliged to take the exam because of any fears you had for your teammates. To put it simply, if Naruto, Sasuke or Yugito had shown up without you, then they would have only gotten this far. But that doesn't matter, you are all here anyway. I am proud of you all for coming to an adult decision. Unfortunately, I cannot help you further for the time being. These exams will push you to limits you didn't think you had. You shall be tested in every way. I couldn't ask for a better team. Now all I can do now is wish you luck, you're going to need it, said Kakashi as he circumvented the group and left. The four didn't say a word, only gave each other determined looks before pushing through the door. What awaited them on the other side were hardened genin, some far older than the group, all giving them death glares at the fresh genin who were slightly intimidated by the stares. Fortunately their fears were stripped away when a blur came flying from the shadows that jumped right on Sasuke, much to the latter's chagrin. Sasuke. I could hardly wait. Purred Ino as the Uchiha heir tried to shake off the noisy girl to no avail as he held onto him like a sloth on a branch. Yugito only sighed at this, believing that Ino couldn't stoop any lower than she already has. Honestly, to the Nibi Jinchuriki, Ino was an embarrassment to all Kunoichi. Oh, it's just you guys. I knew this was going to be troublesome from the start, but I didn't know it was going to be this boring, spoke a new voice which belonged to none other than Shikamaru Nara, heir to the Nara clan, carrying his usual bored and apathetic look. Oh, it's just you. I was actually expecting someone more spectacular, but I guess they just let anyone in here after all. replied Naruto, unhappy with the Nara heir's comments, especially since he always complained and never did anything about it. One of the all-round laziest people in the world. Choji only continued to munch on his chips, unconcerned as to what was happening around him. Well, looks like the whole gang is back together. Spoke a brand new voice that bellowed to Kiba Inuzuka, with Hinata and Shino flanking him. Kiba was about to say something else when his eyes landed on Yugito, and just like that the vicious Kiba Inuzuka melted into a love-struck puppy. Hey Yugito, how you've been? Look, it was pretty obvious to everyone that Kiba had a thing for Yugito. It boggled everyone even more since she was a well-established cat lover. But that apparently didn't stop the Inuzuka heir from trying to win her affection anyway. So perhaps after the exams the T2 of us could hang out and stuff. Sorry, did you say something? Said Yugito innocently, as if Kiba's words didn't even touch her ears. The dog lover could do nothing but face fault at this, as he was once again unintentionally rejected. Damn, you guys too, huh? Guess everyone is here for this troublesome exam. I'm only here cause my mother ordered me. My dad didn't even defend me, just acted like whipped dog. Troublesome. Yeah, looks like all the 10 rookies are here and I think it's clear who's going to win. Spoke Kiba, so confident that he will win the entire exams without breaking a sweat. Careful Kiba, would hate for that ego to go to your head, it would make it a target, replied Sasuke, smirking at the dog user. Kiba only laughed at this, so sure that his training with Kurenai would give him a leg up in every way. I'm sorry about Kiba, Naruto, I'm sure he didn't really mean anything by it. Spoke Hinata, but her voice was so quiet that it was nothing more than a whisper, something the Senju heir didn't even pick up on. Hey you guys, you might want to try keeping it down. Everyone here is tense, and no offense, but you are the 10 rookies, fresh out of the academy. Wouldn't want you guys to make a spectacle of yourselves. And just if you were wondering, I'm Kabuto Yakushi and you kids need to watch your backs. You all made quite an impression, barely 6 months and you guys are already taking the exams, you're a clear threat whether you want to be or not. Spoke Kabuto as the rookies flicked their heads all around them, watching the piercing eyes of their enemies watching them like predators. Everyone is one edge, waiting to take the exam. But I guess it's unavoidable, like all rookies you think you know everything. And before you even ask, the exam is difficult. This is my 7th try and the exams are held twice every year. Look, since you're new and we're from the same village, I guess I can help you out. The Chunin exams have 3 different tests, each designed to cull the weak and thin the herd. The first test is always about intelligence, but it changes every time so you don't know what to expect. The second test is about survival. They dump in some hell and expect you to survive for a set amount of time. But the third and final test never changes, it's 1 versus 1 combat, last person standing tournament. That's unfortunately all I can say, you guys got to figure the rest out on your own. Alright, that's enough out of you. Everybody sit down and shut up. Said a voice as smoke erupted from the front of the room, blanketing some of the desks and students before shapes were revealed. In a single line were PR coders of the exam wearing black and gray with their hands tucked behind their back, while one stood at the front, his face scarred and wearing a bandana. My name is Ibiki Morino, your proctor for the first test. Now anyone who causes trouble before the exam even starts will be disqualified. These are the rules that will last throughout the exams. There will be no fighting without express permission from the proctor. And even if that permission is given, anything that endgainers another applicant's life is strictly forbidden and will result in immediate disqualification. Good. The first part of the Chunin exams is about to commence. Turn in your written applications and then take a card for your seating arrangements. When everyone is seated, we shall begin the test. It didn't take long for all the applicants to hand in their papers and take their seats. Now that everyone is seated, we shall let you in on what the test is and the rules, and I don't have the patience to answer any questions, so pay attention. Yelled Ibiki, making sure the genin under his care knew exactly what they were doing. He then took a piece of chalk and started writing down the rules on the chalkboard. First, if any of you expected a written test, then you're dead wrong. Yelled Ibiki, shocking all the students who thought they were going to be undergoing a paper test. Pencils aren't shinobi weapons. Papers don't win battles. In the heat of war you don't know who is friend and who is foe, so for this test you will all be placed in a genjutsu. Your goal is to find your teammates in the illusion and avoid other students. First rule: if there are any dojutsu users here that can see through genjutsu, then your Kekki-genkai is prohibited. The use of it is immediate disqualification, that means no Sharingan, no Byakugan, no Identigivishitgan. Second rule: dispelling the genjutsu also affords an automatic disqualification. Third rule: if you wish to give up at any point, simply raise your hand in the illusion for 15 seconds and the illusion will be broken, but this also means a disqualification. Rule 4: teams pass and fail based upon the actions of the individuals, meaning that if one person gives up, you all give up. Rule 5: if another applicant defeats another in the genjutsu, then that also counts as disqualification for the loser. Rule 6: when you manage to find all your teammates, just stay where you are. The sentinels will prevent the other students from attacking you so you can await the final phase of the test. Also, the sentinels stationed around the room shall be watching over you in the genjutsu. You can't see them but they can see you, so don't even try putting them under genjutsu yourself, that will also result in disqualification. If you want to be a shinobi, then show us what exceptional shinobi you can be. Be ready. With that said, Ibiki took a step back as each of the proctors waved through hand seals. Megan, Kurushimaru no Kaden, demonic illusion, torment of Kaden. Soon enough the Senju heir's eyes grew heavy, as if he couldn't hold the weight of the world any longer before he drifted off into slumber. Wearily opening his eyes, he observed the world around him. It was a dark temple, full of pillars and statues of gods and creatures. He was standing in the middle of it, keeping a lookout for anything that could jump for the darkness. Soon enough the forms of the other students came into view, and remembering the rules, the blonde quickly ducked behind a statue just in time to avoid a fight from breaking out. It seemed as though the genin took Ibiki's words to heart. They were quite literally thinning out the weak as the targeted whoever came across their path, and numerous others were able to escape the chaos while others gave up out of desperation, believing that the world they were occupying was real. Soon enough the emotions running through everyone simmered to a halt, as the genin that were too tough to defeat found no more prey in their line of sight before running off into the temple. The son of the Yondaime breathed a sigh of relief as he peeked behind the statue, making sure no one was nearby. Although it was a genjutsu, imagination was the only limit. He knew not what to expect in such a place and only hoped he could find his teammates before time runs out. As for Sasuke, he had been placed in a different area of the temple. He was surrounded by mist and springs inside closed walls, and he was not the only one. Other students could be seen through the thin veil. They took no hostile action as a result of their shifting environment. Okay, so that Ibiki guy said that we have to find our teammates. I guess that means all of them and we are eligible for the final phase. But there are so many rules about how you can fail. One in particular aimed at me, but how do I? Sasuke didn't ponder any longer as he heard a shrill cry coming from the mist, one that sounded more like a monster than man. His ears perked up at the sound of screams from the other contestants, most of whom were speaking gibberish about demons and monsters. With barely a thought to spare, Sasuke dived into the steaming water just as a figure emerged from the mist. He could barely see it through the water, but the way it moved, how it twitched its head from side to side as if picking up a scent, seemed to imply that there was more than just the students to worry about in this temple. The thing flicked its head to the side and ran off in another direction, racing through the mist. Sasuke surfaced from the water, gulping down air as he turned all around him, ensuring that nothing was watching him. Whatever that thing was, it's not friendly. I need to find Naruto and the others before it catches them, thought Sasuke as he leapt out of the water and ran into the dismal halls of the temple. On the other end of the illusion, Ibiki scanned his eyes across the students. Already a few had woken up from being disqualified, either from being defeated or just giving up. He had to hold back a smirk as a majority was still standing strong, sleeping soundly upon the desks, but the proctor knew better than that. Inside the genjutsu you didn't know what would come at you. The illusion was designed to test your ability to not only hide from enemies, but to also regroup with your lost comrades. Such things were crucial in scouting and survival missions, even ambushes. Also, the test will push the genin to determine who is really friend or foe. Gaara and his siblings had already finished, having survived the rigors of the temple and figuring out the trick to it all. Team 8 was also in a similar situation. Illusion or no, Tracking is what the team was made for, and they knew the inner workings of genjutsu from their sensei, the greatest genjutsu specialist in Konoha. The test was too easy for them, with Kiba even complaining that they should have made it harder. But such ease was not for everyone, as Sakura was struggling to understand the illusion, while other students kept gunning for her, ensuring that she and her team failed. When you have the likes of the prodigious Sasuke Uchiha and the oft underestimated Naruto Senju, then she could understand. When she finally received a breather from running around, she tried to make sense of this maze of a genjutsu. While she had seen plenty of other students walking and running around, not a single glimmer of her friends could be graced, and she kept getting chased around by these strange demons, ones with horns and glowing yellow eyes, their forms shrouded by a pulsing aura. The proctor said that the main objective was to find our other teammates. He never mentioned the demons running around the place. Nor have I seen Naruto or Yugito. She would have tried to figure it out sooner had a demon not appeared right behind her, a long tongue flickering about. Sakura saw no other alternative. She ran, but as soon as she did this, the creature gave chase, flailing its arms and roaring at her. She pulled out smoke bombs from her pouch and slammed it against the ground, blanketing the visible area in dark smoke. She then dived into the smoke and tried to do battle with the monster, aiming different punches and kicks towards the creature, who ducked and weaved through them all with ease. Her fist was eventually caught in the palm of the beast, and she soon lost her footing as she was pinned to the ground, the monster hovering over her. She stared at it right in the eye, openly defiant, believing that she had failed the test and her teammates. To her surprise, nothing happened. She didn't wake to find herself seated in the test room. Only the monster continued to stare at her, its jaws moving as if saying something. Soon enough, Sakura widened her eyes in utter surprise as she figured it out. Naruto had not figured it out. Too long he had been running and hiding, with a bit of crying. The temple confused him to no end, as he thought he had figured it out only for a fish to slap him in the face with reality. He had been set on fire from the traps in the halls, sprinkled with pin and needles that had erupted from the walls, and had not seen a single sign from Sasuke or Yugito or Sakura or anyone else. He breathed a sigh as he sat on the ground, trying to figure out the mess. His mind was reawakened to hear the nail-splitting scream of one of those demons again. Tired of running from them, the heir of the Senju clan stood his ground as two of them came racing towards him. He cocked back a fist just as one of them was barreling right towards him, and without second thoughts socked the beast right in the cheek, sending them flying backwards and skidding across the ground, a huge bump on the side of the face. He blonde shinobi cheered at this, while the other demon only shook its head from side to side, massaging its temples as Naruto stared dumbfoundedly at the monster. Not in a confused sort of way, but in a more familiar kind. He knew of only one person who did such a thing when he did something of an exasperating nature. That's when it hit him. Soon the two demons were replaced with Sakura and Yugito's forms. Sakura was comically lying on the ground nursing a bruise, while Yugito continued to rub her temples. Oh, he wasn't able to finish his personal sentence when Sakura's fist came flying towards the top of his head, completely smashing his own into the ground. A huge and throbbing bump sprouted from his head as streams of tears flew from his orbs while he apologized to Sakura profusely, who would hear none of it. The two girls had figured out the purpose of the test. On the battlefield, you didn't know who was friend and foe, so it was up to them to figure it out. Pretty smart. Just then Sasuke's shrouded body came running from around the corner. He too appeared as one of those creatures to the three others, while he saw them as the same. Naruto, quickly getting over Sakura's previously assault, enthusiastically waved towards the Uchiha, who only stared at them cautiously. It became clear to them that he saw them as those monsters and not as their teammates, so Naruto raised his fist in their air for a single second, not long enough for the sentinels to release them but quick enough for Sasuke to pick up. Soon the same thing happened to him as the demons were replaced with the shapes of his teammates. Wait, so do we pass? Queried Naruto as he rubbed his golden hair in slight confusion. I'm still figuring it out, replied Sasuke, trying to wrap his own head before the answer came to him. It was Yugito. She knew what she was doing from the start, stated Sakura, while Yugito grinned slightly at the small praise. I had some help, thanks Nibi. My pleasure, kitten. I'd hate for you and your boyfriend to fail. He's not my boyfriend, yet. The test was designed to challenge our perception of reality. On missions, deception is the greatest weapon of the shinobi and enemies will not be afraid from using it. They made sure our teammates were disguised as monsters while everyone else remained the same. This was to ensure that even if they were Konoha shinobi, you didn't know if they were friend or foe while they disguised our friends as the demons, making us believe that we were just part of the genjutsu. We had to look for subtle reveals that gave away who we were from the start, a twitch in the feet, a motion in the hands. Obviously it was a little difficult for some of the others. But, once the sentinels realized that we realized it, they dropped the little trick until all of us had figured out the clues. So what now? Questioned Sakura, still nursing the bruise on her cheek while comically glaring at Naruto, who quivered slightly under the glare. We made it to the final phase of the test. We wait until every other team has either been eliminated or are also waiting for the final phase, spoke Sasuke while the others nodded just as the voice of Ibiki resounded through the temoke, grabbing all the genin's attention. I will like to say a few words before we get onto the final phase. For those who made it this far, I wouldn't celebrate just yet. Now that we have weeded out most of the hopeless cases, it's time for the main event. This is the final phase of the test. But before we enter the next phase, there are some more rules that you need to be aware of. Spoke Ibiki, causing some of the students to sweat in anxiousness at the thought of the final phase. These rules are unique to the final phase, so listen carefully because I won't repeat myself. Rule 1. Each of you is free to choose not to enter the final phase, it's completely your decision. This caught everyone off guard, free to choose. Then what was the point of the entire test? Running around like headless chickens. Some were ready to verbally object until they were interrupted by Ibiki. If you choose not to enter the final phase of the test, regardless of your accomplishment in reuniting with your teammates, you will be disqualified, and that means your teammates are also disqualified. There are also More's rules. If you do enter the final phase but fail, you will not only be disqualified, but you will be barred from taking the Chunin exams ever again. Hey, that's bull. There are plenty of people who've taken the test before. Yelled Kiba inside the temple, furious over such a rule and how unfair it was to those who worked hard to get here. Well, I guess you're just the unlucky bunch. I wasn't making the rules before, but I am now. Of course, if you don't want to take it, you're free to do so. If you're not feeling confident, then by all means skip it, you can come back and try again next time. Now if you're all ready, to those who don't want to take it, raise your hand for 15 seconds like before. Your results will be recorded, you and your team will be broken from the genjutsu and you will be free to go. This Ibiki waited as a few of the genin were broken from the illusion. When 15 seconds had passed, soon enough time continued to pass as more and more hopeful genin had such hopes crushed by being dispelled from the illusion. Sakura meanwhile only stared at Naruto, who stared at the stone ground of the temple, his mind a-whirl and his thoughts crashing against each other like waves. She of course worried for her friend, who gripped his hand tightly as it quivered and trembled. She was silently begging for him to raise his hand, but even if she wanted to say the words, Naruto would never raise his hand, even if she asked. Her mind flashed back to all the times he proclaimed he was going to be Hokage. Her eyes flickered to Yugito, who was the same. They both shared concern for their blonde friend. It then dawned on the Pinkett about how much she cared for the Senju heir, possibly as more than a friend, as she watched him struggle against his own will. She couldn't let him. If they failed, she didn't want to see his dream crushed, so she was ready to raise her hand when Naruto's voice cut through the silence. Sakura, please. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine, no matter what happens. I'm actually more worried about you, let's see this to the end, spoke Naruto, offering a reassuring smile which in turn caused Sakura's eyes to widen in stunned appreciation, while Yugito bit back the frown that arose, slightly hurt that Naruto was more worried for Sakura than her. Sasuke didn't pay attention, only smirking somewhat at the blonde's big heart. The decisions you make can change your entire life in a blink of an eye. For any reason you would rather quit, do so. Upon seeing that none of the other teams had been broken from the genjutsu, Ibiki spoke once more. Alright then, for those who would take the test, to risk everything, prepare. We are now entering the final phase. For those who have regrouped with their teammates and chose to continue to the final phase, this is what you'll do. Amongst the teams, you are to choose the weakest member of your team for outright elimination. yelled Ibiki, stunning everyone within the genjutsu who were blindsided by what the Anbu captain had just said. That's right, choose the weakest member in your team, the weak link, and remove them from the Chunin exams. They have been weakened, they slow you down, they add nothing to the benefit of the mission, you have to cut them out if you are to proceed. Decide quickly, you have 2 minutes. Yelled Ibiki as many of the genin gave each other fervent but worried glances, afraid of what they'll say and do. Few outright called out certain members of their team, others stayed impassive, sweating profusely as they scanned their teammates. Team 7 was in such a bind, there was no doubt in their mind that Sakura was the weakest of their team, and the Pinkett was worried they would turn on her, cut her out from the exams, and kill any possibility of her becoming Chunin. It was almost too unthinkable, but yet at the same time too real. Her teammates didn't dare look her in the eye, too consumed by their thoughts to think the emerald-eyed genin could only stand there was worry. We're not seriously considering this, yelled Naruto, anger clouding his mind as he roared at Sasuke and Yugito. We're not just going to leave our friend behind. Yes, Sakura may be the weakest, she may slow us down, but in the end she's a member of Team 7. Remember what Kakashi-sensei said, yelled Naruto, causing Yugito and Sasuke to think back to his words, but they couldn't help but feel a nagging itch at the back of their mind, to cut out Sakura and continue on with the exam without her. They were so overcome with the idea that the both of them were sweating just from thinking about it as their hands trembled and their teeth chattered quietly. I wouldn't even call you ninja if you did such a thing. Don't you even care? Screamed Naruto, disgusted with the idea of leaving a comrade behind. This seemed to awaken something within the other two, as they regained their senses. Of course we remember what Kakashi said. We're Team 7 after all, said Sasuke, causing Sakura to whip her head up at him, overcome with emotion that even someone like Sasuke wouldn't leave her behind. Could we call ourselves shinobi if we left our friend behind? I'd rather die than be like that, said Yugito, placing a confident hand on her hip as Naruto's angered expression melted into one of joy. Sakura too couldn't help but smile at this turn of events. With that said, Team 7 did nothing but stand there, not caring if they failed. They would never abandon one of their own for the sake of a mission or test. They would stand defiant and raise their heads high. Ibiki, however, surveyed the students across the room. 78. That's how many didn't turn on a comrade, more than he expected, but he could feel that inside the dream, most of them were wavering, not a single one would dare turn on their beloved friends except those that had already have. This was all the proof Ibiki needed. He turned his head towards the sentinels, each nodding to him, all the confirmation he needed, and thus, he spoke once more. Well, I admire your determination if nothing else. For those who didn't turn on their comrades as was required, you pass, proclaimed the interrogator, causing stupefied expressions to grace all of the genin, utterly confused by what they just heard. Those who refused to abandon their comrades are true shinobi, those who did don't even deserve to wear their village's hitai. Spoke Ibiki as the genjutsu broke and all the contestants woke up to find a smaller room, each of them looking towards the proctor who wore a huge smirk on their face. For those who abandoned their friends, leave the room immediately and don't even dare to complain. Spoke Ibiki, sending out a chilling glare to all the genin who did as he said, with many of them running out of the room as quickly as they can, leaving the ones who refused the order still stunned by what he said. I would like to congratulate each and every one of you for passing the first test. Your decision to not turn on your comrades was the entire point of this test. Still seeing that some of them didn't quite understand, Ibiki decided to elaborate. In the shinobi world, the ones who fight at your side can mean life and death in the field. You don't know what will happen and things may not go according to plan. The men who stand shoulder to shoulder with you can decide whether a mission succeeds or fails based upon the one fact that you will always watch their back. And if you think the previous phase was a waste of time, then you are wrong. The first phase had an important overriding purpose. To test your ability to seek out and realize who exactly you fight beside. In the shinobi world, you need to examine both your enemies and friends on a more than personal level. You need to know what their mannerisms are, what they do when they're nervous or stressed, or are they calm despite the circumstances. Deception is a shinobi's greatest strength, and on missions you will find such things. It is up to you to realize who it is that watches your back, for if you fail, you may find a knife in your side. My objective was not just to test you as individuals but also as a team and how well you function as a part of that team. That's why the test was scored on a team basis, so you'd know that everything you did or failed to do not only affected you but your entire team. I wanted to see how you handled the pressure, to see whether or not you functioned as a team at your core and whether or not you were able to undertake such missions such as this in the future. The first phase was difficult. In fact, as some of you may have already realized how difficult it was to realize that the things chasing you were your own teammates. The mission may demand them to change into a different appearance or an enemy shinobi may just be masquerading as one of your teammates. It was up to you to decide whether either of these were the case. I imagined that most of you quickly came to that conclusion, that you had to know who your teammates were and who were your enemies. It is why we allowed the other students to keep their appearance. Of course, it would have done you little good if you failed at every turn to recognize your teammates like some of the other failures from before. Those who failed to recognize their friends, of course, failed. Better to know your enemies than your friends. Trust and faith, it can be a powerful weapon in battle. How well you distinguish between enemy and comrade can mean life and death. There'll be times when you have to risk your life on a gut feeling. Of course, you must always consider whether or not your enemy has studied you and your team. They may act the same way as you or me and can lure you into a trap based on your trust alone. Always bear this in mind. Deception can be better than no deception. It can lead to the death of innocence, your family and even you. That's why I put you into both positions to see whether you were willing to sacrifice someone for the sake of a mission and whether you trusted them enough to not consider them your enemy. Quote. That's why those who failed at either were rooted out like weeds, leaving only the strong of will behind. That's why the final phase was set up the way it was. It was the whole point of the test. I gave you 3 choices, all difficult. You could choose to play it safe and quit while still in the game, sacrifice your weakest member for the success of a mission, or refuse the order and carry on without sacrificing anyone, although that would lead to the failure of the mission. But this is the sort that chunin have to face every day. Now do you have the option of taking a pass on a suicidal mission, of saying that your comrades and I would rather live to fight another day? Can you choose to avoid danger? No. There will be many missions that will call on such a sacrifice, but you must not think about it. You think only of the goal, and if that means a comrade slows you down, you do not think about leaving him behind. Even if you fail the mission, you must carry on with your team now and forever. You achieve the mission through courage and discipline, never faltering even if the man you trust dies in front of you. These are the qualities required of a chunin. Those who choose the safer path, those whose determination falters in the face of adversity, those who would put their comrades' live in jeopardy by worrying about their own. Those who would save their own skin for the price of their honor will never be able to call themselves shinobi. At least as long as I breathe. As for those who passed, you have successfully persevered through the test, have earned the right to continue on to the next stage. But you have passed through the first gate and now only 2 more remain between you and your ambition. I hereby declare that this part of the exam's completed. There's nothing else for me to say but to wish you all good luck in all your future trials. Spoke Ibiki one final time just as a blur came flying and crashing through the window, glass spraying everywhere as a result. In a flash, 2 kunai tied with cloth were flung at the roof, revealing words and the figure of a woman standing there yelling loudly. All right, boys and girls. This is no time for celebrating. I shall be the proctor of the second exam, Enko Mitarashi, at our service. Ready for the second test. Good, let's go and follow me. I'm not one to judge, and being early is a good thing, but sometimes timing is key, scolded Ibiki as Enko blushed in embarrassment. The Jonin then scanned her eyes across the 78 remaining students, surprised that this many had managed to survive the first test. Ibiki, you let all these newbies pass. You're getting soft that, or your test was too easy, berated Enko, slightly disappointed in her coworker. Or it could be from this year's talent. We have a rather excellent batch this year, argued Ibiki with a smile as he peeked behind the curtain. Well, they sure don't look it. Trust me, after I'm done with them, more than half will be eliminated. This is going to be fun. Alright, you maggots had it easy so far, but if you think the rest of the exams will be like this, then you're dead wrong. Your senseis will be waiting for you, and first thing in the morning they will direct you towards the location for the second test. You're dismissed. spoke Anko as the genin got up out of their chairs and left through the door, nearly all of them breathing a sigh of relief. Man, I thought we weren't going to pass for a second, spoke Naruto, hands behind his head as Team 7 was once again walking through the streets of their village. Yeah, but the second test sounds even harder, commented Yugito while Sakura nodded, agreeing with her. We'll be ready for it, no matter what. Let's just all get a good night's sleep. I have feeling we'll need it, stated Sasuke as each of them went their own separate ways, anxious about tomorrow.